wing it, man. Listen, some of our best work is done by winging it.
That's true. Okay.
Almost all of my work is done by winging it. So,
yeah.
Guys, I have never had a tweet that angered people more than the one about undeniable fact, that the last 4 Republicans have presided over increased deficits, and the last 3 Democratic presidents have presided over deficit reductions, which is this is not data that's particularly difficult to find. And I swear to you, I am getting still today hundreds of people that are like every hour, like hundreds of people. And many of them either just have no idea that this is true, but there's like 90% of them don't seem to understand the difference between debt and deficit.
Republicans cut spending and taxes. Democrats raise taxes and spending. If you raise taxes and reduce spending, you might solve the problem, or just greatly reduce spending. If by cut spending you mean increase spending, then sure, you're right.
Have they cut spending? I mean, I guess they're cutting in this bill, but
not in the whole. I mean, my God, it's going to expand the debt. It's going to blow the debt the fuck up by like $4 trillion, according to conservative estimates.
But is that because of the tax cuts, or is it because they're spending more? Like, I know they're spending more on the ICE funding. ICE is about to be the most funded federal law enforcement agency.
Yeah, here's my hot take, and maybe Boy will agree, or disagree. And if he disagrees, fuck him. I don't think there's a substantive difference like between these unpaid tax cuts and like more conventional deficit spending. Like, these things run up the deficit and ultimately the debt anyway. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Boy, do you agree or disagree? Should we like parse through this shit? I don't think there's a meaningful difference.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's definitely not a big difference. I mean, yeah, when you cut taxes, but you don't cut spending and the deficit goes up, it's just a form of stimulus to the economy, right? I mean, this is one of the reasons why the growth projections from this bill are generally positive, right? It's like, okay, well, obviously, if you cut taxes and you don't substantially cut spending, well, then you're just stimulating the economy with deficit spending, right? So that's going to probably be good for growth on net, because you're not like clawing back a bunch of money through taxation. But that's only in the short term, obviously. There's this sort of long-term argument about accumulating debt and its effect on the economy. So yeah, it's a pretty, it's pretty much, business as usual, like Hutch said. I think that in the history of like collecting data on the federal deficit, I think there was I think Nixon balanced the budget for like a year or two. I think Eisenhower, same thing. But overall, they added to the debt a lot. And then when you look at, obviously, like, I think Clinton balanced the budget fully.
There's a budget surplus under President Clinton.
Yeah, he fully balanced the budget. The deficit reduced under Obama, and it reduced under Biden. So I don't know. I mean, it seems somewhat clear that Democrats are at least better at balancing the budget. To that person's point, obviously, it's like, okay, well, the Democrats just want to raise taxes, and it's like, yeah, but that's good, because the things the government does are like worth paying for, like the things the government does are good, right? So you probably want to pay for them.
Well, we'll see.
Like the median American, they want these programs like Medicare and Medicaid, and they want these government assistance programs to a certain degree, but they also want low taxes. So it's like the median voter. So it's like really difficult to kind of reconcile these things.
It's difficult to reconcile, but keep in mind, like, as you go down in the tax bracket, in terms of the amount of money people earn, your tax base gets larger and larger and larger, right? And so at the same time that, for instance, you might look at like the middle class. Oh, the middle class is only getting $600 on average or something from their taxes being lowered. That's $600 multiplied by like so many millions of more people than like the top 1% who are getting, $300,000 as an average tax cut. So like in theory, to balance the budget, you wouldn't have to like raise the rates of taxation that much per person because your base is so broad. But that's where I agree with you, Hutch. Obviously, you take a heap of shit of that in the meantime. But I mean, truthfully, I don't know. We've raised taxes before, and I mean, yeah, it's politically difficult to do, but the Republicans are doing the opposite end of the politically difficult thing, which is, cutting spending for people who really need it. So they're going to take a heap of shit of it. But I don't know. I think that's probably more unpopular than just like increasing people's taxes by 1 percentage point or something. I mean, I guess we'll
find the fuck out, won't we?
Just real quick, like people need to see this. I don't know if I'm sure you guys saw it, but like before we get into our trial here,
Okay.
there was
trial would have saved me some characters on this title. I went with intervention because I thought it was
that works too. Yeah.
No, I think trial. Like fuck. I should have went with that. My bad.
We gave you hold on. We gave you the thumbnail. It said trial on
Bro,
it.
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? Listen,
We've referred to it as trial multiple times.
I'm multi-fucking tasking. Okay, Wick.
Okay.
I don't need your sass right now. Don't appreciate it. Okay, you keep that nonsense to yourself.
This is from an article that had multiple sources. I think 2 sources confirm the story, but Trump was meeting with moderates in the White House today, trying to whip these votes to get this reconciliation package done, and this happened. It's fucking unbelievable.
Well, Tali, as the resident Trump voter, would you like to read this out loud and kind of narrate? Narrate
don't do that.
political candidate?
Sure. You want me to read? I can read.
Please, yeah, of course.
I'm reading the text of this tweet. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But Trump still doesn't seem to have a firm grasp at what his signature legislative achievement does. According to 3 sources with direct knowledge of the comments, the president told Republicans at this meeting that there are 3 things Congress shouldn't touch if they want to win elections: Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. But we're touching Medicaid in this bill, one member responded to Trump, according to the 3 sources.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Are you
How
shocked at this
loudly?
point? Hold on. Hold on. Hutch. After all the time we spent with Trump and all the research you've done into Trump,
No,
and
of
all
course
his
it doesn't
speeches, you're
shock
shocked.
me, but I still have a memory of like, this is just something that would have been inconceivable not that long ago. That a president is just like, I actually don't think that Trump is lying when he says we're not going to cut Medicaid. I actually don't think he's lying when he says we're only going to do waste, fraud, and abuse.
But what do you mean you don't think he's lying?
I don't think he's lying because I don't think he fucking knows what's in
So
the
you
bill.
don't you don't think he's being intentionally deceptive? You just think he's wrong.
Yeah, lying.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
He's
I
just
think
stupid.
that I think he's genuinely he doesn't give a fuck. Like he just wants a win. I think he just wants the bill to pass because he sees it as a win. But it's just inconceivable that a president wouldn't know. I mean, this is a really top line part of this reconciliation bill. These massive Medicaid cuts.
But here's the thing: to be fair to Trump, how loudly did this Republican say that? Right? I can see him saying it under his breath, like, "But we're touching Medicaid in this bill," because he doesn't want to be that asshole who contradicts Trump in front of a room full of people. These people, as we're finding out from the whole House budget drama, these people in both chambers are just total pussies when it comes to Trump. I mean, will capitulate, throw their principles under the bus. I love seeing Chip Roy and others, like, you know, literally raising their voice on the floor of the Senate, and like, if you give 1 inch on these green new scam subsidies, if you back down 1 inch from what we did, I will not vote for this. And he's definitely gonna fucking vote for it. He's
100%,
absolutely.
Well, you
Yeah.
either get fucked in the primary but from Trump, or you get fucked in the general because you did this awful thing that fucked your constituents. So they're
Wait,
in a.
did you all see the Derek Van Orden tweet? You want to talk about funny
Oh.
fucking tweets?
Yes, I
Wait,
did.
did you respond to that?
I
need to
did.
find
I
that
quote
tweet.
tweeted it. Like, we're all not. None of us are whiny little bitches or something like that. You
Where
can
is
find
it?
it.
Where
right?
is it? You had the guy from The Good Doctor on.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Okay, let me
You
pull
can
this up.
find it,
This is pretty funny.
Is that ableism?
No, he's an actor.
But he's betraying someone with autism.
So Derek Van Orden's like, quote, "The president of the United States didn't give us an assignment. We're not a bunch of little bitches around here, okay? I'm a member of Congress. I represent almost 800,000
Fire
Wisconsinites."
to you, Wick. Respect.
God.
God, dude. I just can't like what it's like if you're Chip Roy, I just don't like why even pretend, you know
Just
what I
why
mean?
be
Like,
Chip Roy?
yeah.
Why
that's true.
are
Imagine
you?
being Chip Roy? I really don't get it, honestly. Like every other Republican seems like they're like, look, my constituency, they're just gonna have to deal with it. You know, Thomas Massie, I think, probably has some principal objections. Maybe that's it. Maybe Chip Roy's just like, I feel really strongly about this, but I can't do anything about it. Similar to Lisa Murkowski with the amazing couple of days that she's had with like, look, the bill's terrible. I hate the bill. I did vote for the bill, but the bill's terrible, and I hope it changes. And she's
Did
like,
vote for
oh,
it.
well, you know, we're under this deadline. And it's like, Murkowski, you said the deadline's artificial. Like, you could have just voted against it. And then, like, a couple of months later, you know, like, it's a fake deadline. You recognize the deadline's fake, but you're like, we're under this deadline. What's
Did you see her crash out?
No, it's 50-50. She had the leverage to stop it. She could have just said,
No,
"We don't
exactly,
need to do this."
exactly.
Yeah, like,
yeah. It's completely ridiculous. I think honestly what it is that I don't know if she's up for real. I don't think she's up for re-election in 2026, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the other senator from Alaska. My guess is that she and Susan Collins had a conversation, and they're like, "Look, you're up for re-election sooner. You go ahead and be the one who votes against it, even though they don't need your vote. I'll be the one to take a heap of shit this time." And it's all made up. Okay, I thought you thought you could trust Lisa Murkowski, but you can't. You can never.
Someone in chat said, didn't Murkowski at least get bribed with Alaska's subsidies? No. You know what she got? She got an exemption for, like, there's a stipulation in the bill where I think they're going to withhold funding to states that have a certain error rate when it comes to like Medicaid. And like there's like every state has error rates. I mean, these things happen, like either underpayments or overpayments or whatever. But Alaska is the number one offender. It's like it's like some insane, it's like 25% plus like error rate or something like that. And she got an exemption for the state of Alaska. That's how they got her to get on board.
Yeah, her rationale is so funny because it's like, to put it in a really crude metaphor, it's like you're voting on whether or not to kick a room full of 50 guys in the nuts individually, and the one person who's the deciding vote is like, well, I made it so that they're not going to kick me in the nuts. They're going to kick all the other 49 guys in the nuts, and that's the end of it. It's like, sometimes we have hard choices, right? And I understand that this isn't going to be fun for everybody, but I had to represent my nuts. And it's like, well, you could have just voted against this and avoided everybody suffering, but she chose not to. So yeah, I don't know, man. I had high hopes for her based on a book tour that she did just a couple of weeks ago. She was talking mad shit about Trump. She was saying that, she might even potentially caucus with the Democrats or become an independent. And I just don't expect that that's going to happen now. She doesn't have the spine to do this. Yeah. So
Murkowski was saying that a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
So she wrote a memoir, and she's been like on every interview chair, and having really good interviews, like talking about how, she and other Republicans are in this like constant, mist of fear. There are a lot of threats, and Trump, she said at one point, she's like, I don't know if Trump's authoritarian, if that's just, how he is. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? That sort of thing. But she also admitted she didn't vote for him, and yeah, she opened the door to potentially caucusing with the Democrats, or at least becoming independent. But yeah, all that went out the window. So.
Still a Republican, guys. Okay, you can never trust him. Okay, same thing with Mitt Romney. All right, never trusted him a day in my life.
Well, before we get to the trial/intervention, is there anything anyone else has to say about the House bill, which, as of this moment, they are inching their way closer and closer to passage, but it has not been passed as of yet?
They're going to get there tonight, probably.
Sure. Yeah. Anybody else? Cool.
Yeah, they're probably going to get there, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, so we have two guests here at Lib and Learn. We've got Wick of WhickTV. I mean, a lot of our audiences, not all, but a lot of our audiences probably know definitely who Wick is, but I have a more seasoned, a more tenured, shall we say, demographic who may not know. So, Wick, why don't you introduce yourself, and then we will introduce the...
You're calling your demo like boomers?
I didn't say that, asshole. And I don't appreciate the ageist
seasoned,
adjective there.
wizened.
Like a fine steak.
My demo is boomers.
A fine steak.
I got the boomer demo.
Well, maybe, Hutch. We'll talk about that later.
100%.
Before we get to the defendant in the trial, Wick, why don't you introduce yourself?
Certainly. Oh, well, as I said, I'm Wick. I run a show on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch called WhickTV. We do a variety of content, political, cultural, all sorts of things. Sometimes we do more serious shows, right? We had a discussion about the recent injunctions, the universal injunctions that were struck down by the Supreme Court, right? And sometimes we do stuff like, are women evil, right? So it's a big mix, but you can find me on those channels. And
what did you decide on that?
On where are women evil? It depends, right? It depends which
Jesus.
women. Some are.
Okay.
Women can be evil
find
too.
him at
That's just
WhickTV.
feminism. Yeah. So
WhickTV,
that's me.
He does debates panels. It's great stuff. It's like every weekday, right? Every weekday.
Well, not every weekday, but we usually do about three to four a week. Should be fun. Tomorrow we got Loner Box and Soy Pill. They're gonna be debating people on interventionism, right? And should the U.S. be intervening in the world and stage and things like that? That should be fun. So yeah, that's me.
All right, before we get to Tali, one super chat here. So what kinds of taxes is MAGA okay with besides tariffs? Because it seems like they're just pseudo-libertarians on the issue. P.S. Also, for MAGA, cruelty is the aesthetic. Any quick responses from anybody on that? Tali, Wick, anything before we get to Tali's introduction?
They like taxes on poor people and not rich people. That's pretty much the main distinguishing factor between the Republicans and Democrats for the most part.
And gamblers now, apparently.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's,
All right.
there's a new tax on gambling winnings, I guess. I saw Tim Pool tweet.
I heard
about it.
Nate Silver bitch about it. Something about
Oh, he's a
taxes
poker
on-
player, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So,
That's a good thing, though.
all right, Tally, take it away.
Okay, well, I am Talibotz. I am Wick's co-host about once a week, sometimes twice a week. We are still kind of figuring out exactly what to call our segment, but we've been having on guests to not necessarily debate, but kind of have discussions on different topics of interest, whether that's sort of current events or like an interesting tweet that an interesting person sent out, and we bring them on to kind of flesh out that idea or what they're thinking about. The origin of this show idea, the trial of Talibotz, came from Wick's Discord. So Wick's audience has gotten to know me now for, I guess, a couple of months here, and many of them were surprised to find out that I had voted for Trump in 2024. And they wanted to chat about it. Most of them were like, oh, that's so surprising because I really like you. So I was expecting to walk into a bit of a skeptical hug box, you know, people who think I'm a good person, but they just want to figure out how I could have made this mistake. But I'm instead walking into a room of people who don't really know me at all. However, I think this will be fun. I am a viewer of Lib and Learn. I watch Hutch and Pisco's streams. Pisco, sorry.
No worries.
Mostly listening to Pisco for the introduction music. It's the best
yeah,
in town.
fuck yeah.
Yeah,
It's actually
so
him off camera, by the way, playing
Yeah,
playing the
people don't
strings.
know
yeah.
that.
live.
Yeah.
Very
100%.
impressive.
Mhm.
Very impressive.
He's a Renaissance man.
Yeah, so basically I was a lifelong liberal turned progressive, turned like radical progressive. And I ended up voting for Trump in 2024. I'm not a Republican. I registered, I guess, the beginning of 2024 as an independent. That was my first like official step away from the Democratic Party. I was calling myself a disaffected liberal for a while, and I think that's kind of a good way to encapsulate how I felt. But I see myself as basically having fallen in the center. When I talk to people on the left, they tell me that I'm right wing, and when I talk to people on the right, they tell me that I'm a shit lib. So I don't know. I'm politically homeless. I'm not MAGA. I'm not a Trump supporter. So this is maybe not going to be as fun of an inquisition as you guys would have liked, but I'm open to answer any questions. I'm sure there's lots of things that I haven't thought about, and you guys can call me out on all of that. But I hope this will be a pleasant conversation, at least at some point, because I do like all of you. And at the very least, while I don't think you need to be pining for my vote in any way, you guys are all committed to Democrats succeeding, maybe so that especially that Trump will fail. And so at least maybe I can impart to you one example of someone who was pushed away from the party for various reasons, because that will matter in winning the upcoming elections.
If I may, just real
Sure.
quick, kind of to almost piggyback on that, one of the things that I want to do with my show and with my advocacy and with my politicking is find people who we lost and who are winnable again, who we can bring back. And I've been talking to Tali for a while, and I think she's someone that has real issues, right, that deserve to be heard. And I think she's winnable back. Like, we can get her back, and people like her back. She's representative in my mind of a class of people that if we take the right steps, we can get them back. And we need to win, because look at what Trump's doing, right? He's gutted USAID. There's going to be millions of people, right? Millions of deaths because of that. We're looking at an attack on the First Amendment greater than anything we've seen in a generation. We're looking at this god-awful big, beautiful bill that's going to just gut Medicaid and a lot of harm. So we have to win. And to do that, we have to win people back. People that have, for whatever reason, switched from Biden to Trump. We have to figure out why they did that. We have to hear them out, and we have to see which ones we can win back. And I think Tali is a good example. So that's why I'm advocating for her. So yeah.
I want to piggyback on that too. I think like Wick represents one kind of viewpoint within the left of like who should we be trying to win, where should the focus of the coalition be. And I'm like, not to burst Wick's bubble because he's my buddy and my co-host, but I think it would be a fair conclusion for all of you to conclude that you shouldn't spend time winning me back. I think what I've come to realize is while I'm dispositionally a liberal, you know, you are the type of people I'd rather be hanging out with. I feel like there are some fundamental beliefs that like the left can't get past with me, or I can't necessarily get past with the left. So it'd be interesting if we get to have some of these conversations, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to, I said in the conversation that I had when Hutch was on Wick's panel that I'm a winnable voter, and I do view myself that way, especially because, you know, in many ways Trump was a sort of a protest vote for me. And I could see myself voting left, even if just to try to swing the pendulum back in a similar vein of what I did in 2024. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a divide about strategy among the left. And so I don't know that going for people like me is the best move for the Democratic Party, but I'm concerned with like broader cultural trends. And so I see the sort of like fringe horseshoe people that are coalescing on a bunch of these like foreign policy things and sort of populist things as more concerning. And I've like suddenly see myself as like an establishment cuck. So I want the moderates and the sane people of both sides to come out on top. But I don't think those people are going to actually work together. I think those people represent the Democrats and the Republicans in ways that the fringes on the left and the right, their votes are kind of more up for grabs. So I don't know. I hope that made sense.
Well, Hutch, why don't you take it away, buddy, in response to that?
I think a fair point to start the conversation is to ask you two questions. So the first question I want to ask you is, why did you vote for Trump? And that's kind of a two-parter. Were you attracted to some of his policies? If you were, which policies were they? Or were you more repelled by Democrats? And if so, what were some of the things that repelled you away? And then the second question that we need to establish is, do you regret that vote?
So to answer your first question, I had decided, so my ideological turn kind of started in the summer of 2021. So it's been several years now that I had been moving away from the left. I had decided at a certain point that I wasn't going to be voting for the Democrats. I mean, at that point, Joe Biden was still running. I was very concerned about his cognitive decline for a while, as many people were. I'm not saying anything anyone here doesn't know.
Not Josiah.
Okay. Well, so I had basically decided that I wasn't voting.
You said
for
you
the
wanted to have a
Democrats.
pleasant conversation, so I just made it a lot easier. Yeah, let me get his ass back in here. Yeah.
So I was like hopeful. I think it must have been like New Year's Eve going into 2024. I remember thinking like Nikki Haley might have a chance here. I was hoping that's who I could end up voting for.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm curious, like
Yes.
the timeline. I was kind of confused. You said summer of 2021. Did you misspeak? Because that was after, that was just a couple months after Biden was inaugurated. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I voted for Biden in 2020.
Okay, by that point, summer 2021, we had successfully passed the ARP, which if you were historically liberal, then I assume you really like that policy, right? But also we had the Delta strain of the coronavirus and then his pullout from Afghanistan. So like what radicalized you against
that?
the
Was
Democratic
was
Party?
late. That was late summer. That was September.
Yeah.
But we had, the vaccine rollout, which was wildly successful. The economy was opening back up. Was there something, I guess, to Hutch's point, something in particular that the Biden administration did which really rubbed you the wrong way?
No, and I was pushed away first from the left, like my left-wing spaces before I let go of the Democrat title. So the starting point for this was the last kind of war clash between Israel and Gaza, which happened in May 2021. And at that point, I was an activist, like not full time. I was working, but I was protesting in most of my free time. So this was like a year out from summer of 2020, and I was still protesting a couple days a week. There was a local BLM chapter, a local Refuse Fascism chapter, a firm, which is like a radical feminist organization. And basically, the protest that I was going to started carrying like Zionism is racism signs, and people were personally asking me to condemn various things that were going on in Gaza. And it was the first time that I realized like these people that I shared a lot of values with and thought that I was aligned with, that it wasn't mutual. Basically, there was like one litmus test that if I didn't pass, that was really going to be it. And granted, I was in very extreme circles, obviously, if Zionism was already a litmus test 4 years ago. But
do you have a personal tie to Israel in any way, or are you just like ideologically in support of them?
Yeah, I mean, I have family there, friends there. I spent a little time living there in college.
I see.
Yeah.
A clearer picture. Oh my God, that froze at the best time for you for a second. Econoboy was. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
I am. He's glitching there. He's
Sorry.
so furious. Like he is
waiting.
glitching. He's phasing in and out of this dimension into
It
the
froze
dimension.
on him like this for a moment.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you like
okay.
temporarily glitched, such as your rage. I'm curious though. On that particular issue, like I'll just take everything you say at face value, but how would you tie that to the Democratic Party? Because I think most people would tell you that President Biden was the most openly and ideologically pro-Zionist president in American history by far, and that was what helped contribute to his low approval rating and what would have probably doomed him had he stayed in the race. At least one of the factors is that it seemed like he was committed to giving Netanyahu a hand no matter what. So if that was the deciding factor, why would that play a role?
Okay, so that was not the deciding factor. I was just taking you guys back to the very beginning of my ideological journey, and it was a slow one. This took several years.
Okay.
So again, it was only about a year ago. I didn't decide even that I was going to vote for Trump until pretty close to the election. I didn't know. I had decided that I wasn't voting for Biden, and then that I wasn't voting for Kamala. And again, we can sort of like get into.
Why not vote for Biden? Like at what point did you make your mind up that you were definitely not going to vote for President Biden after voting for him in 2020?
It's hard to put a. It's hard to put an exact.
Give us like the top 5. Like, give us like the concise. Like, what are the? If you had to boil it down to like 5 things that really repelled you, what would you say?
Sure. So I wasn't repelled necessarily and specifically from the Democratic Party. This is the answer that you guys all like stomped your feet about last time, that you're going to hate the answer, that it was a lot of vibes. And when I say vibes, I mean culture. I mean like what I'm seeing amongst people and the health of our society and things of this nature. So I went on an ideological journey that sort of started with this sort of Israel stuff and me being a Zionist and being called a racist and all of these things, and realizing what I saw, that there was hypocrisy in the anti-racism sphere on the left. Okay. And this took me on a journey of different pillars of things that I sort of held dear. Things like, things like sexism, racism, gender stuff, all of these things that I started to tackle and open my mind to. This is a hard thing to narrate, right? Because it's so easy to like cling on to one thing. It's like, so why did that one thing push you away? But my ecosystem of who I was listening to and what I was listening to changed, right? And so I stopped watching MSNBC and CNN, and I was listening more to podcasts, and not right-wing people. I was listening to like heterodox liberals, basically, like liberals who were saying things that were a little bit outside the norm on wokeism and stuff like that. So people like Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog, and these gentlemen aren't necessarily liberals, but sort of libertarians like Michael Moynihan and Camille Foster and Matt Welch. And
before you go on any further, can we get the chat to just, can we get you guys
I'm
to
not
chill
even looking.
Okay, can we get you guys to just chill the fuck out though? Like, it's fine if you disagree with people, but Jesus fucking Christ. But all right, so go ahead.
Well, I have a comment, but go ahead. Yeah.
No, yeah. Wait, you were gonna say something there, Wick?
Well, I'll let her finish, and then we'll get into it. The comment will keep. This is a good example of what I feel is a problem. But go ahead.
Maybe
I
I'll just
agree,
try to.
for the record.
I'll try
But
to
yeah.
sum it up, and you guys can ask me lots of little questions, because otherwise this narrative could take a really long time.
Sure.
The one thing that I think Tim Pool gets right, is that in our modern sort of political ecosphere, what determines whether you are on the left or on the right is what you believe to be true about the world. So if you guys recall in his conversation with Kaya, she was saying like a center liberal, maybe kind of edgy for a left-wing person to say things, and he was like, oh, you're right-wing, you're conservative, and she pushed back vociferously against that, which is, I used to push back against that for a long time too, until I realized it's not fair for me to push back because I actually do think different from these people, right? But basically there's like fundamental things that I believe to be true now that I didn't before, or vice versa.
What is
Things
the role
like-
of, sorry, go
What,
ahead.
what are some of those fundamental things?
So
I feel like I could guess a few. Like, did you
Go for
cringe
it.
did you cringe when you heard people say that, you can't be racist against white people? Is that like maybe one of the things?
yes, but again,
Okay.
I can't emphasize enough, after years of saying that myself, after saying that you can't be racist against white people. And so these were things that I believed for a long time. But yes, I took a lot of issue with what I saw as racism in the anti-racism movement. I was listening to people like John McWhorter and Coleman Hughes, people who were pushing for like a colorblind approach to racism in America.
You should probably steer away from
I-
Coleman Hughes, just for the record. He gets really basic facts wrong. Like, he tried to claim that Martin Luther King did not advocate for reparations, and he confidently said that when he was on The View, and he could not be more wrong. Like, there are so many explicit quotes of him calling for that. So I just want to try to steer you away from him. He seems a bit silly.
I think he's really thoughtful. I remember that interview. I don't remember him saying that specific thing. If he got that wrong, that is a big thing. But
He did, and
I
it was
think he's a
shockingly wrong.
thoughtful
Like,
guy.
anybody in the chat,
Yeah.
just look up. Did Martin Luther King advocate for reparations? There are dozens of quotes of him calling for it. Yeah.
Okay, so an example is that you can't be racist against white people, and you find that cringe. I'm just trying to tie that to the inevitable voting decision. Obviously, we have to get more context. So let's get some more accountable. You had some questions for her as well.
Not really any questions. I mean, obviously, I disagree with the line of thought really that she has. But I mean, of course, that's the case. We voted differently, but in general, like Josiah said, right? So tie that into actually voting for Trump in 2024. Like, what was the hope? Like, what was the hope that essentially, like, what did you hope to accomplish by doing that? And do you think that over the last 6 months that has in some way been accomplished, or kind of walk us through that?
So, I mean, as I stated earlier, I part of this was a sort of protest vote to a certain extent. I live in a very blue state. My state has only gone red twice ever in the presidential election. That was for Nixon and the second Reagan term. So I knew there was a very good chance that my vote was not going to influence the outcome of the election. And if my state flipped, then, well, I wouldn't be the only person held responsible, obviously, in that case. Am I thrilled with what I've seen over the last 6 months? No.
Is it what you
I see
expected?
I don't really know what I expected. No, it's not what I expected, but I didn't have very high expectations either. What I saw was essentially a coalition of people, some people who shared like some of my views, and what I saw as, yeah, like a sort of a larger movement that I could see myself in. It didn't seem to be like the same Republican Party that it had been. There were, you know, autistic, transhumanist, socially liberal people, you know, business people all coalescing around with more traditional conservatives and, you know, evangelicals and things of this nature. And yeah, I mean,
For specific examples, I'm curious, did you like RFK Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard? Like, were those people that, you know, they were not part of the conventional Republican coalition? They backed Trump. They have high-ranking positions in Trump's administration. Are those like kind of like North Stars you look to, that this was a heterodox movement, and so you had more confidence in it?
No, and those are figures that people in that sort of heterodox space like, but no, I never really liked Tulsi. There are a lot of people in the heterodox space who seem to have like formed personal relationships with her and say very nice things about her personally, but I never really grew an admiration for her. Same with RFK. I mean, no, I was never a supporter of RFK Jr. I was surprised though, because there were a lot of people who I thought were like reasonable people just in my life or in my online circles and stuff who were supporting him. But no,
to help us out, because obviously we don't know the people in your personal life. Is there anybody that we might know online or whatever reputationally that like was sympathetic to Trump or supported Trump, and so you would like refer to them like, okay, like this creates a permission structure for me to walk away from the Democrats and vote for Trump, like Dave Smith? Like I'm just trying to get some like contextual markers here to help us navigate this.
Yeah, Dave Smith I see as like my polar opposite politically, and polar opposite of, yeah, Dave Smith represents a movement that I'm concerned about. Not just his movement. There are several movements that I'm concerned about across the right and the left, but no. So honestly, a lot of the sort of influencer people that I follow didn't vote for Trump. So some of them basically, you know, they were also disaffected with the left. And I know some of them did. I know some of them held their nose voting for Kamala. That's how they felt about it, in the same way that I sort of held my nose voting for Trump the person, because he's someone that I mean, really detested for a long time. I was also really desensitized to all of the messaging about Trump.
What do you mean by that?
I guess all of the media
Trump's a
that I
Nazi, Trump's a this, Trump's a that. Is that what you mean?
Sure, right. Starting from his first term, and then leading up into the 2024 election, and just like this is democracy is on the line basically, and Trump is Hitler, and yeah, these things I think desensitized a lot of people, to be honest.
Just I was saying, you know, who in the influencer class, you know, excluding your family and friends. I'm going to ask you about your friends and family. You know, I remember back in 2015, 2016, I was writing some articles basically saying that, because there were a bunch of people, I don't know if you remember, like criticizing people who wore sombreros who weren't Hispanic, and people who were like talking about costumes and stuff. Anyway, I was like writing articles and saying like, hey, we should like do free speech, and it should be like not this racial thing. And I was kind of against that identity politics. I remember very vividly.
Good for you.
Thank you. Like people in my orbit who I consider my friends, like I was like losing a couple friends. They were like, you're an Uncle Jose, like because I'm Hispanic, and they're like, so why are you doing this? Why are you siding with these people? You know, people call me contrarian sometimes. But anyway, my point is, did you lose any friendships? You know, people around you. Do you recall moments like of your feeling ostracized or things like that?
You mean after voting for Trump, or
No, no, no. Like in this lead up, because you're describing a kind of like an imprecise moment. It's not like really policy based or like a
No,
specific
no.
policy. And you're literally saying it's vibes based. And you're bringing up multiple times like the people in my orbit, the circles I was in, the places where I was protesting. I was hearing things I didn't like. And
Yeah.
so I'm asking you about that. Like, was there a feeling of ostracization that like from personal dynamics, personal relations, people you work with, people that you see?
Yes, certainly. And again, most of that happened up front and before I, like, at least a year, probably 2 years before I was really done. 2 years, maybe closer to 3 years before I was really done with the left. So yes, I lost, none of them were like close best friends, thankfully. I found that most of the people closest to me, well, first of all, I grew up with a lot of Jews. Okay, so most of the people that I grew up, I'm from New York. Most of the people that I grew up with were the same liberal Zionists, basically, that I was. But I lost all of my activist friends, and that's like a silly term, but this was real life, right? This wasn't just like this wasn't internet
Yeah.
activism.
What did you guys
And
fight about? What happened? Like, why'd you have a falling out with them?
She was a Zionist.
yeah, I was a Zionist. I
But
wouldn't
did
like
you talk about
renounce-
that? Was that like?
Wait, you
That was
should
something-
you should define what Zionist means, because some people say it means something. Like, what do you mean when you say that term? Sorry, Pisco. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
that I believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state.
Okay.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
was this something that like that you guys were talking about a lot, or something that it was a sticking
No.
point? And-
So there was a it's silly to call it a war now in hindsight compared to what's going on right now in Gaza, but there was a small war. There was an exchange of fire. If you remember the word like Sheikh Jarrah and all of that stuff was going on, and there were a bunch of missiles that were launched into Israel, and then a bombing campaign for several weeks in Gaza. And the groups that I was part of just reacted to this. Like there were marches that were taking place in my city, from my city to Gaza, from here to Al-Aqsa, the march to end colonization. And so I didn't pretend I wasn't a Zionist. And people already knew this. And at this point in time, I already knew that there was an issue with being a Zionist on the left in my progressive circles. But it was something that I mostly ignored. I didn't talk about that much. And I was like, I just felt confident that like this wouldn't be some determining factor, that this wasn't going to end up being some litmus test that suddenly, like if nothing else changes about you, that's it. Yeah.
Do you think that I feel like I'm connecting some dots here, but if you're hanging out with activists, that's already a group that is going to skew probably well to the left of the median Democratic voter. Like the
Yeah.
median Democratic voter does not want Israel to not exist, but maybe the median activist in your circles absolutely did. Do you think that maybe you started to conflate your activist friends with like the Democratic Party broadly?
So I hear you, and like possibly, and I know that's part of Wick's theory, and sure, probably to a certain extent. But I never really I never believed that the Democratic Party, so for example, there are always Jews who have felt that the Democratic Party, right-wing conservative Jews, whatever, who have felt that the Democratic Party is bad for Israel for decades, right? I always thought that was complete nonsense. I still think that's mostly nonsense. Like moving forward, whatever the next iteration of a Democratic administration would look like. So I didn't vote because of Israel. Like that wasn't what I voted about. And again, I didn't see like the Democrats as evil. And I agree with you. The people that I was interacting with were on the extreme. The way that I view the world just kind of changed, and yeah,
Can you give us an
that's what I
example?
see.
So
It's like
one
the-
thing you believed before this shift and that you no longer believe. So you mentioned anti-racism. There's racism and anti-racism. Give us another example. Just to, I feel like we're going everywhere. We're just hitting like XYZ, but
It's like a constellation.
we gotta focus,
Yeah.
right? We gotta focus in. So give us a specific example that we can kind of latch onto and maybe discuss, right? Of a thing that you believed about the world before that you no longer believe, or a thing that you didn't believe then and
But now do.
now do. Yes, thank you.
Sure. So let's give like the James Damore example, basically. I think most of the discrepancies that we see, that we see between the sexes in different domains of work and achievement and preferences, basically, that I think most of this comes down to differences, evolutionary, biological, and psychological differences between the sexes. I don't think that these things are bad things. And the type of liberalism that I want, the type of liberal that I see myself as, is every single person should actually have access to do whatever they want to do. I don't want anyone to be restricted from doing anything because of their sex or gender or race, religion, all of the obvious things. But I have come to resent the amount of time that I feel that the left spends on trying to reach some type of representative outcome.
Like an equilibrium.
Demographically representative outcome. Yeah. I don't think it will ever happen. I don't think it's a worthwhile mission.
So when Joe Biden said, for example, I'm going to select a woman to be my vice presidential nominee, I'm going to select a black woman to be on the Supreme Court. Did you resent that, prior to voting for him, or did you notice it? Or are you saying that like it bothered you more after the fact, or you noticed it more after the fact? When I say after the fact, I mean post inauguration.
Right. So again, my ideological turn started after Joe Biden was inaugurated.
Right.
So
Do you remember thinking about that in the moment and being like, why is Joe Biden saying like we're going to pick a woman?
No, Pisco. I was like, hell fucking yeah, we're gonna have a black woman in the
Yeah.
Oval Office.
What about with justice?
And I still feel that way. Like I still
Oh, yeah?
like yeah. I mean,
How do you reconcile that?
Because it doesn't need to be forced. I actually think it's very easy to reconcile. There
But it was,
are
right?
plenty of
It was
competent.
forced.
Well, that's the point. That's actually what I was about to say. Is like
Okay.
he could have just done that and not said anything. He could have just done that. He could have just done it, right? You can just select a super competent, black woman, for example.
Well, he was asked the question, and that answer to his question was probably really important to a lot of voters. So
Right. It was in advance. I don't want to say a virtue signal, but a signal of some sort to try to rally, various groups and demographics to come out and vote for
Right.
him. But to your point, right, there's not a strict hierarchy in terms of like anybody who's ever hired, especially for a mass position where you have dozens of applicants, or in the case of a Supreme Court justice or vice president, hundreds of potential candidates. It's not like a total linear thing. You almost have tiers of competence. It's hard to like say this person is emphatically more competent or more experienced, has a better resume than this person, than this person, than this person, like a rank ordered list. And so to your point, right, I agree. It's easy to reconcile. If you say that you're going to pick a black woman as your vice president or as a Supreme Court justice, there are probably dozens or hundreds, maybe thousands, depending on the field, right? Maybe more, who have the resume. I mean, Ketanji Brown Jackson has the best resume in terms of like her work experience than any of the Supreme Court justices, from Alito to Thomas to Amy Coney Barrett, certainly superior to any of the Trump nominees. And she also happens to be a black female. So I agree, it's easy to reconcile. But I guess Piso was curious, like, I think the crux of his question was, okay, well, if you were concerned about, this emphasis on equity, how did that manifest in the Democratic Party's policies such that you were driven away from voting for them and voting for the Republicans?
Where previously you voted for them, right? So like the heyday of this kind of, it feels like the high watermark.
But I
of
was
this
bought
ideology
into
was,
that.
Right.
Because my
right.
I've had
yeah.
a sincere ideological shift. That's
so
that's
yeah,
what I'm
so-
that's what I'm trying to express.
As I'm
really,
understanding, like you might agree with my characterization, perhaps that the high water mark was pre-2020 election, but you feel like you were in that and you were a supporter of it, and hence the movement away from that afterwards. So in retrospect, it's not a contradiction for you because you've changed your mind and now you don't have this view of the equity or forced diversity or whatever. Do you feel like the Zionism aspect of it like led you to question it, like what you were seeing with your protester friends that was causing you to re-examine stuff? When did this come, or was it like you mentioned, going and listening to a bunch of podcasts and hearing this message? Do you track it like that, or is it you're not sure of the causality?
So again, I track it in the beginning as like starting to listen to podcasts, and even that was really slow because like the Blocked and Reported podcast is the one that I was mentioning before with Jesse Singal and Katie Herzog. Are any of you guys familiar with that podcast?
Yes, I am.
Loosely.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
No,
Well,
I've
I
never
know
even
Jesse Single pisses off a lot of
Oh,
people.
I know
about
Jesse
trans
They
Single.
do a lot of
Yeah, I know
a lot of
Jesse
trans
Single,
stuff.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and I was listening to a ton, just like going through the archives of the Intelligence Squared debates. So I went through like a bunch of their British debates, and then I found out that they have, Intelligence Squared in the US, which is now called Open to Debate. They're still going, and I still subscribe to that. And so that was like transformative for me in many ways, because what I felt when I was exposing myself to some of these debates was that I had never really heard the best faith arguments from the other side on many of these things. And some of these things were ideas that I had held closely, and others were things that I hadn't thought much about, but were taboo in some way. And it just came away feeling like I don't need, like I need to think more deeply about a lot of these things, basically. And so it's like I got rid of my presets to a certain extent. And so I don't automatically.
You were used to criticisms that sounded like, oh, they just hate trans people because they're bigots or whatever. They are, like they do. Donald Trump.
Yeah,
hates
they're
black people,
obsessed with
whatever.
people's
And
genitals.
Then you heard these different takes that
Absolutely.
explained it in a different way, and it got you to question, like, wait a second, I used to think that, and that kind of like, yeah, I can kind of see where the wheels are turning here. Makes sense. Like, what are some of the examples of?
There's
like,
a super. Can I just real quick? There's a super chat
Yeah.
directed at Tali from Doobie. It says, "Why does it matter which party or president would be quote better for Israel? Shouldn't we be voting for a president or party that is better for Americans?"
Yeah, so
I don't think she said
I
that.
don't
She
know
said the
if you were
opposite, that she didn't
listening,
vote for
Doobie. I
Israel.
said the exact opposite. Yeah, that I don't think. Well, first, maybe I didn't make it explicit that I don't think Americans should be voting based on Israel, but I did make it explicit that was never what my vote was about.
Got it. So go ahead, Hutch.
So give me an example, because I think we're still trying to get a handle on like the shift to like what it looks like. So like, I know there are certain things that really trigger the fuck out of me. Like chat can stun lock me with a few different takes, like any kind of like saying that Bernie was like robbed of the nomination in 2016. I'll fucking rant for like 2 hours on this, and I'll argue with chat or whatever. So like, what are the current takes you hear from the left that trigger the fuck out of you? You sounded pretty triggered when you came into the Wick panel, like for example. So like, I can't remember what we were talking about. But, like,
You sounded triggered.
Not triggered.
so the one about violence
I was
during
triggered
protests.
as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
Typical male feminist sexist language.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean I get triggered. I mean like it got you like upset. or
I
whatever.
was hysterical, histrionic. Yes.
I wondered if you were. No, never mind. I'm sorry.
Through a
No.
tampon.
So yeah, I mean, Charlie and the other gentleman whose name I forget were advocating for political violence, basically. So yes, I resent that tremendously. And this is an issue, obviously, not just on the left. I actually think, if anything, this used to be more the domain of the right. That seems to be increasing on the left, and that's very concerning to me. But yeah, like people saying that we can replace property, but we can't replace people. Well, are you going to replace that person's property? Are you going to fix up that business? Are you going to employ all those people who are impacted? So that type of rhetoric angers me and triggers me. Not I guess not doesn't make me cringe so much. The stuff that makes me cringe is like America is a white supremacist nation.
I mean, I don't. Let's just. I feel like we're kind of none of this. I think one of the issues I have and we've heard this. I don't know. I've just heard this from a lot of people who decided not to vote for Democrats or vote for Trump or sit it out or whatever. Is this kind of like vague gesture towards a lot of culture war issues? Like, oh, I had a lot of changes of opinion. I think the equity stuff is cringe. I had bad experiences with activist spaces. Like, this is an entirely ordinary story for why people turn their back on the Democratic Party. The big problem that I see in that I from hearing that from so many people, is that isn't to even like a close degree, I think, representative of the actually existing Democratic Party. Do you see some people in the Democratic Party who will parrot some of these talking points? I mean, certainly I do think so. Well, I was just going to say that I think so, right? But when we look at take Joe Biden as a perfect example.
Look at the DNC.
Well,
Look at the DNC.
Tali, give
They
me 1
just kicked
second.
out David Hogg because they had to
Yeah.
like realign with their new
Well, I was just
gender
going to say,
requirements.
take Joe Biden as, and I think that's
There he goes.
a misleading understanding of that.
There I go.
I was going to say,
Are we
Hutch?
here?
Am I
Can you-
okay?
Yeah,
I'm
we
okay.
can
You're
hear
good.
you.
You're
Are we
good.
here?
You're good.
bro.
Okay.
You're good,
Okay.
man. Yeah.
You blamed me. It was
but-
him the whole time.
But hold on, Tali
California
just said
internet.
something really important, right? Like something
Well, no,
that we've
she
been
didn't.
trying to
I
get
didn't
these.
even
Hold on,
finish-
go ahead, please.
No,
It's
go
your
for it.
show. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I was just going to say that
You're missing.
I think Joe Biden is a good example of this, right? That, during the summer of love, when we had all these riots going on, all these protests and stuff, like this was at the same time that there were a lot of Democratic movement of like defund the police and stuff like that. You got Joe Biden out there saying we're not going to defund the police. He was the nominee of the Democrats. He, to my understanding, he didn't defund the police.
More importantly, they didn't. More importantly, they didn't.
Yeah.
To Econoboy's point, legislation like the American Rescue Plan expanded resources and funding.
Yeah,
funded
in the
the
summer of
shit out of the
2020,
police.
in the summer of
$100 million.
2021, I was one of the people saying that defund the police doesn't go far enough. We need to abolish the police.
Yeah.
Those were the signs that I was.
No, I get that,
carrying
Tali. I get that. I'm just saying.
So
Joe
I
Biden
wasn't-
was the
I
most
wasn't-
recent.
yeah.
Yeah, Joe Biden was the most recent democratically elected Democratic nominee. After that, we had Kamala Harris, who all of the Biden delegates voted for Kamala unanimously. And to me, look, I mean, again, there were some people on the far left that hated Kamala Harris, whatever, but she was getting huge rallies. There was a lot of enthusiasm behind her campaign. It turned out not to be enough. When you look at the polling, for instance, like socialists, people who identify as socialists, 95% of those people voted for Kamala Harris. Like, I just don't find a sufficient reason to say, well, I had some moderating opinions on social issues and activist spaces really turned me off. And so that's a reason why I voted for Trump. To the extent that we care about racism, bigotry, a colorblind approach, I don't think voting for the guy that made and I will say Nazi, his deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller. I don't.
Wait,
I don't. No, stop. Please go. Shut the fuck up. Okay, shut the hell up. Okay, no. Oh, he's Jewish. He can't be a Nazi bigot. Sure, Pisco. Sure.
You
No,
could
no,
just
no,
you
but
could
she hasn't
use like
said-
you
Guy
could
who
use
wants
lots
to
of other
denaturalize-
effective
Yeah,
words.
And Pisco,
but
I don't even know if historically.
I don't know, but
disagree
you're
with that label,
presupposing that she's
Stephen
saying that
Miller.
her vote is rational. I mean, she's describing a story that I don't know. Do you think that your vote was rational, Tali? She's not saying that she had a reason, like a rational reason.
There
Are
goes
you
Pisco.
saying
I'm
that?
sorry, Tali. I just want to apologize.
hoped-
Every time a
I'd-
woman's
Wow.
in chat, Pisco accuse her of being irrational.
Irrational.
So I
No.
apologize for
She's
that.
not saying that it was
unbelievable, bro.
No, but you're saying
No, I
what was
agree.
the
I'm
reason
saying very
to vote, and
explicitly
she's
it
not
wasn't a
descri-
calculated. It was right. It was not a
Yes.
calculated policy decision at all.
You said
No.
it was a protest vote, which is
Yes,
to me,
hold on.
When someone if I could just finish, when someone says protest vote, I take that to mean that, like, for instance, the uncommitted movement, right? That was a protest decision, whether they voted for Trump or a third party or they decided not to vote. They said the logic that I'm employing is by withholding my vote from the Democratic Party, I'm hoping to push them further towards a certain direction, right? And that's, to me, a rational decision.
That's not
even
what
though it's a
protest vote
But you're not talking to
That's
her.
not
though.
what-
I mean,
that's
you're
not
talking
what
to
protest
those-
vote means.
you're
But
talking to
also-
Tali.
Hold on.
Pisco, I'm using that as
But
an
to be
example.
fair, that was that
all I'm asking.
was in a non-organized way, right? As in, I wasn't part of a movement or going green or something like this. That was essentially my rationale. Was like, I want the Democrats to have a really big wake-up call. You know,
She
like,
wanted
if
them to
this
lose.
goes the way that I think it's going, and I
Because
thought
she
he
didn't
was
like them.
gonna. I thought he was gonna win, and that was. I had never been right about an election outcome that Trump had run in before. So I thought he was going to win. And I was just like, if this does happen, I want a message to land on the Democrats that
What did you hope the
Something
Democrats would
is
learn
wrong.
from this? How do you think that they should change? Because this is sending me, right? You guys, it's maybe I speak disaffected liberal and you guys don't. I don't know. But when someone says that they're protest vote, it's not because they want to push someone in a different direction. The protest vote is, I don't like the Democrats. I'm going to protest against them by voting for the other guy. So it's not so much that she voted for Trump and she voted against the Democrats, right? At least that's what I understand from the talks we have had. So my question, though, for you, Tali, is what do you hope that the Democrats will learn from this? How do you want them to change? Because you've talked to me before about you're a winnable voter. And let's just get to the brass tacks of this, right? Instead of circling around it, what would the Democrats need to do? What policy positions or vibes or the way they treat others, the culture around it, what needs to change to get you to come back to the Democratic Party?
Well, again, not to burst your bubble, but what I said at the top of the show is something that I have been thinking about lately. Is like I don't
So
know
if there's
that the
nothing you can do, that if there's nothing we can do, that's an answer, right? And you can say that answer, right? That's
It's not that there's
perfectly
nothing
fine.
the Democratic Party could do. Basically, essentially, so because I don't feel really motivated by either party, you know, I'm disaffected, disillusioned to a certain extent. I don't feel like all that much changes materially in my life between these administrations, which was something that comforted me throughout the Trump years, that we have a big bureaucracy basically, and fortunately and unfortunately, administrations kind of yo-yo back and forth. And so, I mean, I could vote. I see myself voting for the left. The first thing that I see myself voting for the left, the reason motivating that would be the concern that I have about the fringes on the right.
Okay, so
basically.
you
like, now that I'm
basically,
spending
whichever
more
side is
time
worse,
in
you'll vote
right-wing-
against them. Is that kind of your motivation? Whatever
Yeah,
side you feel
yes, 'cause
as
I'm not
worse,
highly
whatever
motivated
you mean by
toward either
worse,
side.
is the side you'll vote against. And rather than
Yeah,
voting for something, you're voting against something. I think this happens a lot, right? So you're not the first person
Yeah.
I've heard that says something like this, right? You're not the first person I've talked to that says, well, I don't really care about Trump or anything, but the Democrats can't win because X, Y, or Z, right? Or the Democrats were mean to me, so X, Y, and Z, I'm going to vote against them. So, or I'm going to stay home and things like that. So I guess, like, what are, you voted, you're saying these fringe and extremes, right? What do you mean?
On the right.
Yeah, what do you mean? Be specific, please.
Sure. So when I say like vibes, right, and I'm talking about cultural vibes.
You mentioned
and
Dave Smith.
what I-
Are you talking about the Dave Smith types, the woke right types? What are you talking about? Like, we don't have to talk about
Yeah,
vibes. We don't have to go in circles. You can just tell me.
Sorry, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about Tucker Carlson.
Okay.
I'm concerned about Candace Owens. I'm concerned about Dave Smith. I'm concerned about Darryl Cooper. I'm concerned about the apparatus of people who I think they're well-meaning people caught up in that group.
The through line there is anti-Zionism, anti-Israel position. I know that that's not why you didn't vote, and I believe you when you say that. But that is the through line. And when you
I
talk
don't
about
see the
extremism,
through
like,
line. No, I see
You don't?
anti-Americanism. I see historical revisionism as the through line there. I see
Denial.
I see tendency toward fascism in Holocaust denial.
which you
across
don't
the
see,
board
which you
there.
don't see in Trump. I mean, really, think about it. Which you don't see in Trump.
So I not
terms
to
of his-
to
yeah, go
not
for
to
it.
hitch hutch to this claim, but kind of what Trump was saying in the beginning, where that he like believes Trump when he says he doesn't intend to cut Medicaid. I don't think Trump is ideological. I think I sort of believe the notion that came out of the first administration, which is he kind of listens to the last person in the room, and that's not a
But
stable.
the administration is
way to
ideological. I mean, you
run
want to talk
things.
about fascism, you want about
Sure, yeah.
authoritarianism. Like, you must recognize. I mean, we just have a lawsuit from Kilmar Berger Garcia where he's detailing what happened on his way to Sikhat, where he's being tortured. You know, he's being tortured, and for weeks, the administration's official policy was basically to demean this person and to ignore the law. So, I mean,
Yeah,
you must
concerns me
acknowledge that-
greatly.
I mean,
Yes.
it concerns you greatly, but it
Yes.
doesn't raise the same kind of fascism concerns that, like, I don't know, Dave Smith. I mean, Dave Smith strikes you as more of a fascist than what I just
Tucker
described.
Carlson, Darryl Cooper. So Wick points out Dave Smith, and Dave Smith again is like is that center. He's like the middle of the horseshoe that kind of brings together the left wing people who kind of fall into that space and the right wing people who fall into that space. He's somewhat of a
you said the
separate
through
case
line
here.
among these various different thinkers that you're thinking who you say represent the fringes of the Republican Party. By the way, I agree with you, actually. I think that they are the fringe in the sense that they are not the and we've talked about this too, and I think we talked about with Econoboy and Josiah, that the majority of the party probably isn't represented by the Tuckers of the world. But you mentioned them, the through lines of the speakers that you mentioned of the extremes are like fascism and like historical revisionism. This is the raison d'etre, I think, of the current administration, which is represented by like the actual government officials.
Right, and I just want to piggyback off that, and by saying I agree that Trump is not a particularly deep thinker. He's not particularly well read. He's not a fascist ideologically in the sense that he's not staying up all night reading Giovanni Gentile or anything like that. But he deeply believes and embodies some of the worst elements of fascism, like being at the center of a cult of personality, wanting to maximize power, wanting to crush dissent in ways we've simply never seen, certainly from the Democratic Party, but even from the pre-Trump Republican Party. So I don't think I would encourage you to look at it as you shouldn't give him any points by simply saying, oh, he's kind of a blank slate and kind of a doofus, right? Because it is precisely because of his personality defects and deficits that we are in this situation. And he is influenced by more philosophically ingrained, smarter fascists and authoritarians, like, again, the Stephen Millers, for example. I think that there is this reflex among Trump voters, and you seem to imply it there, maybe you don't believe it, to absolve Trump of this, but this would not work without him. He is the primary cause of it, and this is a very authoritarian second administration so far, quite frankly, not just for the reasons Pisco provided, but that Wick did at the beginning during his intro, talking about the First Amendment violations that we've never seen from the Democratic Party or anything else.
Hey, I mean, so if we want to talk about transformational texts and things that I read along my journey, The Coddling of the American Mind by Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff was extremely impactful for me, and it really reflective of what I see as sort of real issues in our culture. And that's why it's like easy to say, oh, vibes, and like minimize it. But when we're talking about the coddling of the American mind and the way that this is influencing people's mental health and how that's influencing their physical health and all of these things I see as interconnected and things that I am really concerned about, basically.
But Tali, you say vibes, right? So we're not dismissing it as vibes. Yeah, you say vibes.
No. I say vibes, but that's where I was about to get into a tangent and Wick cut me off, which is fair enough. But I say vibes in the way that like there are some kind of like schizo people on YouTube who talk about vibes, and it's not just like they're talking about a different type of analysis, cultural analysis. It's not just like this is how I feel today and I didn't eat breakfast. And I feel like that's sometimes the way that you guys talk about it, and that's fine. And some people, I guess, probably do vote that way, but I am talking a little like
And has the culture gotten better? I mean, like, so you say, you're looking at a different mode of analysis. I feel like the culture's gotten worse. So to get a Hutch's question, do you regret your vote?
I'm not happy with the way things are going. It seems I have a few things to say about regret. Number one, my vote didn't elect Trump.
Yeah, I know, but what I mean to say, like, you can still feel a sense of personal responsibility in that, even if you acknowledge the reality, which is that there's no causal link between your vote and the outcomes. You could have not gone.
Yeah, it's not outcome determinative.
But people still feel guilty about things because it's a signaling and internal. I mean, that's presumably the reason you went to vote in the first place, right? Your protest vote is just as unlikely to affect the outcome as any other vote. A vote in and of itself is very unlikely to. But you voted anyway. You voted anyway because you find some value there as a signaling mechanism or whatever you wanted to find it for yourself. And on that basis, do you regret it?
Maybe kind of like. I think, shoot, I had something that I was going to, so someone, I'm assuming it's a audience member of one of yours, but was like asking me questions about this last night on Twitter. And I don't know how I realize this might not be relevant to you, but it is sort of to me is like, this was actually the first election that I was not proselytizing, or I was not telling people go out and vote for my guy, make sure you vote, I wasn't encouraging people to vote for Trump. It was something that I kept to myself, except for on Twitter, basically, and like Twitter is really disconnected from my real life.
Tali, I'm granting you probably didn't have the big impact on the election. I'm granting you that. None of us did, right? But just be like, if you look in your heart, do you feel like that you regret that you voted for him?
Can I maybe?
I don't know, and I'm not. Hold on, let me just. I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't want to lie and just be like, yes, I regret it so much. So like,
sure, don't lie.
Richard Hanania has written about he really regrets his vote. And I relate to a lot of the stuff he's saying. And I'm like, Richard Hanania is one of the people that I really like ideologically. Him, Brad Palumbo. I relate to the things that he's saying. Like, I don't feel overcome with regret. Like, again, I could give an answer that would make me like more socially desirable in this setting.
I'm not asking.
No, yeah, we're
I know
wanting the
you're
truth.
not.
You gave
I know
it.
you're not, and
Yeah,
I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
happy
want-
with what's going on, but like, I don't know how meaningful regret is.
Let's do Hutch, then Econoboy, then Wick.
I want to put my big boy hat on for a minute here.
Big boy hat.
There was an estimate that came out today that said that 14 million people across the world are going to die by 2030 because of these USAID cuts. The Republicans are on the precipice of signing a bill into law that could kick 17 million people off of Medicaid, over a quarter of Medicaid recipients. These are poor families. These are children that are going to be kicked off of this. And I'm not trying to moralize right now, but you said something before that stuck with me. It's one of the things that triggers me. You said that you felt like not much meaningfully changes between a Democratic president switch to a Republican, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know how you could possibly reach that conclusion faced with those kind of staggering numbers.
So those are bad things.
No, those are catastrophic things. 14 million dead.
Yes.
Those are catastrophic things.
So, Hutch, I agree with you, but I'm very hesitant about predictive numbers like this because we just don't know. And I've seen things even just in this past, like in the Gaza war, of estimations of like a certain date and a certain time that we were going to reach a certain threshold of starvation or of famine, or predictions of deaths that don't necessarily come true. There could be other things. Maybe basically what I'm saying is, if that is the outcome, yes, that is horrific, absolutely horrific, bad.
But can we also, just to clarify to Hutch's point, he's saying it's horrific, but it is a direct consequence. That is 100% the fault of Trump and the Republican Party, not the Democrats. His point is, I take your skepticism notwithstanding, let's assume the figures he cited are true or likely to be true. That's not Joe Biden. That's not woke activists on Twitter. That is literally 100.00% Donald Trump and the Republican Party. And that is a meaningful difference between the two parties and the two administrations. And can you address that? He's not asking you, of course you find it horrific, but are you now 6 months in recognizing, oh shit, there are meaningful differences between a Donald Trump in power versus a Democrat in power?
You were speaking to like your concerns with the fringes on the right, and Pisco was right that one through line was this like staunch opposition to Israel. Another through line is nationalism, hyper nationalism. These people are isolationists, they're nationalists, which means you are patriotic to the point where it is detrimental to the world around you. This is like the USAID cuts. That is, you're speaking sort of in the abstract about your concerns about the fringes. This is
you're absolutely right. That type of anti-interventionism
of nationalism. Yeah. So that's why I think it's hard for us, or hard for me, I speak for myself, to reconcile.
No, I hear you. I hear you, and
this,
that's compelling. And again, I just like, we're all gonna get different things out of this conversation, but like, I sincerely, Econoboy and Josiah, I really only know you guys for when you chime in on on Wick's channel and when I watch this show. But like, Pisco and Hutch, I watch your streams. I find value in what you have to say. I agree, that's bad. And actually, I think that connection that you just made sort of explicit, the sort of anti-interventionist overlap there, that's a good point. That is compelling to me. That's a direction that I am concerned with. Yes.
So I think, so just to jump in here, I think, well, where to start? Okay, so I think that something that you said that I really disagree with. Obviously, I think most people, when they vote, they don't take it to be a very, you could say, moral decision, right? They just kind of vote, like you said, based on vibes, like whoever they kind of intuit would be better for society. Some people have very more, evangelical Christians, I'm sure, have very deep-seated conservative religious beliefs or something like that, right? But, at the end of the day, you can do immoral things without realizing it. You can do moral things without realizing it. The actions that we take are always, in some sense, guided by our senses of morality, you make the point of, well, this is kind of hiding, I think, behind the consequences of Trump's administration. Oh, well, my vote just didn't make a difference. It's like, okay, well, I don't think that's how morality works, right? Like if a bunch of people are like throwing stones at, if there's a bunch of people are stoning someone to death for some inconceivable reason, and I pick up a stone and just like throw it in the general direction, I don't think that I would say like, well, I mean, I was just one of the people who threw a stone. I didn't, it's like, come on, guys. Like, did I really do anything that bad? Like, no, like it's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the way that I would view that. And I think although voting in a ballot box isn't quite as direct as throwing a stone at someone, to Hutch's point, millions of people are going to, have limited access or lose their access to health insurance. Millions of people are going to die. I mean, like, this isn't like you said, oh, these projections, like there's vaccine shipments that go to these countries that save lives. We know vaccines work. Those shipments aren't going
that are on
anymore,
a tight schedule.
right?
Like some of these, like these medicinal regimens, like they require like specific times and dates, and they're just sitting there collecting dust.
Millions of dollars worth of food spoiling in a factory.
The last thing I was just going to say, one more thing, was I really also disagree with this general method of voting. Like you said, well, I might vote for the Democrats based on how extreme some of the elements on the right are. I think you should vote based on the actually existing governments and politicians of either party, right? I mean, I agree. Like when I see some leftist protests, I'm like, that is outside of my mind right there. Like, I don't know if I'd agree with everything that every leftist protester does. And similarly, like when I say Stephen Miller's a Nazi, it's because I really do think that he is, right? But if we were to compare those two groups, right? We've got Stephen Miller, who he liked a white nationalist book where the plot of the book was an Indian immigrant raping a white woman, and he shared a bunch of websites on white nationalist websites, and he's a believer in white genocide theory, and he thinks that denationalization for people with immigrant backgrounds makes sense, even people who came here legally, whether you call that a Nazi or not.
His uncle called him a Nazi, for the record.
Yeah. Well, Jews can't be Nazis apparently, right? Even though they fucking line by line, besides the anti-Semitism,
Nazism's central like dogma is anti-Semitism, so it's ridiculous. But go ahead.
I don't think the central dogma to Nazism is like just
Is
anti-Semitism.
is the organizing principle of Nazism.
We could just call them evil.
The Nazis,
is evil better?
The Nazis didn't kill only Jews. They had
I didn't say that. I said the organizing principle of Nazism is anti-Semitism.
Whatever.
It is central to their ideology.
This is why I hate using the word Nazi, even if it applies, is because we start debating what Nazi is instead of what's actually happening.
I wouldn't have jumped in if you just don't talk shit. Don't do your little snipes.
Yeah. My little snipes. What are you talking about? You're the one that brought it up. Okay. I made my point. You jumped in. Now, the point that I was trying to make was that I don't find a serious difference in, or I do find, a serious difference in a guy like Trump who puts a guy like Stephen Miller in one of the highest positions in our government, and like the actually existing administration of Democrats where like, yeah, I guess some of them believe in equity a little too hard, and some of them have pro-Palestinian, it just seems like the way we should vote is the governments.
I think that's fair, and that's good, and I like agree with you. That's like very logical. That's very sound. That's not how everyone votes, for better or for worse. I can take on board what you're saying. You said a lot of things, and I had like responses that came up in my mind.
Of course, yeah.
Now I'm having trouble tracking all of them, but.
I talked about there were two main points. One was the morality of your vote and the throwing a stone at someone. The other one was I think that the way we should vote is like the actually governing coalition of these parties, not necessarily in reaction to the fringes of either movement.
Sure. So with regard to the morality of the vote, like I understand what you're saying, and I hear you. And like if there are, maybe it's a stronger point. Maybe you could call it negligence. Maybe it's a stronger case if you're talking about someone who's cheering on some of the things that are happening right now. The way that I sort of see it is like I voted in an election that I knew there was a very slim chance that my vote would matter. And when I was far on the left, I was for like abolishing the electoral college. Okay, so this is a frustration that I've had for a long time as someone who has always lived in very blue states, right? I mean, I voted blue all the time.
Would you have voted Trump if you lived in Pennsylvania?
It would have been a no. I don't think so. Would have been a much harder call for me. I wouldn't have voted Kamala again. I was decided at that point that I wasn't voting for the left, but that would have been a very different calculation that I would have had to do. I think
Why?
what I
Because like
because it would matter.
No.
Yeah, because it would matter more.
Your vote is a lot, just as unlikely. It's 0.001% to be the deciding vote in a Pennsylvania general election.
Okay, in Florida in 2000, the vote was decided by less than 500 people. So after that, right, in Pennsylvania it was 20,000 votes. Like the level of possibility is orders of magnitude greater if you live in a swing state than if you live in a
It is not
California or a blue state, right? It just is.
It is not meaningfully different at all. The likelihood that
Are
a
you
single vote
insane?
is going to be. I'm not insane.
Well, you're just wrong then.
I'm not wrong.
You are
The likelihood
absolutely.
that
He's go taking L's.
I am not
Hold on.
wrong.
Do you
The
think that a
likelihood-
voter
Oh
in
my God.
California has as much chance to influence the election as a voter in Pennsylvania?
Effectively, yes.
Okay, I
It's both. It's
don't
both.
believe you.
99.99. If you want to look at the actual why are you fucking shaking your head? There's plenty of actual articles and research on this.
This has been a clarion call on the left for a long time, right? The frustration that the left is overwhelmingly able to have these popular vote victories and then lose in the electoral college, and there has been a strong disenfranchisement of voters on the left for a long time. I hear what you're saying, like you're making a point about a statistical analysis that any one individual person has the same likelihood of like.
But you
being
agree with that,
deciding
don't you?
vote.
You do agree with that?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Right. So
I guess,
my question is, given the high levels of the fact that you would affect the outcome is going to be completely astronomical chance in both cases. Why would it change? Why would you be more like unsure about the Pennsylvania one? Personally, it shouldn't matter, right? You're going to punish the Democratic Party and one versus the other, and it's very unlikely to affect the outcome in both cases, Pennsylvania or New York.
Sure. Again, to me, it feels like it would be a different calculation for me. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to give you a better answer. Wick seems to understand what I'm saying. I think there's a reason that we.
So does Pisco. I mean, why do you like Pisco? Why do you think Kamala spent so much time in the 7 swing states? Obviously, those votes are going to matter more.
So it matters more in bulk for a person who's running the race. The point is, when you're talking about the personal motivation for someone to vote, right? Someone's individual vote is an individual's vote is incredibly unlikely to affect in a dispositive way the outcome in any election, right? Especially in these presidential elections, when has it ever happened? But also it's just very, very, very low likelihood odds. So why would that change the calculus if you are physically in Pennsylvania, where you have a very astronomically low chances of having a dispositive vote in the outcome, and the same thing in New York, where effectively it's both like zero. Because it feels different. And she answered the question, and I hear her, it feels different. Why does it feel different? Because and if it has to do with your prior on what you're more likely to affect the outcome on, doesn't that affect your analysis? Like, maybe Trump isn't the better person to win. Like, if part of your analysis that's changing you from definitely vote Trump in one case versus maybe I'm unsure in the other has to do with like the tendency to affect the outcome, or at least the feeling that you might affect the outcome, doesn't that implicitly imply like you have an aversion to this outcome, and at least some of your hesitancy in the one case is influenced by?
I have an aversion to Trump. I always have had an aversion to Trump, and I know that's what complicates
you wouldn't vote for Kamala. You clarified that you wouldn't vote for Kamala, so we're kind of in the same territory regardless.
So to be clear, so I guess like even take the votes out of it, to be like crystal clear on this, regardless of what state you literally or hypothetically resided in or voted in at the time, you preferred Trump winning the election to Kamala Harris. That's fair to say. Okay.
Sure. I mean, I was right. I hear you. Right. That should be like the most obvious question there. Yeah. And like, did I think that would be, like I said before, and it's not a good answer, and that's fine. And I grant that, but like, I was kind of feeling like not much changes, and I didn't expect all of the things to happen that have been happening. Like when my mom was very worried after the election, and I was saying, you know, like we got to wait to see for the courts to decide these things, right? And then we have the administration going against the courts, and so these are things that do concern me that I'm not happy with. Again, like
well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you acknowledging that. Here's my question, because you mentioned this earlier.
I feel like that's all I can do. And you can try to bring me back and be like, do I, you know?
Yeah, I gotta.
Yes, it's really
After
not
you,
about,
I want to go. Josiah.
No, yeah. Well, actually, no. You go ahead, Wick.
Oh,
you go ahead,
yeah,
buddy.
because this is this conversation for me is frustrating. I would not be shocked if it was more frustrating for me than for poor Tali here. I understand, right, the questions that Hutch and others are asking, like the did you regret the vote? And I think it's fair to ask, right? But this idea that we can guilt people into never voting for the other side again, I don't think it's effective, and I fear that it might be counter-effective when you try to cast this kind of like this 14 what
no
was
one's
it?
doing that, Wick. This is
14
insane.
million
No
dead.
one is doing that.
You are absolutely all doing it. Let me, if you allow me to explain, I will demonstrate it. Like, oh, you voted for Biden. All the blood of the Gazans are on your hands. You are the one who specifically did that. Hutch with his question and the rest of you with your questions about this. You won't let me finish because you know I'm right, so you're trying to talk over me because you can't handle what we're trying to say. What you're trying to do right now is cast the blame for the deaths and all the bad things that happen on to Tali. You were trying to showcase that, and it's not going to work.
So Hutch was listening to Tali, and Tali said, one thing I'm very concerned about is the kind of nationalism that is embodied by these extremists. Hutch listened to what she said and said, well, here's a way that this manifests, that the nationalism of the extremists, which you attribute to the extremists, is actually, you know, there's maybe more of it in the administration, and it's manifesting in a policy. And that statement, more contrary to it being like a bad statement or trying to put the blame on Tali, she said that was the most compelling thing that she's heard so far. And she said, I have to think about it. So it's complete bullshit for you to now say, well, something that Tali took to heart out of Hutch listening to Tali.
Are you able to read body language?
Is somehow an indication
you're
that
so
Hutch is
smart.
Like trying to berate
You're so
her.
smart, Pisco.
Hold on, let me.
And
hold on.
No. Pisco, you're so smart. You're so kind. Do you think I actually mean what I'm saying here? Even though those words are what I'm using, do you think I'm actually meaning it? How can you tell that I don't mean what I'm saying here? Is there a method that we can use to discern when someone's actually being sincere and when someone's being insincere?
You're accusing Hutch.
I'm not accusing Hutch. I'm accusing all of you.
Of trying to
and
guilt
look,
someone.
I do wrong things too. This isn't a personal attack.
Guys,
I am simply saying this conversation is frustrating
share how I
because
feel.
instead of talking about like, okay, what can we do, right? Like, how can we figure out what people like Tali and things like that, what their actual problems are.
You accuse Hutch
and we
of
can
guilting
figure out
people. That's not
how
what he
to
did.
get things
That's bullshit.
working again
That's
for
bullshit.
the Democratic Party. We're going to sit here and have a struggle session, right? Like,
Wait.
do you regret your vote? You're a terrible person, Tali.
That's not
No,
what he's doing.
we're just
You're so
establishing a
full of
baseline.
shit.
That's all.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
not,
let
it
me
wasn't
jump
some
in.
fuckhead.
Let me
It was-
jump in.
Let the terrible person
yeah.
talk. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah,
I'm
the
fucking with you,
terrible
Tali. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're both right, Wick and Pisco. Okay, so
Pick a side, you centrist. Come on.
Frankly, I know, right? Frankly, I felt moralized more by Econoboy, and I'll touch on that because that is something that I wanted to address.
enough.
You said a lot of things that again had me thinking about a lot of things. The 14 million number is not what got me. Connecting it to this isolationism and this idea that this idea that like every dollar that we spend abroad would otherwise be if we just didn't fund this one program in this one country, or if we didn't support our allies who are, you know, at wars of survival, then we would all have universal health care and there'd be no homeless people and everyone would have a mansion and all of this stuff. I resent that a lot. That's creeping up a lot on the left. That sort of
100%. No, 100%. But that's not what Hutch did.
No, I agree.
Hutch
Hold on. I agree with you. So it was more compelling when we got to that second point,
right?
When we drew that direct connection. That's more compelling than the numbers, to be honest. And they're like, isn't that horrible? Because like, yes, that is obviously horrible. And it's not something that I wish to defend, you know, because that is bad. I don't want to. And again, I don't think I am responsible for the deaths of those people. Frankly, I'm just gonna be honest about the way that I see it.
Me neither.
Yeah, sure, right. But with what you were saying, Econoboy, like just the morality of the vote and stuff. And this is your perspective, and that's fine and that's fair. But like, would you? And I think maybe you would have the same perspective of like someone on the left who was just withholding their vote from Kamala and get voting green or voting something
I would
else.
1,000% for the
Yeah,
record.
Right.
Fuck those people. They're just as bad as MAGA. I'm with you on
Right,
that one.
but are
They're
they?
just
Because
as
it
bad
kinda
as
seems
MAGA.
like- It kind of seems like the
I-
way that Econoboy set it up that it wasn't. Like there are like other sort
No.
of principled ways to do it. But if your vote goes for Trump,
Yeah, obviously.
and I mean,
it's-
fair enough. Trump is different from Jill Stein, but
Well, that's my point, right? Is that obviously, we can agree and disagree with like the rationale behind, why somebody votes for somebody or whatnot. I mean, I think that to be fair, look, I will say that people who didn't go out and vote for Kamala, whether it was, because they wanted to vote for Trump, because of like there was a protest vote for Trump, or because they had these like far left kind of not far left necessarily, but like these very like pro-Palestinian like views, and they were very, very anti the Biden administration just generally. Yeah, I would say of course there's moral culpability there. I mean, for goodness sake, like I think there's such moral culpability. I'll give an example. I was listening. I don't even know why my wife was listening to this. We were in a car ride, and she was listening to a radio show from Dearborn, and they just happened to be doing a segment on following up with people who didn't vote for Kamala, right? So people who voted for Trump, people who voted for the Green Party, people who just didn't vote. And obviously Dearborn's a super Muslim, most Muslim city in the country. At least it's the biggest, most Muslim city. And one thing that I thought was interesting was that the people who voted not for Kamala, right? The people who just didn't vote at all, they were willing to give interviews, and they were willing to say, look, this is why I didn't vote. And most of them seemed decently regretful about it, that, look, honestly, I didn't think that Trump would be so bad, especially even on the issue of Israel-Palestine, to the extent that they care about it. But the ones who voted for Trump were not even willing to give an interview, right? They were not even willing to show themselves in public,
I am.
right? Yeah. Well, but I'm saying like they voted for Trump for radically different reasons than I think that you did, and that's fine, obviously. But yeah, I would say that there's always a moral angle to how you vote and how you should feel about voting, right? That I do think that and it should be as conscious as possible. Most people don't, but I think that if you're gonna deconstruct why you vote, you should certainly have deeply held moral reasons as to why you vote, right? Oh, I think poverty is a big deal. Well, why is that? And then think about which side is actually better or worse on those issues. Of course, there's a moral axis to this. And I mean, yeah, like I do think that to the extent that Trump is terrible, and to the extent that you thought that voting for Trump was like a good thing to do as a means to protest the Democrats, I really don't think that was the right decision, right? Both morally and practically. That I don't think, to the extent that
doesn't surprise me.
Well, but I don't think that the Democrats, I guess we haven't really gotten into what you talked about it, but I didn't really understand the answer of like what lesson the Democrats should learn from this. Like, I just don't really know that this is a long-term beneficial thing to do, to like protest vote for Trump. And I think the evidence is mounting that that's the case, right? It was terrible to
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tali, if you
That's-
can respond to that, then I've got something to say to hopefully like circle this particular square. Go ahead.
Sure, that's fair, and I agree. It's obviously not like a long-term strategy. And again, like I keep trying to, unfortunately, burst Wick's balloon, which is like, well, I guess the lessons that I want the left to take away from somebody like me is like there are people who want the same sort of like social end goals that you do, who are really resentful of the grievance framing of everything, that the constant degradation of white people. And I say this as someone who like I don't see myself like I recognize that I'm white, but like I don't even put myself in that group necessarily. And I used to make lots of white jokes and stuff like that. Like I think this is toxic to our culture. I think it's like bad for the mental health of individuals who are really eating this stuff up. And I think it's bad for our society at large. And I know that's like a big, like grand dramatic
But
statement.
how do you, Tali, here's an example. How do you weigh that against the degradation of so many different groups from people on the right? This is one of the issues that I seem to have foundationally with people who say that this is at least one of the predominant reasons why they are, rejecting the Democrats and not voting for the Democrats, is it's like, okay, I like this colorblind approach, right? And I don't necessarily agree with that approach, but I don't think it's the most offensive thing on the planet. But again, when we compare Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, I'm sundowning, obviously. But
You
when we
can't be the
compare those
nominee next
two-
year.
right. When we compare those two, one of these people had a message of joy and being uplifting, and Donald Trump was on stage saying
Very contrived joy.
yeah.
I would
Well,
say.
whatever, Tali. The point is that Trump had a message. He literally said that Haitian immigrants were eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And if I had to compare those
We don't
two
know that they
people,
weren't.
and yeah, true. If I had to compare those two people and
I don't
say, who is more likely to break the principle of a colorblind approach? It's the guy who's saying Haitian immigrants are eating dogs and cats, and it's the guy who appoints a guy named Stephen Miller who thinks that immigrants raping white women is a problem, and that's why we should. I mean, it's just like.
And to give an even more specific example to piggyback off Boy's point right there. So multiple times throughout their campaign, Trump repeatedly made identitarian insults towards Kamala Harris about her gender and her race. She never took the bait. At no point did she say. At no point did she say, "How dare you talk to a woman like that? How dare you talk to a black woman like that?" She would have been well within her rights to fire back, and she never did. Her iconic line was, something like, "That's insane. Next question." That was what she'd say. Next question.
Yeah.
So to Boy's point, can you address that? Because Trump trafficked in more blatant identitarian rhetoric by far than Kamala Harris during the campaign.
I agree. Kamala Harris did not run an identitarian campaign. I think she explicitly toned that down. I mean, her 2024 campaign looked nothing like her previous campaigns, plural. She ran for president twice before, is that right?
Once before.
Once.
2020.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's like I guess it's easier for me to conceptualize. I guess there's a few things at play, and this is something that again people don't like, but I see it as like true for me at least.
Trigger them.
The left comes across to people who are like skeptical or like me or a little bit jaded or have turned anti-woke. The left comes across as very inauthentic, and so you're right. Again, I don't want people on the right talking in these identitarian terms. And by the way, that's a big thing that Wick and I talk about in this like so-called woke right? It's like it's literally the exact inverse. It's like straight white men are being targeted and are being oppressed, and we need to implement these different government policies to free the straight white man. And so I resent that stuff. I guess I saw it more as like that's Trump's personality. Like he's just like always throwing insults and jabs and stuff like that. And yeah, like I said, I was desensitized, and I'm, the more we sit here and like go through all these things, like I don't think it's good that I was desensitized. I think that's an issue, and that's part of the reason that I have frustration with the left.
You raised a point there that I thought was very interesting. You said authenticity, and I actually agree with you that Democrats do feel inauthentic to a lot of people, and that's something that I think a common theme on Lib and Learn is like making fun of people like Chuck Schumer and other people when they are inauthentic.
Oh God,
or like
kill me. Murder me.
The people are aroused.
I really appreciate you saying that.
No.
Because right now, what's undeniable, and why I think this conversation, even though people can judge it in the meta level, is helpful, is because there's like 70% within the Democratic Party, put aside disaffected liberals who left the party. Within the party, there's this disaffectation with the leadership, and it does center around this notion of authenticity, but also in terms of fight and ganas. And you would mention there that like you feel bad, or you feel something that like you were desensitized to some of the bad, or I don't know, the negative traits of Trump. Are you saying that from like a policy perspective or from the accusations? And do you feel bad because you think that some of the accusations are true?
The accusations about Trump?
Yeah, that he has this kind of authoritarian tendency towards him, that some of the stuff is bad. Like, why would you feel bad about being desensitized to those traits if you didn't feel that at bottom, some of these criticisms are actually true?
I do think they're true. Yeah, like I said, like all of the criticisms. I really like Richard Hanania because he kind of occupies this space that I think is really awesome, which is like he came out and like did the I regret my vote. I should have voted for Kamala and like could have taken the ticket that everyone on both sides does when they like switch over, right? But he's just like too autistic to lie. And like he actually doesn't like the woke stuff and he actually is like fiscally conservative, you know, in an authentic like
Another reason to hate
whatever
Trump.
He hates
thought out way.
and he hates the terrorists. But there's also
Exactly,
something that
exactly.
he disagrees with you on, right? He disagrees with you that the presidency doesn't matter, right? The reason why he said let's vote for Trump is because he thought Trump would be different, and that seems to be a little bit counter to your notion that that like it doesn't really matter, who cares, right?
Yeah, I basically thought that again, I was like caught up in this new coalition of people. And I thought there were going to be a lot of different voices around him that would moderate. I agree with you about his instincts. Like he's authoritarian, but I would even put that behind just his narcissism. Like he's authoritarian because he has a big ego and power, right? So it's like he revels in taking the power. And so, yeah, I agree with you. Again, like,
what's stopping you from joining Richard? Like, what about Richard's whole article and now recent commentary hasn't convinced you?
Econo boy.
Nothing really. Like, I just even just the term regret. And again, I don't want to get onto too much of a side note with this, but like, is a concept that I've thought about separately, like within the realm of psychology, and just like what if it's even really a useful measure. People do what I'm doing now, right? Which is like there's like a sunk cost fallacy, right? And we try to at least rationalize it like, well, I don't regret what I did, but I learned from it, right? People will say that they don't regret things that were like really horrible and traumatic in their lives, right?
I think Pisco's point is as much as, I mean, personally, as much as we'd love to see every Trump supporter express regret and then change their votes, regret's not even like a necessary predicate. You know, I think what he's asking is, given that this is not what you expected, this seems to be much worse than you expected. I mean, even fuck the regret part, just as a practical matter, why not join Richard as a public crusader against the Trump administration and the MAGA Republican movement? Yeah,
you got the midterms coming up in a year and a half.
Midterms coming up.
Perfect time to express your dissatisfaction with the administration.
Kill the past.
You could even say when somebody asks, okay, well, Tali, do you regret your vote? You could even get into like, listen, I don't know. Regret. Yeah, I don't do regret. What I do know is this is not what I expected.
It's not even that I don't do regret, right? It's almost like I don't trust myself to like have a non-biased analysis, right? Like of this type of thing. I think I at least have these different, you know, self-protection mechanisms that jump into play. But listen, you make an interesting point. So a few things. Back to the point that I made earlier about me not proselytizing this is like, for example, the origin of the trial of Tali was because I like mentioned that I voted Trump, and that surprised people. So I don't walk around talking about how great the Trump administration is. I don't walk around saying how wonderful the things that his administration is doing. I comment, like, you know, I tweet sometimes, and when we're having discussions that are topical, which oftentimes they are on WhickTV, I share my input. And I feel like what I have now is instincts that have become a bit more conservative. And I even think about my conservatism as like, I want to conserve liberalism in more of the classical way, although I'm not exactly a libertarian, but
I get that, and I agree, because you're saying you're not proselytizing, you're not here for a campaign purpose. You struggled with, and you didn't like broadcast your vote, and you struggled with it internally. But so putting aside the proselytizing part, why not take Richard's tack and in the future potentially vote for? Don't vote. I'm not saying vote for a Democrat. In the future, like, are you going to be voting for Democrats or not, or voting for Republicans, or is it going to be more issue by issue, or do you know what I'm saying? Like, if the choice comes before you again, are you going to?
It's probably going to be candidate. Yeah, I don't know, right? So again, I'm now when it was leading up to the election, I was very much like, the left is headed in totally the wrong direction, and I'm willing to even just take the gamble of what this is. Right now, I'm like, oh, the right is headed in the wrong direction. And again, I make more of a focus on like the cultural right. Not that I take issue with a lot of the things that the administration is doing, but again, just like I was seeping up the culture of the left, right, the social cultural influences of the left,
It's the
I'm really concerned
podcasters
about
instead
those
of the
on the right
politicians,
now.
right? Is that correct, Tali? That it would be the people who are in the party, the influencers within the party, not so much the
Yeah, and
politicians
I mean-
within each party, right? So not so much
Right,
Chuck
and first of
Schumer
all-
or Biden or any of
No,
those people,
correct.
but it's the people who, like, for example,
Yes,
Lib
and
and
these-
Learn, right?
these-
For example, people who are the Kyle Kalinskis, right? The all the other like culture around it, and same on the right. So you have the people who are like, I don't know, like you
Charlie
mentioned, like the
Kirk?
Tucker Carlsons and things like that. It's the culture, and this is the frustrating part, because you guys are like, well, the policies of the Democrats are better, and sure, yes, absolutely, but a lot of people vote on culture. A lot of people vote on culture, and when they talk about culture, they don't care so much what the politicians say or do. They care how they are treated. They care how they are treated when they go into spaces that are left-leaning or right-leaning. And when they go into space like left-leaning, and then you see miles and miles of chat saying, she's a racist, she's a bigot, all she cares about is Israel, kick her off, gang. Do you not think that this has an effect that is far greater than any policy position on influencing people and what they do?
You're
I think
Yeah,
we're
that's
treating her with
absolutely-
respect. I think we're treating her with respect, and we're treating her like a human
You are.
being. We're not coddling her.
Did you not hear
and we're-
anything I just said?
Yeah, I understand. And the chat stuff, I don't think that Tali would ask for
Some animosity here, boys.
Like I don't think she would be like, okay, censor your chat so they don't criticize me and the Israel stuff.
She's
We're
not.
sussing out, and at times, we both Wick and I have admonished our chats. Me privately, Wick, Hutch and I have admonished our chats to like be respectful and be kindful, whatever. And when Doobie had that little super chat and said, "Hey, $10, all you care about Israel," I spoke up and I said she literally said the opposite, that it wasn't influenced by Israel. And so I think that we're being confrontational in a sense, but I'm trying to treat her as a peer.
You
and not
are.
as some,
I'm
like,
not
product-
talking
yeah.
about you
Yeah.
specifically right now. I'm
Okay.
talking about the
No.
culture in your
No.
community.
It's like to Wick and Tali, like this is something I go round and round on. I identify with some of the shit that you're talking about. Like I was way more we'll say progressive. Like I still call myself a progressive. I was way more progressive. I was like fully in the tank in like 2019 and 2020. There was more of like a unifying purpose back then. So like I got along more with people to my left because Trump was this great unifying presence. He gave this kind of clarity. Like there wasn't a lot of discussion about intra-party civil war because he was the threat. I mean, and add on top of that the George Floyd stuff that he just made 10 times worse, the COVID response, and it was just a really intense time, but there was more to get along with. And once Biden was elected, I started really scrapping with a lot of people who, I mean, just like to your point, there are fully psychotic people on the left. They are toxic to the left-wing politics. They are not concerned with institutional power. All they care about is moralizing and telling you you're a bad person. And they
The
think that
ContraPoints
this
meme.
makes
They don't want power. They want to
Yes.
endlessly critique power.
and
Yes,
these people
yes.
exist in large numbers in online spaces, and I would assume in activist spaces. So I guess what I would encourage you to do is like what I did is like I say, fuck these people. I fight with these people constantly. But at the end of the day, I'm not thinking about them when I go to vote. Like they have no part to play in my thinking whatsoever. I'm thinking about like, what are the consequences of this election? What can I expect is going to happen if this candidate wins or this candidate wins? You can still fight with these insane lefties.
No,
like,
that's
believe
the
me, I do
correct.
it daily.
Hutch, you're correct. You're correct. That's
Yeah.
exactly what we should do and what people should do. But what I'm trying to point out is that that's not what people do. That's not how people vote.
Yeah, fuck them.
I
I'm just
agree.
saying, like,
I-
don't let that. They should not factor into. I should or
hear
should
you.
not or whatever. Ideally,
I
they would
hear
not
you.
factor into your decision making. Is my
I hear
point.
you, and I agree with you, and even like WhickTV, I mean, it's not hatred from people online that motivates me. It's really not. And so this is where like I was talking. Wick gave me a therapy session earlier today. I was really stressed about this, guys, and I was. Again, I have a parasocial relationship with Hutch, right? Because I watch your stream, and I knew that you would relate to like some of these things. And I guess like what I keep trying to emphasize, and I know I'm not doing a good job of it, and also it's not satisfying what I have to say, but it's not just that I am turned off by people on the left, which I am very turned off. Think about things differently, and that is not just vibes. Like Econoboy, when you were saying like, oh yeah, and like the right is doing, the the right is doing these awful things, and the left, like, yeah, some of them care too much about equity, but it's not just some of them care too much about equity. And yes, I hate the virtue signaling that goes on the left, and they do it on the right too. And Richard Hanania has talked about it, he's calling it vice signaling, and that's exactly what's going on, right? It's like who can say the most crass thing, and there is this social pressure to like not respond in any type of way of offense. You don't want to be the cuck in the situation, you don't want to be the shit lib. And so there's a similar thing going on in the opposite direction that is very disturbing on the right. But so while I resent all of that going on the left, it's not just, yes, people who advocate about, whitey is so bad and we live under the patriarchy and all that. I do believe that a lot of this more extreme sort of postmodern left-wing academic jargon and theory did make its way into the greater liberal left. And it's not a condemnation. Like, again, I think there's like good intentions for some of these things. And I think I just think about some of these things differently. So it's not just that people are saying these things. I do feel like the way that what you believe about the world influences like how you try to attack things, right? So if you believe that there is like pervasive systemic racism, you are going to be continually trying to fix and point at all of these different things until you get the outcomes that you believe should happen. I don't believe that humans are blank slates. I don't believe that we're ever going to achieve that type of demographic representation. And I don't think it's something we should strive for. I don't think it's where our policies should be put. And that is a focus on the left. We saw like the things that people point to, and those are the extreme ones, but like during COVID of like prioritizing different loans or prioritizing access to the vaccine, like, I don't think these things are good. And I mean, with the vaccine, I guess that's sort of a different conversation because there were various groups that were deemed to be high risk, and there are like reasons, right? Why, anyway. But yeah, I think like if you believe that the reason that there is inequality in society is because of sexism and racism, you're going to implement policy as such. And I don't believe that those are the reasons for these differences in society. And so these people that you're talking about though, I mean, do you not feel somewhat comforted? I mean, a lot of people in chat would be upset about this, but like, do you not feel somewhat comforted that the party does seem to be moderating, that it does seem to be kind of moving away from the sort of like what you might call like peak woke era of like the 2020 stuff? We saw Kamala herself, like you mentioned, like she ran a totally different campaign in 2024. She was not running on the sort of rhetoric that she was running on back then.
But you didn't buy it, right? It was that was your Tali.
It was inauthentic, and I think so. So I don't know if her walking back on the identitarian stuff was inauthentic. I found her to be inauthentic. Again, like when Econoboy was talking about, there was this one campaign of joy. Like, well, yeah, I know they kept using the word joy a lot, and joy was in their branding, but it didn't feel very joyous to me personally. So that felt contrived and inauthentic. But I don't really know what she thinks, right? Like, it's hard for me because I'm going to go on a little tangent here. I don't know what Kamala Harris specifically thinks about identitarianism. If she never really believed it, let's say she was virtue signaling in 2020 when she was talking about all of these more woke or whatever extreme things. If she never believed it, then I would have appreciated some acknowledgement of that, like, or if she changed her mind, right? Like that's sort of like the sanity check that I need, is like an acknowledgement that these things are actually wrong and not helpful, and not just I'm going to say it if I think it helps me to be elected, and I'm not going to say it if it doesn't. And let me just take that one step further. So when I say I don't know what these people think, when I was first coming out from the left and whatever and talking about this stuff, there was a lot of people on the right especially, or disaffected people from the left, who believe that essentially this is all, they're very conspiratorial in how they frame it. Like, oh, none of these people believe
You don't
it,
say.
right? Like, yeah, right. And so there's plenty of conspiratorially minded people on the left too. Again,
Yes.
And I have real issue with them. But so there are people who believe that, like, oh, no one on the left actually believes this. They're doing it cynically to gain power because they know that having these victimhood gives you social cachet. I believe that's something that's like true, and we need to acknowledge like this idea that like, Black people and women and gay people and trans people like have a harder time getting jobs and getting accepted into these places where actually oftentimes there is an incentive to hire people from these marginalized groups. I feel like we're just like not living in reality, and I would appreciate a reality check.
I take your point about authenticity, but like I want to propose something different for you. Like we should fully expect that. Like it sounds like you're looking for a politician that you want to get a beer with, and you like fully respect them, and you want to connect with them on a more like human level. But politicians will shift with the political winds all the time. That's just a function of democracy. Like I personally don't care that Barack Obama ran on anti-gay marriage in 2008, and by the time the Supreme Court decision came around, it redefined the party, and now we have a totally different party now. This is just a function of democracy. Like
Trump himself does it. JD Vance. I mean, these are, just to really, put a point on that. That's not exclusive to the left of the Democratic Party. I would argue in many ways the Republican Party is much more inauthentic. Trump changes positions all the time.
It's a politician thing.
Yeah,
it's a politician thing. Well, and it goes to the conversation that was started here criticizing all the right-wing rumbling about the big beautiful bill, and then everyone just like falling in line. So I agree with you. This is a politician problem. And again, I'm not a Republican. Like I didn't get pushed out of my activist circles and go run to the right. Like I hope you can appreciate that much. Not that you need to give me fucking cookies, but like there are a lot of roads that
they're
people
baking
take.
right now. They'll be done in about 5 minutes.
This wasn't an overnight thing. This wasn't an easy thing for me either.
No,
really not an.
No, I understand. The reason I'm just bringing up the because you did vote for the Republican in this. Let's see. I took what you said to heart earlier, which is that, at the end of the day, you made a protest vote a negative decision. Which one was worse in your mind? And I take that at face value. I'm not even trying to build an affirmative case for the Democratic Party for you, because clearly the last time you voted, it was about who was worse. And that's how a lot of people, and Wick even acknowledged it, that's how a lot of people vote. What I'm trying to explain.
Can I just stop right there? Sorry, guys. I will let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But I don't understand worse without relation to better. Like worse is a relational term and better is a relational term. And I don't actually understand the notion of something being worse without something else being better. Like it just seems like those words are relational. And so I don't actually understand that concept.
Yes, that's just like obvious though, right? People talk about voting for the lesser of two evils, right? And you could argue that the Donald Trump administration is much more evil than the Kamala Harris
I think it's kind of weasel. I'm not saying you're weaselly, but I hear people like Ryan Mullally, shout out Ryan Mullally. But I hear people say this term like they deserve to lose, or they're the party that and they cast it in this kind of negative language as though deserve to lose or any of this kind of it's a negative decision having to do with who is worse. Like worse and better are relational, and so saying that someone deserves to lose just feels like, well, someone else deserves to win. It's relational to something else,
right? And that's to touch on again Pisco's point there. That's why I wasn't accusing you of being a Republican. I was just saying when you were talking about inauthenticity, I understand your point. Kamala Harris did a 180 on a number of different issues. She was pegged as inauthentic throughout the campaign. What I'm trying to point out is, as you consider contemplating, voting in the midterms, then the next presidential election, is that the Trump Republican Party is inauthentic itself, just objectively so. We could give you a list of policies where Kamala Harris flipped and Trump has flipped on more policies. Trump flipped on H-1B visas recently with Elon Musk. He used to oppose H-1B visas, and then his biggest donor was like, fuck you, if you go after H-1B visas, we got a problem. Trump's like, oh, I love H-1B visas. He's done it time and time and time again.
Yeah, based. Yeah. I was on the Elon side of that feud on the right.
right. Yeah. Of the two options, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, because I'm pro-immigration. Again, that's the thing too, is like, yeah, I don't know.
You voted for Trump. You're pro-immigration. You didn't care.
I'm pro-legal. I'm pro-legal immigration, okay, right? Yeah. That's the obvious, easy thing to say right there. And I am pro-legal immigration, and I have lots of immigrants in my family. And as many people probably know, immigrants tend to also resent people who they view as like skipping the line or making things more difficult.
That's fair. If you're pro-legal immigration, are you aware that Joe Biden naturalized like 2 times as many immigrants than Trump did during his first term, and that Stephen Miller doesn't want to just limit illegal immigration. He wants to explicitly limit legal immigration as well.
Yes.
Like I'm not
and
sure.
There are, and again, it's like, this is back to, so I agree with you. And this is where I wish no one's going to like this. No one's going to like this. Did you guys watch The Destiny and Ben Shapiro?
Yes.
I never watched it.
Yeah, on Lex Friedman. On Lex Friedman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I I like Destiny and I like Ben Shapiro. And I kind of joke like those are two people that I watch. Now,
How?
I relate to Destiny more. Like whatever. Some of the stuff that Ben says, like I'm just like
But
not those aren't
everything
my.
Destiny stands for is
I know.
counter to Trump. I mean, and
I know.
But so then,
Which is
how,
also
in
what-
what
I'm
sense
trying-
do you
I'm
relate to
trying
Destiny
show
more?
you. I'm trying to show you the nuance. Well, things I like about Destiny.
Yeah, in what
He's
sense do you relate to
authentic.
him?
He's
Okay.
authentic. He's no bullshit. He is. I feel like he's a classical liberal. So okay, sorry, that was the point that I was trying to make. Is right in the introduction of that conversation. I didn't watch it recently, but it. So I'm not primed exactly on what they said, but it stuck out to me so much. I was the first question like to describe their political worldview or something, and it was almost identical. And so when we're talking about the people who want to limit legal immigration, there's a real strain of that on the left, on the populist left. This is something that goes across demographics, right? There's a large segment of the Black community that is against legal and
Bernie,
illegal
somewhat,
immigration.
yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie, there you go, exactly. And so it's like my ideal political coalition. And I know, like, I'm not trying to add third parties and stuff. I don't think that would go over easy or well or whatever. But like, if everyone were to realign, that it were the Destinies and the Ben Shapiros and the people,
But they're
Can
counter.
we
Ben
use him as
Shapiro.
an example?
institutionalists
Can
and the elitists versus the populists and the anti-institutionalists.
use
those
Destiny-
are the two frames that I'm sort of looking at the political sphere through right now. Which
You're
again,
right,
and
I
I
hated
see
that.
I see those
I
on
hated
both
that.
sides.
Can we
I know.
use Destiny then as an example? Then what's stopping you from going the Destiny route with respect to your politics? Because, to your point, for the longest
I
time,
share a lot of politics.
Well,
with
what I
Destiny.
mean is in terms, but also like his advocacy and how he voted. Like if you really identify with Destiny, let's use him as a model for your politics in the sense, what is preventing you from voting for Democrats as he's done consistently as campaigning and advocating for Democrats over Republicans? Because he also has culture war issues with the left, but he eventually came to the conclusion, and not to to Wick's point, I know people, traffic and culture war issues, but Destiny came to the point, it just doesn't matter when it comes time to vote. That culture issues, as frustrating as they are, and he still has them, when you're voting, the politicians are just objectively 10 million times more important, and the policies are 10 million times more important. So what is keeping you, if you identify with him and your politics identify with him, from taking that step, going like, oh, I can make my culture war case here, but when it comes time to vote, just vote for the better of the two parties. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking?
It does. It
Okay.
does make sense. So I should be taking notes here because I keep losing it's been a long day for me, folks. It
No, I
did an
get it.
overnighter and came straight through here. So like I said, I share a lot of values and whatever with values. I know Destiny's not seen as the most moral guy around, but I
You can't say he doesn't have
agree with
values.
he has strongly held beliefs. Yeah. And so I agree with a lot of his politics, not all of them. And I guess like the difference that I see is like Destiny, he sees himself affirmatively as a Democrat. And this is where, again, I keep coming back to this, is like, I just don't anymore. So it's not like the obvious thing. Like, so, and for a while, that is what I was doing, was like, I'm going to fight this out on the left. And again, to a certain extent, and I've been told, like, at a certain point, like when everyone on the left is basically telling you, you are not one of us. There's people who say, oh, well, you can't let other people define your politics. But I think there's some truth to that,
Yes.
which is like,
Yes, hold on, if I may.
if we don't want the same things, we're not like, go Wick.
Yeah, sorry. I just
No, go
have
ahead,
to-
buddy.
I have to
Yeah.
really put the pin in here. If you have every day people saying you're conservative, you're conservative. Oh, you hold this position, you're conservative. You're a Trump voter, you're MAGA, you're secretly crypto fascist. Eventually people are going to be like, fuck it. Yeah, I am. Fuck it. Okay, sure. You're going to call me conservative all day? I'm a conservative now. Fuck you. And I think that happens a lot. And when we see Trump's strongest soldiers in your guys' chat, right, saying, "Oh, she's conservative. She's always conservative. You can never win her back," right? And then you have people saying,
Not my chat.
Like, I understand, right? But it's all
I'm
shared.
better.
I can't tell.
Good. When I
differences here.
rewatch this, I'll be
Right.
watching from
But
hutches.
I hear this all the time.
Hey.
It's a very loud contingent. It may not even be a majority, but it's a very loud contingent. They'll be like, "Oh, they're just conservative." Eventually, people are gonna just believe you. Why? So
Yeah, but
why
look,
do you
I
do
think-
this?
I think,
Well, let me say that. So okay, so I understand what I think is probably the frustration that you guys are feeling with what Wick just said, and I share it to an extent, which is like that shouldn't be enough to make you just like change all your worldview, right? Or just like change your affiliation. Which is why I really do want to stress this: that isn't what happened for me. This was a multi-year process of my affiliation eventually changing to independent, again, not to Republican, right? And so I didn't just become a conservative, but what that did do, what in 2021, everyone telling me that I was far right and all this stuff, because Zionism is far right, and God forbid I brought the Zionism thing back. I don't want to open that can of worms, but
Well, I was gonna bring it back because you mentioned
didn't-
Ben
it
Shapiro
didn't-
and Destiny, and that's another through line between them. And like, what do Destiny and Ben Shapiro share in common? They both support Israel. So I mean, I
no,
was
but
gonna bring that up.
so Pisco, you
talk
should
really fast,
listen.
too.
You should listen to the interview because again, they do talk really fast. The intro to the interview is them describing their political worldview, and it's almost identical. It's
Yep.
belief in capitalistic free markets. It's belief in individual rights.
It's like
and-
liberal
and
versus
civil-
illiberal. It's like kind of what it boils down to. It's just like,
yeah, right. It's liberalism and conservatism of conserving liberalism. And so those are the values that I believe that I hold, core. And do I think that the Trump administration is currently upholding all of those values? No. So should that be enough for me to say I got my vote?
Wait.
Like, yeah, maybe, sure.
Yeah, but
But-
Tali, I think I just want to spin a little bit. That doesn't really mean very much, right? Like that's a very meaningless, I think, type of agreement to have with someone, at least for the most part, right? Now, if I'm having an abstract discussion with somebody and they say like,
Wait, what's a
"Can we just
meaningless
agree?"
agreement?
Yeah, I don't
think
know.
it's-
What do you reference?
I think it's extremely meaningless that Ben Shapiro and Destiny have, generally speaking, a classically liberal worldview, as you described it. The reason I say that that's meaningless is because, for instance, in many respects, if I call myself a Christian and someone else calls themselves a Christian, but I'm the kind of like hippie, like Jesus loves everyone and I go to gay pride parades kind of Christian, and you're the type of Christian who thinks we should kill all gay people, then it's
me.
like, yeah, I guess we're both Christian, but like, is that really meaningful? We have such a radically different interpretation and
right, but of course
applied
they
set of
didn't
values, right?
just say like we're both Christian or we're both liberals. They spelled out their worldviews, and when people are doing that, it's in the most idealistic form, right? But and this is the thing too about like Ben Shapiro. Again, I don't agree with him on everything because he is a partisan Republican in ways that I'm not. That he believes in certain things that I'm not bought into. So another thing about like the policy thing, and it's like this is a shortcoming, and it's a really valid line of attack, but like I don't know enough about everything, right? I mean, with the way that bills are written and stuff, like most senators, most of their committees and stuff aren't even reading all of these things. But so my point being, I'm not just instantly adopting what the right says is a good policy or principle either. Like there are certain instincts of mine that have changed. Like when I was on the left, I supported all social programs with no concept of where the money comes from. And I heard Hutch talk about this and it makes people very angry. But now I do have that immediate response of how do we pay for this? That matters, right? And so these are things that make me trend in the more conservative direction. But Ben Shapiro, and I get like, maybe I'm going to be Ben Shapiro's strongest soldier. I'm probably his only soldier in this chat over here. But Ben Shapiro, he supports Trump, right? And I think that it was sort of weaselly because he was very anti-Trump in the beginning. And even this, if you guys recall in the beginning of the 2024 election, it wasn't a given that Trump was going to win. There were people who were pushing, right, for some of the other candidates. And so I think it's it's funny. I think it's like lame and chickeny that they then just go along with it. But that's also what we're like asking, what you guys are kind of asking for on the left is like, you can talk a big game, but you need to get behind the nominee, right? Whoever it is type of thing, right? Like Mamdani, well, it doesn't matter because he won the primary. And so we need to all get behind him. And I'm not saying that Zoran Mamdani is the same thing as Donald Trump. That's not the equivalence that I'm trying to make here. So I have those frustrations with someone like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro was calling out the tariffs, like was calling out the Doge efforts, calls these things out in his, which I'm sure you guys don't watch his show, so you might as well just take my
No,
word
I
for
watched
it.
Ben
right?
Shapiro. No.
Yeah, he did. He
Okay.
did call
we
out
watched,
the tariffs. Yeah.
We watched Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro is very identitarian, you know, like, and I think this gets into a super chat
I don't
we got
view
from
it that way.
From Doobie. Well, this is a super chat from Doobie, not my words, his. He says, please accept my sincerest apologies for my misunderstanding earlier. So first is to Wick, why shouldn't we shame people who voted for a traitorous rapist who was clear about his intention to put to gut programs people rely on? If this causes them to double down after an almost 6-month train wreck, they're just voting on vibes and not worth speaking to in depth anyway. You make more progress just discussing politics or values at all. Just be chill and play video games. Maybe buy them a couple gifts around the holidays. And this is the part that, about identity. You support a state and ideology that explicitly centers around the Jewish identity. Why is identitarianism
Yeah, see,
an issue for
Doobie
you?
is respectfully, Doobie is obsessed with Israel, and he's made this line of attack against me about like clutching my pearls about anti-Semitism now on 2 different occasions when I didn't say anything in that direction. So Doobie is like an example of the sort of horseshoe of the right and left coming together that I am concerned with. And by the way, we're talking about the isolationist sort of growing populist trend happening on the right and the left. People like to see Israel as separate from that, right? And because of what's going on now, and there's a lot of people who like either A, don't care about foreign aid and stuff like this, who say, well I care because it's my tax dollars. Like suddenly Israel is the one you know, part of the budget that they're concerned about. But B, it is part of that same, in my opinion, it's part of that same strain of isolationism and stuff like that. And so yes, that's an issue that I have, and it does affect me personally as a Jew. And this is a conversation that I'm not really inclined to go down because I don't think it's an audience that's going to be very open to it. But yes, anti-Semitism on the left and the right is a huge concern of mine. A really big concern of mine.
I think that we're getting like super far flung from kind of what my original point was, right? Which is that
I forgot that this started.
Swerve quick. We can't talk about this. We gotta go somewhere else. Go ahead, please.
Well, Wick, what are you talking? She changed the subject, not me, Wick. We had a clear through line. I had a very clear question. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now my question and kind of the point that I brought up was that you said, okay, like I wish that we could live in a world where you know, I guess Ben Shapiro and Destiny were kind of like the centers of the Overton window because they have this same kind of foundational political philosophy, right, of this, you know, classical liberalism as you would describe it. But the challenge that I have is that was a debate between Ben and Destiny, right? That Ben Shapiro and Destiny have truthfully a radically different worldview. I suppose outside of the issue of Israel, which I'm sure that they have some disagreements on that. It's been a while since I watched the debate.
They had a lot of disagreements about that.
Yeah, and similarly, all 4 of the main hosts on this show would call ourselves liberals, but even the 4 of us have a greatly now. Of course, we find a solidarity in at least voting for the Democratic Party, but I don't find that the Venn diagram in an applied and a practical sense between like the type of liberal like Ben Shapiro and the type of liberal like Destiny, that is not close to a circle, right? That is like the tiniest sliver of actual political agreement between the two. Like we respect the Constitution, equality under the law.
That's foundational for me.
Well, but Tali, again, we're back to the point of people, actually elected Democrats, do respect the Constitution and do actually have these beliefs of equality under the law, this and that, right? Like I don't. He's
calling Ben Shapiro unprincipled, by the way. He's a hypocrite. He claims to believe in these liberal values, these foundational underpinnings that you're stressing, but he supported Donald Trump, who is currently the White House. They are exploring options as far as potentially arresting and deporting Zoran Mamdani. They're talking about it openly.
Yeah,
And
that's
Elon
insane.
Musk.
I would listen if Ben Shapiro came out in support of that. I think that's horrible.
He does,
And-
but I mean, he
Does he support that?
But Tali, no,
Trump.
Hutch.
Right, you know, like-
No. We can't get sidetracked for the 100th time. Tali, directly address the point that I don't find that there's actually legitimate agreement between these two people
Sure. So again,
in a meaningful way.
Sure. I think there is, but I hear you. Like they have lots of meaningful differences, right? And the parties that they each are loyal to have radically different approaches, right? And policies. So I agree with you. This gets back to the answer that is not satisfying. I'm seeing a different stratification of politics. And so and I feel trapped in the middle. Like I see basically, again, on the horseshoe, there's the center, there's the left, there's the right, and then there's the fringes meeting at the other end. Okay. I see myself here, basically at the center. I took the political compass and I'm literally
What did
like
it say?
slightly below on the libertarian end. I'm right on the center line, on the left edge of the center line. Okay. That was my political compass. And so that's where I see myself basically. And yes, I see more. The frame that I'm looking through is I see more, or I wish to see more agreement, and I see more foundational agreement among the people on this sort of lower half of the horseshoe than the people on the upper half of the horseshoe. Now, maybe I'm schizophrenic, maybe I'm behind, maybe I'm ahead. I don't know, but these are the trends that I'm looking at that are motivating me and concerning me, and all of these things.
Yeah, but
So
Tali, the fringe is sitting in the White House right now. Like, I understand that not everybody that voted for Donald
to
Trump.
a certain extent, yes. There's people outside of the White House that I'm even more concerned about. But yes, absolutely, those influences are in the White House, and that's part of what concerns me. Like, you know, like people like Tucker Carlson, like have a direct line, and you know, to say why am I concerned? Like, it's I understand the frustration of like focus more on the politicians and not on like the podcasters and whatever, and that is a fair critique. But also, with the exception of Donald Trump and his obvious name recognition, way more people are listening to what someone like Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson has to say than any of the senators, any of the congressmen. And so I am concerned about influences, cultural influences. Yeah, and that's how I'm looking at the world right now. I don't have an election right now, you know, like we'll how would I vote tomorrow?
Would you know?
Yeah,
If
that's a good question.
so, if we, assuming that everything that Trump has done so far was like guaranteed.
Yeah, so
to
I
happen,
asked this question of other people who have share similar concerns. By the way, the concerns you raise are not, you're not the only people who has these concerns, this kind of view. Econoboy said it. I agree with Econoboy. But the question is asked as like this. If you had the power right now to going forward, you see what Trump has done, press a button and new election happens. Let's say it's all constitutional, all legal, so put that aside, and replace Trump with Kamala Harris right now. Would you press that button?
I don't know. I guess like there's a certain part of me that's like you want to stop the bleeding, right? So like I'm sensitive to that impulse. And the other
Stop
part
the
of me
bleeding,
again that you're not well in a literal way, right? Stop the bleeding to be able to stop some of the things that I don't like happening. And also I have real concerns with the left that I don't like, that I think.
But you at least gone from Trump, voting for Trump, to now you're saying I don't know.
So
isn't that a shift?
Yes, certainly. Yes, that's a shift. So, fuck, I keep forgetting my train of thought. I'm really sorry.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to
yes.
say something because you appealed to the foundational, like we're talking about, was it big L or small L? But like liberal democracy, we talk about these, like Western liberal democracy, we talk about these foundational principles. I submit to you that nobody, maybe this is how I'm going to try to appeal to you, but nobody has challenged these core underpinnings like Donald Trump ever, and it's not even close. When we talk about liberal democracy, what are we talking about? A free and fair press. What is he currently doing? He got CBS to settle for probably millions of dollars over
$16
nothing.
million.
He
16.
accused them of editing a Kamala interview in a way that was deceptive and used a different. It was all bullshit. Anybody can watch the video. It's just a lie. When we talk about Western liberal democracy, we talk about free and fair elections. Do I even need to go into detail about how he has challenged this? And on top of that, there's a non-zero chance that he's going to try to invoke some kind of emergency power, and we just don't have an election in 2028. Anybody who doesn't think that's possible or just not paying attention. When we talk about a free and fair election, we talk about like the rule of law. Look at the assault on the rule of law currently right now with him just consistently. How many times has he ignored the courts at this point who have compelled him to return people to the country so that they can have due process? I mean, how many of these foundational underpinnings does he need to just fully assault before you might come to the conclusion that this guy is just bad news? If you care about
and
value
right.
of
worse,
this
and to be
Hold
clear,
on,
because
you're
she
right.
does think he's bad news. To be
No,
clear,
that was
'cause
very
relative
compelling.
worse news.
That's very compelling. That's very compelling. So let me. That's very compelling. I agree with you. I don't have any good response, nor do I want to counter that. I agree with you.
I could keep going, by the way. I mean, we could
let me just
Shut
so
up, look up.
with the question of like, would I tomorrow change and vote for Kamala? And my apprehension, right? And again, this is not going to satisfy anyone. Blah blah blah. I'm concerned essentially with the direction of both parties, and I feel like what I'm trying to do is just like rattle it back and forth to try to try to keep it somewhere in the center. And I know that's not happening, right? If anything, it's sort of like moving out further, arguably. But my concern is like I have all these concerns with the left, that if the left maintains power, basically, right, this election was a check on the left's power, that I worry that the thing that Pisco didn't like, not that I'm saying they deserved it, but essentially like I want a reform, I want a change, I want an ideological movement, and I know, and which is why I stepped back from the Democratic Party, because the Democrats don't
You
owe
want to
me
force them to change.
ideological change, right? And they don't owe me that, frankly, right? Maybe I'm just the one that changed. Which, by the way, was a really hard thing for me to accept. You know, there's a lot of people who go out there and do the whole the left me thing, right? And that's very appealing. And I don't feel that way. I feel like I changed, and
But
it's a hard thing to grapple with.
But
Wick after Hutch.
I just want to validate you. You watch my stream, so you know I have so many concerns about the excesses of the left. We'll be gentle and phrase it that way. But I just want to invite you over to where I'm sitting, because I still find myself, I still feel like I have a place in the Democratic Party. I'm still proud to call myself a Democrat. I mean, the party's we're in a bit of a jam right now, but to me, like I am so firm in my decision to be in this coalition right now. I would just try to appeal to a sense of like people. I think people, maybe we take for granted these institutions and this sort of like form of government that we have, but we are not immune to a 1930s German style backslide. That could happen in America, and if it does, it would be a nightmare that would eclipse the fucking Third Reich, the Nazi Party. It would be worse if fascism succeeded in this country. And for all of the complaints that I have about these psychotic lefties that are just the worst people you could possibly imagine, none of that to me comes close to the
other.
What's that?
I agree with you. I agree with you, at least in what they've been able to like materialize, or at least like, you know, how much power, let's say, these extremist groups on each side have been able to gain. I agree with you that is a more like a more tangible concern, potential harm, let's say, right? Immediate triage. You could say. Sure, yes, there you go, immediate triage. However, I also view the reactionary right as a reaction to the left. So I'm going to just stop prefacing everything because I know this is going to be unpopular, but there were liberals, heterodox liberals throughout, before I had my ideological shift and since, who were saying for many years, maybe it's not a great thing to push race consciousness. Maybe telling a bunch of aggrieved white men that they are white first and their whiteness is their inherent sin, and that, you know, we need to eradicate whiteness, and don't worry, the country is going to all turn brown soon. People are reacting to that. And I don't like that reaction, right? They are reacting in a similar and opposite
Reciprocal
identitarian way,
radicalization is a term.
right, right, exactly. And so that concerns me basically. So yes, I agree. The more pressing concern
you know,
is fascism from the left,
and what I would
from the right than socialism from the left right now.
and what
But
I
I
would
do
a-
think these forces are feeding each other.
Sure.
Go ahead,
What I
Wick.
would add to Hutch's point, and this is perhaps my strongest argument to you, given what I understand about your positions and how you feel and why you voted how you did, that your vote for Trump empowered the far left, the extreme left, the hateful left, the left that you don't like, right? It gave them a power. Because reciprocal radicalization, that's how it works, right? They need each other to feed. If Trump had not won, they would have less influence in the Democratic Party. They would have less influence on leftist politics or progressive politics or democratic politics, because there would be nothing for them to be empowered to oppose, right? A lot of the reasons that we gave them a seat at the table initially is because we were afraid of Trump in his first term, right? So we're like, oh my God, Clinton lost and our minds broke. And so, we got to empower our crazies too. And so we gave a lot of power to the extreme left, right? To say, okay, here's the weapons, go get them, boys, right? And unfortunately, they didn't leave, right? They didn't do it. Like they took key positions, I would argue, of influence in our cultural institutions, which led to like the rise of wokeism and things like that, and an overblowing and overcorrection. I think peaked in like 2020 Summer of Love type of deal, right? So when you vote for the other guys to teach the Democrats a lesson and try to reform them, I think it's having the opposite effect, and I fear it's having the opposite effect. I fear what it's doing is it's giving like this.
It's a great point.
Permission
it's the
structure.
exact point that I made. So if they're feeding each other, it's feeding in the other direction too. So
what would make that the best way, in my opinion, to counteract the far extremists is vote for the more moderate candidate. And Kamala was that. Whether you like her policies or not, Kamala was that. And I think that the Democrats coming up, hopefully, my lips to God's ears, continue down a moderate path. Because if we go extreme, we're going to lose.
You're right.
We're going extreme, we're going to lose. We're going to lose to the right again and again and again. J.D. Vance is going to whip our asses, and it's going to be
I'm not
the
convinced by
left,
that.
right?
But I'm not convinced by that.
I should say that Wick is pulling for Cinema Mansion 2028.
Shapiro.
That's a
Josh
specific
Shapiro.
name.
Josh Shapiro is my man. He has bipartisan support in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state. Like, my God, his numbers are great. My MAGA friends
I
love
don't know
him.
if that's ideological. I think it has to do with Josh Shapiro's competency, other things like that. But I want to say,
Great. Let's elect competent people. Let's nominate competent people to positions of power in the Democratic Party. Please, please, for the love of God. Please, I'm begging you.
I would quibble with some of the things that I would quibble with some of the framing. I would quibble with some of the framing that Wick does for like his whole narrative there, but I largely agree that look at where the energy is now. And I'm just gonna be honest with you, I like you, but I'm gonna spend my time energizing the people who have the momentum behind them, and that is people who want the Democrat Party to fight more and stronger and be more stalwart advocates against the Trump administration. For you it matters, right? The kind of anti-Zionist tack that the Democratic Party, or that some people in your inner circle or whatever the group had, like, look at the polling numbers for Israel. It's abysmal among the Democratic Party. There's been a shift. Harry Anton pointed to it. I don't know if you saw it. There was like a plus 17 among Democrats in favor of Israel versus Palestine in terms of who you're more sympathetic with. Now it's like plus 56 Palestinians among Democrats. That is an enormous shift, and it has to do both, I think, with you're empowering a radical that is Trump, and you're empowering, by extension, Bibi Netanyahu. And what's going on in Israel is just making people more antagonistic to Zionism and to the Israeli state. How could this be the best thing for the future of the country?
I think you're right about that.
There's a lot there. I think you're right too. We have to kind of decide how much we want to talk about this topic. But I agree. It's very logical that people would feel more sympathy towards Palestine than Israel right now. That seems warranted. That seems right. Palestinians are suffering exponentially more than Israelis.
But it's caused something else. It's causing not just more sympathy, but explicitly anti-Zionism in a way that you've never seen among the Democratic Party.
Right.
You
I
say
think-
that Zionism, yeah.
I don't think anti-Zionism it's not a coherent political movement. It's basically so the word Zionist, right? When we used in the beginning, Hutch had me define it, right? Because it's true. Everyone means something different when they're using that word. And it's become so bastardized, and it's really almost exclusively used as a slur. It's like either used by people who call themselves Zionists, right? Or by everyone else as a slur. And so I've made pitches to Jews before. Zionism to me basically is not a necessary word, right? It's like the belief that that Israel should exist as a Jewish state, which it is now, right? So it's just not wanting Israel to dissolve basically is Zionism, right? And like Zionism also was an actual movement to establish a state of Israel, and it succeeded. And then, it's like, so the term to me seems really only problematic because it's only used in this, I see it as a weapon. And I've tried to make this pitch to Jews of like, we should just stop using it, like make them say what they mean, Israeli, Jew, Jew who supports Israel, right? Person who supports Israel. And that has not been a very effective pitch. And then it makes me wish that people like Hutch, and you don't even need to respond to this, Hutch, because I'm not trying to put you in trouble here, but people like Hutch who do believe that, Israel has a right to exist, those people who are not ideological extremists or whatever should call themselves Zionists. It's like, I don't see a better way, because the word is like, it feels like an unprincipled. It's just a way to say that, like, I don't like the suffering of Palestine, or rather, there's so many different things that people are saying when they use this term. And a lot of anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. It's steeped in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. The terror attacks, the two terror attacks.
I hear you. I'm not talking about.
Hold on. The two terror attacks of the Israeli embassy workers and the older people marching for the hostages.
Boulder, yeah.
Those were, in my opinion, anti-Semitic attacks. I mean, they were targeting Jews, right? They were targeting Jews specifically, but also very reasonably called anti-Zionist attacks. They're motivated by a political animus against people who with an affinity towards Israel, right?
Sure, it can be both.
So anti-Zionism, yes, it's something that I'm very concerned with. I don't feel like Jews have a lot of control over what's going to happen. This I could doom spiral about this a little bit. I don't like what the right is doing. Not only does it make me cringe, there's a lot of people who take up the I'm against anti-Semitism thing as a way of just like owning the libs. It's just this negative polarization. It's, the left is, quote unquote, the left is being anti-Semitic, so we're going to be like, oh no, we really love the Jews. I think the trying to make a special carve out for anti-Semitic hate speech is terrible, because I don't believe.
And Trump is doing that though, by the way. Trump is doing that on the campuses.
Of course, that's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up. I think that's bad, very bad. Because it infringes on people's First Amendment rights, okay? And B, because I think it promotes anti-Semitism. It feeds the conspiracy theorists who say this is the one group you're not allowed to talk about. And now Trump's being like, yeah, it's true. You actually can't talk about this group. So all of these things, I am not optimistic.
I know, but I'm getting to Wick's point, right? So Wick's point was,
Jews in America.
I'm hopeful that I think that the anti-Semitism issue is a humongous issue. I'm hopeful that we can get past it. I think it's a big problem. I agree with that. I just want to say that I'm not getting the merits of Zionism or anti-Zionism. I'm kind of pointing to Wick's point, which is, for better or worse, you try to send a message with that vote, and it hasn't had that effect. The kind of protest vote situation has not made the Democratic Party like more moderate in the way that you would define it. I think that the energy has been that now there's I think a liberal and lefty coalition, and by the way, I'm going to exploit that, and I'm going to be in favor of it. Yeah. Let
me flip an interesting question to you now before I lose it. So does that mean that all of the people who protested voting for Kamala, the lefties who protested voting for Kamala, that they made a good decision, actually?
A humongous
because
error.
They've empowered the wing of the left that they want to see in power.
Exactly what they wanted to happen is happening.
At the cost of
They don't
at the cost of the
Why would they
body,
care?
like bodies and potential fait accomplis. Because at the end of the day, I don't think that America, or I think that a lot of what Israel is going to be doing, they've been left off the leash. And so maybe in the long term, just like, it could be the case that the attack on October 7th ends up in a causality that ends up in a Palestinian state. But I would never be like, well, then Hamas wins or something. I don't know. It would be through a huge astronomical cost that includes like where the borders end up and like potentially thousands and thousands of lives, and maybe even like a broader escalation in Iran. I don't think that that's over yet. And so yeah, I know perhaps that they were successful in shifting the party. But again, I'm just saying, I don't think that the message, you can't plan, these protest messages aren't going to work out the way you always think. And it might send the wrong signal.
Sure, I agree with you. And I agree with you. And this is like I think that's compelling. Okay, I think that's really compelling because it's my argument in the opposite direction, and I believe they're feeding each other, so it just is then true in the other direction. Yeah. So it makes sense that the more fringes or the more radical elements of the left are gaining power as a result of this. My protest vote was to show up as almost every county in the country did, as like moving right, and I did hope that would send a signal to the Democrats that people are not moving left, but are in fact moving right, and that would encourage moderation. But you're right, that's not what's happening. But then I don't know what to do because I wasn't happy with the direction that the party was going into. So
voted for the woman, voted for the black, amazing, joyful woman. That's what you should have done.
Go ahead.
I understand
frankly, yes. Frankly, yes. You should
I obviously get that's what you guys believe.
Frankly,
I obviously understand that.
I do think that, again, given that you are worried about this extremism on the fringes, I warn the right all the time, right? That if you are going to go extreme, the left is going to counter you by going more extreme, right? So beware what you do. I told this to the left as well. Hey, if you keep going extreme, the right's going to counter you. So if you want a more moderate politic, vote for moderate candidates. That's the only way to turn down the temperature. The only way. If people keep going to the radical extreme side because they have to counter the other side, it's going to create, again, a reciprocal radicalization effect, right? This is very studied, right? This is a common thing.
Yeah.
We see this all the time across all sorts of issues, right? So my worry here, my concern is that we are going to every side is going to keep weaponizing its crazies to fight the other. We're going to see each other as enemies. So Tali, my advocacy to you is that the less extreme candidates going forward in the midterms coming up, because we can't change your vote. Like, we can't actually go back in time. There is no button we can press to change your vote.
That's true.
But what we can do is talk to you about what's coming up in the midterms, right? The candidates are going to be on the ballot in the Senate and in the Congress, and how we can use those seats to moderate and act as a block to the Trump administration, which you agree is going too far in a wide variety of issues, right, that we've talked about all the time, right? You don't like their attacks and assaults on various things. You don't like the empowerment of the extreme right, the Tucker Carlsons, etc., right? So the moderates in Congress that are coming up for election in the midterms, right? Can we commit you, or at least commit you to thinking about voting for them? Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, those are going to be local elections, right? Where the
Congress, Senate, your local
it's going to be district elections
That's
for the House of
local.
Representatives and the statewide elections in terms of senators.
Right. My point to just being that's gonna vary, right, depending on where the person lives. So
you,
yeah, sure.
right?
If there are, I know. But what I'm saying is like, yeah, if there's a moderate, sensible candidate out there, yeah, I would vote for them.
I want to make the case that Donald Trump, this has been an ongoing project for him. He's been remarkably successful. He has, for years now, been pushing the very moderates that you're appealing to out of the party. He is remaking the entire Republican Party in his image, which is thoroughly corrupt. He does represent, I think, an existential threat to the Republic, literally to the Constitution. So I think, like, right now, when we were talking about triage, I think the correct move, I invite you to explore this possibility is to wholly reject the Republican Party. Straight ticket. Do not vote for a single one of them for as long as MAGA is in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
And you can, maybe 10 years from now, they start to moderate. You start seeing more Jeff Flakes and fucking Susan Collins or whatever. And then, I'm not going to like morally judge you for supporting those candidates. But like right now, I think we're in a really serious moment.
Yeah, we could probably, if you guys want, start like doing like closing statements, and Tali, you'll get the last word on this. I think it's important. We'll give the second to last word to Wick. So Econoboy and Pisco and I will go. Do either of you want to go? Pisco, Econoboy?
I'll
Yeah,
start.
you guys can go first. I don't care.
I'll just say, listen, it was great talking to you. I hear a lot of familiar patterns in what you say. I'm not saying that everything you say is repetitive. Some of it actually, I think, hit home to me in terms of I had a similar experience in college when I would never say that I'm anti-woke or anything, but I was taking a strong stance against identitarianism at a time when, I had Hispanic friends and stuff who were like, what the fuck? So I understand people can feel personally ostracized, and I would just ask maybe for you to like look at the people that you respect, right? You respect Desnet, you respect Richard Hanania. They have both taken a position against Trump, one before and one after. And I would just like what is it about their stances and why I respect them that they've come to this conclusion? What about their decision do I disagree? I think that you're conscious enough to know that a lot of it is vibes based, a lot of it's cultural. I would just like be like, I don't know, formalize it in some way. What would it take for me to admit that either it was wrong or that I'll do something different in the future? But in general, I thought it was great talking to you. I really appreciate your perspective, and things got heated when I yelled a little bit at Wick, but no hard feelings, and love you guys very much.
Econoboy?
Yeah, great discussion. Yeah, guys, sometimes we yell at each other. It's okay. It's not a big deal, obviously, but love the conversation. Huge, incredibly deep disagreements pretty much across the board. But I think that one of the big takeaways is that, certainly I think if we're talking about being a coalition partner, one of my big things is that I don't think that you'll find nearly as much ostracization from like grass touching, actually existing kind of democratic groups. I think if you were to go to, for instance, I don't know where you live, obviously, but if you were to go to like a county Democratic Party meeting or something like that, I don't think that this would be nearly the same space as the type of activist space that you existed in previously. And I think that that's probably reflective of how Democrats generally govern. I mean, like one of the arguments that you'll hear from like so many of these activist spaces is that they hate Democrats. Why do they hate Democrats? Right? Because Democrats don't go nearly as far as they want. Right? And I'm a radical. Like I'm on the far left of the party. Obviously, I want the Democrats to go way further, but I also recognize that moderates are a part of the Democratic coalition, and I wouldn't say that we should excise all it just wouldn't be feasible to do so. It's coalition politics, right? So at the same time that people like Mamdani win in New York, there's going to be people like, every now and then you're going to have the mansions and the cinemas of the world that win in their respective areas. And, that's just understandable. Hopefully we can just meet somewhere in the middle of like the left of center spectrum, because I certainly would say that, look, government in this country, when it's compromises between the Democratic Socialists and Progressives and the moderate Democrats, that is a way more comfortable space to live in, right? Than when we're compromising between the white nationalists, if you don't want to say Nazi, the white nationalist, right wing, bigoted right, and, the center right, which apparently doesn't have much courage to challenge the far extremity of the party anyway, right? Which is really tough, I think. I think that's a much kind of more precarious place to live, I guess, especially if we care, like Josiah said, about those kind of very fundamental liberal values. I just didn't see Joe Biden doing these attacks on free speech or the press or, political organizing. When there were protests and stuff like that, it's like 200 people protest and we're sitting in the National Guard. That didn't happen under Joe Biden, right? It just seems like certainly it's better to it just exists in general under Democrats and that coalition, that the Republicans and theirs. But it was a good conversation nonetheless.
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, Tally, I grew up with in rural Kentucky, and I was surrounded by actual like conservatives and mostly Republicans, and most of them are MAGA to this day. I've got sisters who are MAGA. I mean, I'm just used to being around people with whom I disagree. And nothing you said here was particularly offensive. I think the disconnect, I can't speak for the others, but for me is I don't do culture war stuff. Culture war is irrelevant to me. I actually have, I make fun of it a lot on my channel. I'm like, if all you care about is what shoes the green M&M wears while USAID is being cut and we're having cuts on Medicaid, I think you're missing the forest for the trees. That is my prism, okay? And I think that's probably where the disconnect is. I can't empathize because the things that you are concerned with, I'm genuinely not, particularly when it comes time to voting. That's the real thing.
I'm
I don't
not
see a direct
concerned with the
connection.
color of the shoes of the green M&Ms.
Well, that's just my bullshit. Tucker Carlson bitched about that for about a year.
Right.
Did you know that
And-
they're changing the
yes,
shoes on the
and I
green
am-
M&M? It's like
Right. And I'm
Minecraft
very
yourself, please.
concerned with the culture war, and I'm not concerned with the skin color of Disney princesses. And that's like
There's a
I
black
hope
elf in
that
the
would
Lord of the
be
Rings thing. Like, miss
obvious,
me with that. So I that is not what my channel is about. It's not content, and it's genuinely not just something that I tend to contemplate. And so, and to Wick's point, I know that that is a big thing for a lot of people, and that's why I stay out of it, because I genuinely don't care about it and am incapable of dealing with it. So that's where I think we were missing each other. I took what you said at face value, which is that you were not making an affirmative case or vote for Trump. It was a protest thing against the Democrats. I hear that a lot. I hear that from people in real life offline. And that's why I was just trying to make the case that Trump is worse than you expected. He's as bad or worse on many of the things you claim to care about. In authenticity, for example, he's lied more than Joe Biden has ever lied. He's lied more than Kamala Harris has ever lied. He changes his position all the time. He's not ideologically a fascist, but he embodies the worst elements of fascism, which makes fascism possible in his party. And so moving forward, I would encourage you to just re-examine the prism when it comes time to your vote. You can still care about, the broader culture issues and identitarianism, but I would encourage you when it comes time to vote, think of the party itself. And the politicians as well, and the specific policies. That's what I was trying to make the case, that just you're better off, as Econoboy has said, and Hutch has said, and Pisco has said, creating a circumstances where Democrats govern, because Joe Biden didn't do most of the stuff that upsets you. Joe Biden, like, again, I know like Israel came up quite a bit. Joe Biden was the most pro-Zionist president ideologically in our lifetimes.
I can't stress enough. Support for Israel is not a
No,
factor
I know it's not like
in my
outcome
vote.
determinative or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, all these
Level
things.
of anti-Semitism within the party is something that weighs more on my vote than the particular president's support for the state of Israel.
Right.
I
and
have some studies to show you about that.
Yeah.
But,
So yeah, it sounds like Pisco wants to hash that out with you, but that's what I would just invite you to do is perhaps think of it truly as a political thing and not a cultural thing in terms of your vote. And I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think you can do as Destiny has done, as Hutch has done, which is, sound the alarm about what you view as the excesses of the left and still vote for the Democratic Party, which is less authoritarian, is more free speech, and all of these things. That's what I would encourage you to do. But I appreciate you coming here. And so I'll give Wick the next word, and then you get to
Does
close
Hutch
us
not
out.
get a turn?
What about Hutch?
I thought
Fuck me,
Hutch
right?
did. I thought you
Wow,
were. Hutch, my
erasure.
bad.
Hutch
me, right?
erasure.
Is that your
I'm sorry,
catchphrase?
Hutch.
Hey, I'm used to it. It's fine.
No, fuck you. No, I thought you were like do it because you did the first invitation. You did the first like eloquent like
Friends
closing
with
thing. I'm
the
sorry.
band.
Go
No,
ahead.
Hutch has to get the
Yeah,
rest
you
to
go.
say. So
You
I
go,
mean, I'll
bro.
keep it brief. Listen,
No, go ahead.
it sounded like you were a bit self-conscious in the beginning. I just want to clarify for me, and I'm pretty sure this is the case for my co-host as well, but like, I didn't go into this with some preconceived notion of who you are. I'm not thinking about the last election, to be honest with you. What's done is done. And I don't like Josiah said it really well, where it's like, I don't need you to feel regret. That's not really anything that matters right now. And I would just say that, like, I appreciate you coming into this forum. It can be kind of overwhelming if you're like not used to this. And I won't name any names, but some people in chat are just fucking hostile, and it's crazy. And so like, I'm appreciative of the fact that you came on and you seem like an open-minded person. I think that's a genuine open-mindedness. I think it's a genuine curiosity. And at the end of the day, like if we don't convince you, we don't convince you. It is what it is. But I just want to stress that the stakes of this moment, I think, are very, very high. I think in many ways we live in the most pivotal moment in the last like 75 years. You know, I think you'd have to go back to like the 60s to really pick another time in history that mattered more in this moment. There's an inflection point. Like we can either go in this direction over here or something that I think is really quite dark and existential. And so, you know, I'm not gonna judge you. And if you want to be a part of this, then come on over. Yeah.
So, first, thank you actually for having us on. I do appreciate it. It's your house, your rules, right? I enjoyed the conversation somewhat, but I would be remiss if I did not say this was a very, very frustrating conversation for several reasons. We talk about inauthenticity on the left, right? And what I felt, it might not be true, but this is the impression that was given. You guys had kid gloves on the whole time. If you think she's retarded, call her retarded. If you think she's retarded, call her retarded. If you think she's retarded, call her retarded. And I can't stress this enough. You guys, well, I don't want to really... You're treating her like, well, I don't really want to make you feel regret or anything. And it's not important. You're still a good person and things like that. You guys
maybe
came
these
off,
other three
hold on.
posers.
You guys
not
came
me,
off
goddammit.
as very inauthentic, frankly. Okay? You did. You simply did. Like, in this whole thing, it felt false. And I don't know how else to stress that people would rather have a screaming match with you than feel like you were lying to them.
Dude, fuck you.
Good.
Honestly, fuck you.
Yes,
You're
this
really
is the
right.
energy we
to
want.
hell. No.
Please go. Why do you bring that against
on
me?
The one hand, on the one hand, so this is so fucking performative from fucking Wick. So Wick is like, oh, you can't yell at people. You were doing her with guilt. Oh my god. And now you're gonna fucking you're doing this post and like we were treating her with kid gloves when
you
was going hard on her. I was compounding out what I view were contradictions. You are so full of shit, and you're wherever the wind blows. So if we were too berating on her, you'd be like, oh my god,
this
all
is
these
what
men
Pisco's doing.
ganging up on her.
What's going to get me the most clicks and views?
And now you're saying
what
we had
position
kid gloves on.
can I take that's going to be best for content? Which way is the wind blowing here? That's what's happening
I think
now.
the screaming.
And
I think the screaming match probably would have been better for content. Wick. I disagree on that.
If I may, right? If I may, right? Well, you have brand risk and brand concerns as well as that. But I think that when it comes down to what did we learn tonight? And I fear we learned nothing. And that is my frustration with the panel. But I love you guys. I do, even if I hate you, right? And I think that we should really come to terms with the fact that Democrats are in a bad spot. They're in a bad spot right now, okay? We have to figure out why they are in that spot, what we can do to fix it, and then we have to implement the changes necessary to do so. And that is both on a policy level and a cultural level. And I think we can't ignore one for the other, and we mistake often how influential randos on the internet or randos in people's lives can be. And perhaps it wasn't the case with Tali, but I know many people who were simply turned off because they were treated like shit by the other side. Right?
You just told me to call her.
Yeah, real. I'm stunned. Before we go to Tally, like you threw a firecracker there, so I'm curious. Like,
do you not understand the difference?
I do. I think that they're.
No, I actually don't understand the difference. I think it's fucking stupid.
I know. This is part of the problem. You don't, right? Like this is part of the problem.
You're accusing me of insincerity. You think that I'm just sitting here boiling with contempt for her, and I'm not.
No, I think you were one of the more like Hutch out of all these people. Well, I met Josiah in real life. Josiah and I are boys, right? But Hutch, out of all these people, I think we are closest aligned, right, in temperament.
You said he was fucking shaming her. You said
he was.
What? So what? So is Hutch now immune from your criticism because you guys are boys? What are you talking about? Okay. You're so full of shit.
Do you understand how I can be much more temperamentally inclined towards Hutch, but still he did something that I wouldn't agree with in one case?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, great, awesome. That's all that's happened here. So to imply that this is like, oh, you have one criticism of Hutch, that means you must hate Hutch, is just silly. Again, authenticity. I can't claim this enough. One of the reasons Destiny is so effective, like him or not, is because you know what you're getting with that Destiny. He would have called Tali a cuck. He would have called Tali a terrible person. He would have called Tali retarded.
Destiny's conversation.
I think that might have been more effective.
And we should have done that. And we should have done that.
If that's what you feel, yes.
Oh, bro.
Oh my god.
Okay. Listen
Well, to
me.
be fair, I was really hoping that the conversation would go in a direction that they didn't think that I was retarded and terrible,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
even if they strongly disagree with me.
Yeah, I think that we made it clear we strongly disagree and are often perplexed by her worldview. I don't understand most of it. I understand some of it because I've heard it before from family members. But yes, I'm not like it would have probably been better content had we just screamed at her, 4-on-1, 5-on-1 the entire time. But that's not the point. Like I thought this was like a conversation with a random, Trump voter with whom we disagree. Yeah, I'm not going to scream at somebody. Now, if it's somebody like Lactoid, that I have a history with, that I enjoy sparring with, and it's a 1-on-1, it's not a 5v1 against like 4. Of course, I'll send him a fuck you. I don't know this girl. I don't know who she is. So yeah, I do not apologize.
I told Pisco to shut the fuck up multiple times this
exactly.
episode.
And honestly, that was
It's
quite
a
frankly
woman
the
didn't
highlight.
Tell her
Not a girl.
once when she
I'm not
needed
going
to
to
be
tell
told.
Tali,
frankly.
maybe on our second conversation, I will tell you to shut the fuck up, okay? If that makes you feel any better, but not on our first, okay? Like, yeah.
She was giving it back. I felt that. I think you're trying. I actually think this is really sinister from Wick. I think Wick is trying to.
Ooh,
I think this is
scary.
actually really sinister. I think you're trying to concoct a sexism angle. That's why it's so incoherent. You're trying to play. Wait, is it sexism if they treat her very differently and they're like really not mean to her, or is it sexism when they like are giving her retreat gloves? So you're trying to concoct some kind of sexism angle, and that's why you're not making any fucking sense, boy.
You think that sexism, out of all the words I said, sexism
I think you're trying to
is the one you got.
concoct that narrative.
Sexism is the one you got.
That's why you're not making sense. That's why
Well,
you're not
I
making
just like
sense.
I just like women, but I'm going to put that aside for this conversation. Like an
That's
adult.
very big of you that you're
Like
able to
a grown
separate
up
your
does,
side from
you know.
your
Me too.
misogyny. Yeah.
I don't understand how you how you got to sexism from anything I said.
You want to have a conversation about this conversation, and you can't really articulate what's the problem here. Is the problem that we were too mean, or that we weren't mean enough? We weren't authentic enough? I thought we were authentic.
I said it three
for you,
times
it's
in a
like,
row.
it's only authentic.
Inauthentic. Did I stutter?
In what respect? Show me where like we're using the R slur as other people. Like in what? You're on a show called Lib and Learn, where like the most I don't know violent we'll get at each other is when like Econoboy and Hutch are arguing about like should we include lefties or not, and it's never what you're saying. So you just don't have a good comprehension of the show, and you think that we're being inauthentic when we're being
I've
our
spoken
authentic
to every
selves.
single one of you one-on-one and in other venues, and you do not act like you
This
did
is not
tonight.
a debate. This was not a debate. It's different if it's a debate in like a conversation where she's outnumbered
I've had
5-1.
conversations that are not debates with all of you one-on-one in various venues. They did not act like you acted tonight.
Which was what? Which is like not ourselves, is what you're
Yes,
saying.
inauthentic.
Okay.
I mean, Wick, to be clear, there was like an exact analog to this with me personally when I debated Joe Lewis on your show about essentially why he doesn't support voting for Democrats. And like, I just don't recall calling Joe Lewis a dumb fuck or a retard or an asshole during that that was like a 2-hour discussion. And I mean, I remember acting substantially the same way. I mean, I don't know, Wick. You've lost the plot on this one, Wick. You've lost the plot on this one.
I'm just saying.
Hey guys, go watch that debate
look at
between me
these
and Joe, and you
things
tell me.
And they make their
if I act
judgments, and
differently.
I guess we'll see, right? But I do,
Tali's been
like I
waiting to
said,
give
I
her
do
closing
appreciate
statement for-
being on here, and I do appreciate. I think part of the problem is I look at this and I view it as there's a car and we're all in a car because I want to preface this. It's very important.
Pisco is grinding his teeth.
It's very important that we win in the midterms. It is very important. It is the most important thing that we win in the midterms. We have to take back the House and the Senate if we can, right? Nothing else is more important than that, right? I think we can all agree on that at least, right? That is a touchstone that we can agree on. What I am seeing, and it's not just you guys, I see this all the time, I am seeing the Democrats, right, and the left in general, driving towards a big fat fucking L. A big fat fucking L. And I'm like, we gotta swerve. We gotta turn. We gotta do something. Put on the brakes. Something has to be done. And you're just driving off a cliff to the biggest L of our lives, and it's the biggest cell phone because there is never a better time where we can take a W.
wanna
The
bet 50
policies
bucks
of
that-
Trump are going to devastate
hey,
this country,
you
and
wanna bet 50
people are going to
bucks that the
hurt,
Democrats are gonna
and
fuck
to
'em up?
take a L to Trump under those circumstances is going to be very, very frustrating.
Let's bet 50 bucks. Let's bet 50 bucks. I think the Democrats are going to fuck them up in the midterms.
$50?
50 bucks.
I don't
You
know.
gotta define a parameters, guy. What does that mean to our Democrats?
The last time a man
be a
challenged
bootleg.
Wick
It's
like
gonna be a
this, he
bootleg.
backed down.
It's gonna be a
fled
bootleg.
with terror.
True. Andrew
True.
Wilson put up $20,000 to take
I'm
me
still
on,
waiting for
right?
my
And then I
$10
gave
to
him a
look, by the
date,
way.
and he never said shit.
Hutch will
Right?
take
Never
that
said
10,000
shit.
and raise you.
Listen, they're going to kick millions of people off of healthcare. It's going to happen. They're going to do it like fucking tonight.
The
And
problem
they're
is
gonna get
if we
fucked up.
change, look, Hutch, you're correct if we change course. If we don't change course, you're incorrect. And I don't know if we're going to change course because right now we are having a struggle session, right? In the left on the Democratic Party. There is a wrestle for control and a path forward of what our messaging is going to be, what our rhetoric is going to be, how we're going to approach people, how we're going to approach different things, what we will do. If we choose correctly, if we go the Wick way, okay, we will win. If we go the Pisco route, we're going to lose. Again.
What's my route? What's my route? What are you talking? You're just taking shit at me because I yelled at you. There's no like actual point there. If you take the Pisco route, you're just
because you want AOC and he wants a moderate type. That's what he's saying. He's like,
is that what you're referencing?
If
Yeah,
you
it's
want a
not where
radical
you can
or
learn
someone
from
who is on the
heroes and
far
not be
left,
racist.
then yes, that is a recipe for disaster.
AOC is the radical. Okay.
I think AOC is much more radical than the people I would choose, like Josh Shapiro. He's a main guy on my mind right now. I probably could think of more if I took
That's your
it, but
fucking
he's a guy.
Pennsylvania bias coming in.
Bashir might be okay, right? Like, that's pretty good.
Let's get Tally's closing statement.
Yeah, come on.
Anyway, but yeah, okay, I have a problem, and see, the authentic thing is to actually share and go with the energy that you feel, and I did. Tali, go ahead.
Yeah, God damn it, Tally. There you go. I've just yelled at her. Come on, go ahead. You can give your closing statement.
Thank you. I thought I'm really happy with the way this went. I appreciate that it wasn't so adversarial. I think that was more effective. I hear Wick on the authenticity thing, but I didn't feel like anyone was really being inauthentic. I saw Econoboy has a very bad poker face, so like his reactions were telling me a lot, but I don't think he was being inauthentic in anything that he
Authentic
said to me.
reactions.
Yes, very authentic facial reactions. There were a lot of compelling points here, and I'm glad that we got to. I know that there's frustrations. I need to work on articulating, my worldview in a quick and digestible way, especially when I'm trying to go through like a years-long process here. But I feel like for the most part, you guys met me where I was at, and I think.
Who was your favorite?
Hutch, you were the most compelling, but that's not surprising because I'm already a Hutch fan. No, really, this was
Now we're
great
gonna have to deal with that
everyone.
forever. Thank you, Tally. We're gonna have to deal with his ego.
No, but it's. I messaged Hutch like after that panel that we were on together, and I was just like, "Oh, I would love to talk to you about this kind of stuff," but I actually feel like it's bad for Hutch. Like, I think there's going to be people that are going to be angry with Hutch that someone like me, a Trump voter, likes.
I
Hutch.
don't
Oh,
give a
if you-
fuck.
I know
you
you
watch
don't
That's
give a
absolutely
fuck.
true.
I res-
If you
Tally's
watch
absolutely,
his
she's
show,
just correct
people-
here.
If
exactly.
If you watch his
Exactly.
show, everybody's mad at Hutch at various points. You're
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Right, but I didn't want to contribute to that. So I think there were compelling points, and again, speaking to what I see as the concerns, because I wish, even though you guys disagree, I wished you would have maybe taken on more when I was, and maybe I didn't explain myself perfectly, but taken on more when I'm saying I'm sort of looking at a different dynamic, right? I'm not just looking at right and left. I'm looking at this horseshoe and sort of the top and the bottom of this horseshoe. And so speaking to me about the isolationism and the anti-interventionism and the withholding of foreign aid and stuff on the right speaks to me, but I share some of those same concerns on the left. And the right has power right now, and they're the ones enacting this, right? So I don't have a perfect answer right here, and I am compelled by, now that we've seen what's happened so far in the Trump administration, lesser of two evils, and changing my analysis. So these things are compelling to me. I appreciate this. I don't know how to overcome. I guess like the problem too is like, I'm just not convinced. I guess, like, sure, Democrats want my vote, and people who don't want Trump in power want my vote. And it's not all about me, blah, blah, blah. But I think I represent some cohort of people. I don't actually know that, like, my views are wanted in the Democratic Party. I don't know really if they do fit. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't vote for them, right? That doesn't mean that I shouldn't do my own analysis. But yeah, I don't know. Does that resonate with anybody? I hope you guys hear where I'm coming from. And again, I was really nervous about this conversation. I did think that it was going to be blood sports craziness, and I'm glad that it wasn't. Because on just a personal level, I mean, no one wants to be hated.
Not
like
Wick.
that, but on personal,
Wick is fucking mad it wasn't blood.
Wick-
sports.
I'm mad at you
Wick's
too,
trying to feed
Tali.
you to the
Look,
fucking
I want to be
wolves.
clear. Tali, we're going to talk about this later, but I think you're inauthentic too.
Whoa.
The conversations
Well,
we have had
whoa.
were not represented here.
What is going on, Wick?
Holy
I'm just
fuck.
saying, this is true.
Wait,
The conversations
you're being
we have had were not
useless.
represented here.
You're being
Can we do it
unauthentic
here?
because you're like, oh, I think you're being unauthentic. I'll talk to you about it later. So you're the real sexist.
Wick is actually trying to
Owned.
use us as his puppets, his pawns, as he creates some sort of blood sports arena here.
I
And
just,
by the way,
blood sports. This
Why
isn't
was she
blood sports. If I
inauthentic?
wanted to be
How
blood
dare
sports,
you?
we'll
How
show
dare
you
Like,
blood
I thought
sports.
you were-
But I'm
wait, I thought you
just.
were being unauthentic.
Wait,
Why are you
listen,
accusing your?
before you guys
frustrated
get
with
into
the
it, I'm sorry,
conversation.
before you guys get into it, I have to make one observation to Tali with what she said. Tali, seriously, I want you to know, because you said Hutch is the most compelling. I actually gave Hutch his answers in a DM privately, okay? So I just want you to
said
know
you-
that.
Why
Yeah,
would you tell them that though?
I know. Well, now you've been
That's fucked
exposed.
up, man.
Yeah, I bet you feel like a fucking dick now. I'm sorry.
That's
Wick and
fucked
Pisco,
up.
you guys can fight now.
Wait, no, Josiah,
how
would
should
you
be
welcome
unauthentic?
Tali? Would you, Josiah, would you welcome Tali into a coalition without calling her a fucking idiot and blah blah blah?
Sure. At the
Or
end
not
of the
just
day,
a fucking idiot, but like a racist and a bit like there are things that I believe that a non-insignificant number of people on the left view as racist and sexist.
You know, we had
and
Brad
bigoted.
Palumbo on the podcast, right?
I
we
just
were
got
friendly
called
with him.
sexist today by
Yeah.
Pisco for I don't know what.
well,
No, I said you were trying to. Well, first of all, I said that you were trying to manufacture sexism.
You're trying to
That's what
frame
I said.
them as
and
rac- as
then
sexist.
just then I thought I
I
said
just
you were
don't
the real
understand.
sexist.
I legit
Just
don't
then I just said
understand
you
this. Maybe
because
I'm-
you're like, oh, I also think you're inauthentic. You put it, squeeze it in, and be like, but we'll talk about that later.
Because we're
that
doing
to
an
me-
in the other text
because
thread.
before
We'll
the
talk about that
conversation,
later.
Tali was like, "Hey, after the panel, can we talk?" And I'm mentioning that because that's what we said. Right, we're gonna do.
Okay, but not.
Well,
in
you
the-
know,
not
we're
in
going to
front of
talk
everybody.
after this without
You are,
Wick.
and that's okay.
Yeah, you're not invited, Wick.
That's
So the
okay.
only
You're
one who wasn't
always invited.
inauthentic
Mine. You
today-
guys can call
The
it.
only one
if
who
you
wasn't
want.
inauthentic was Wick. How convenient for you, Wick. You were the only one who was being unauthentic in this whole panel.
If
That's
you've
why
ever
his
seen
flag
my
is
content, which you
backwards.
might not have, if you think
I watch your
acted
shit. I'm a
any
Wick fan.
differently
I'm
here
actually a
than
Wick
I
fan,
have
believe
at
it or
any other
not.
panel I've been on or any other venue I've been on, right? Whether they be on my side, against my side, whether they be big names or small names, you're gonna get Wick. You know what you're getting. This is what I'm getting.
I didn't call you inauthentic.
You just got Wick, bro.
I just said
You
it's
got
very
Wick.
convenient that
You just wicked
got
you down,
wicked, bro.
You
You just got wicked down hard.
Wick on
Listen,
him.
I don't even hate Wick. I
Put a
don't hate
little
Wick.
Wick on him.
I'm
You
a,
don't
I'm a
even
Wick
hate
fan.
Wick. Wow.
I'm a
Thanks.
Wick fan. I'm a Wick fan. But
Are
I
you?
just
You
wanna
called
say,
me a cuck.
I didn't.
You
call,
called
did I
me a
call you
cuck yesterday. Get the clip,
Was that
gang.
as a joke? Okay,
Oh,
maybe
as
I
a
called
jo-
you a cuck.
okay,
But
but you
it's a
called me a
meme.
cuck, and it's okay.
It's a meme.
But
It's a
like,
meme.
oh,
You-
I'm a Wick
you say
fan.
words, you say words, you don't say
Yesterday, when
words.
I wasn't here and you didn't think I was listening, you called me a cuck.
Cuckoldry is a neutral concept. There's no. It's not.
I'm
like
just
good or
saying.
bad.
This is
Just-
what I
nothing
mean by
bad about being a
inauthentic.
cuck.
When I'm
What-
here
what's
to
wrong
your
with being a cuck?
face, just
What's
call
wrong
me
with
a
being
cuck if you think I'm a
What's wrong
cuck.
with being a cuck? What's wrong with being a cuck? I don't remember
Nothing's
that I
wrong
called you
with
a
being a
but-
cuck, but if that's what
Okay,
you
so
think
you're
I
a cuck
am,
then. You're a cuck.
if that's what you think I am, call to me to my face. This
Yes, you're
both
very
sides
much
of
a
the
cuck.
mouth where you say shit when I'm not here, and then when I
Okay, yeah,
am
okay.
here, you're like, "Oh, I'm a Wick fan.
I don't
That's
know
all
if you were
great.
hearing
That's all
problems. I
fun."
just said you're a cuck.
That's
and that's great.
inauthentic.
It's
And I'm
wonderful
glad.
that you're a cuck.
I'm glad that you're finally admitting it because I am bringing out the authenticity in you, and this is why you all need me.
Yeah,
You
I was a
need
little
me.
disappointed when Pisco
Yeah.
went easy on you tonight. I mean, it was like,
yeah, I was
You
going
know
so
what it
easy on
is?
you, Wick.
You know what it is? It's because Wick and I had a shouting match the first conversation we had because it was about
That's
Harry
true.
Reid in the Supreme Court, which is like the ultimate trigger for me. So Tali, full disclosure, if we ever debate the Supreme Court, I might raise my voice. Okay, I might get red in the face and like start frothing at the mouth and twitching if we ever talk
You're
about the Supreme
against
Court.
Harry Reid.
I love Harry Reid. I miss Harry
Overthrowing
Reid.
the- oh,
Let's
okay.
bring Harry Reid back. No,
Okay.
long
That's
story
okay,
short
silly
is-
serious. I
yeah.
think you were the reason that Trump won.
Who?
Why are you
Silly
wait, so
serious.
you-
She's
why are
talking
you
shit in
calling
chat.
her out?
Get on the
Why-
phone.
why-
Okay, look. I know I'm not gonna.
Because
your
she's a
show.
woman?
I don't know if you
Because
guys
she's a
do
woman.
call-ins, but if you want,
Because
if
she's
you
a
want to say it
woman.
to my face, if you have any kind
What is she
of
supposed to do? She wasn't invited to the fucking show.
bravery, she can come anytime. I do call-ins, and she can come
Bro,
on my
she's
show. We can go on a
Australian.
different
She, like,
venue if she
routinely
wants.
She's the
But Silly
reason
Serious is
Trump-
one of the most brain-dead people
You
I've ever
stole her
tried to read.
fucking phrase. You
I
said from
tried
the
to
Silly
read some of her
Series. You stole it from
Substack,
her.
and that
You
shit
stole
is
it,
like
yeah. It's from the Silly to
ChatGPT
the
level
Serious.
shit.
Her name is Silly Serious, and you stole that from her, from the Silly to the Serious. And no one wants to talk about it, but I'm bringing it up now since you went after her. You stole it from her.
Are you wait, are you
You're a
being
thief.
serious with that?
You are a thief. You are a thief. You have your phrase.
I can't tell
We have
if
these
you're-
ideas
see, I
from the
can't tell
Silly
if you're
to the
actually
Serious.
joking now.
Silly Serious. That's her phrase.
Do you
stole
owe
it.
her royalties, Wick?
Okay, you all are trolling me. Okay.
I think he might.
Yes. I do.
What do you mean? I'm
He's you sold that pretty well. I got
You did sell it pretty well. That's why I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, no, okay, it's a troll.
From the silly to the, I never even drew that fucking connection.
That's his phrase.
That's
That's-
hilarious.
wait,
Yes,
wait,
that's
welcome
great.
to a
That's
WIC
his
panel
phrase.
where we discuss
know that's
cultural,
his- yeah.
political, and cultural from
Yeah.
the silly to the serious. Yes.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
But yeah, I just
My
don't
body
respect
is-
people like her. It's just gross.
My body
And
is
dumb,
absorbing my
frankly,
fat reserves.
Retarded.
We gotta,
Did you
we
just
gotta
call
let.
her retarded?
I did call her retarded, and I'll do it to her
Jesus.
face. I've had a conversation
Bro.
with before, and she was one of the most dumb people. Like, look, I debated Tim Pool, and I mopped the floor with him, but she was somehow dumber than Tim
That
Pool.
was pathetic. Your appearance at Tim Pool was pathetic. Everyone laughed at you.
Everyone laughed at me. Well,
Yeah,
people
they were like,
congratulate
"Why
me
did
for
he
that all the
shave?"
time. They think I did very good.
Did they now? Why?
Well,
why
Lactoid
on
doesn't.
you-
Lactoid thinks I lost, but that's
No.
Lactoid. So.
Well, he's libertarian, so fuck lactoid. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Listen, we
okay.
got to let Hutch go because he says
understand.
that he's absorbing something into his fat or something. I don't
dying.
know what he said. Yeah.
My
So
body's-
listen, thank you so much, Tali. You were a good sport about this, and yeah, well, the jury will render a verdict after. I was going to say cloture, being
Who's
sequestered.
the jury? That's a little scary.
That's a really. It's hopefully not chat, because if it's chat,
God.
Jesus, you're going down the row, if you know what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
we're gonna pull the lever.
The
but,
chat would have me walk the plank for sure, a couple times over.
Yeah. Well, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Thanks, chat, for watching.
Thank
Everybody,
you.
have a good night.
Hey, Wick, it's all good. Hey,
I know.
Much
We're
love.
okay.
Stay cool.
It's all fine.
And by the way, last
Wow.
message: Wick wants to
This is
expand
like
the
an
Supreme
episode of
Court.
The Bear,
Wick
by the
wants
way.
to expand the Supreme
That's,
Court. We're ending
that's
stream.
absolute. Could you
Wow.
imagine if we had expanded the Supreme Court and opened that bag of worms under Biden?
God, I
and what
hope
would
it. I
happen
hope it
now?
ended at the right moment. Fuck.
Okay. Anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah.
So
All right,
we'll see you guys later.
Later, guys.
Blah,
Later,
blah, blah,
blah,
blah,
blah.
Yeah.
Wick, are we chatting?
Yes,
or no?
we are. Come in my Discord and we can chat.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Bye bye.
Give me a second for transition, gang. Leave. Ah! Okay. Welcome to the show. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
That
Wait,
was
can you hear
terrible.
chat?
That was terrible. I
can't-
hated it. I hated it. What did you think?
It went better than I thought it was gonna go. So for me, it was a success. I was really, really stressed about it. It's just like the way that they were talking about it in preparation for it. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is just opportunity to shit on.
This is why it
Tali.
was inauthentic. They were
Was it
saying
inauthentic,
when
or
you they
like,
aren't.
or is
hold
it
on.
disarming? Is it disarming to talk to someone at length?
When hold on. Here's the thing. I do not respect people, or I don't respect this behavior, I should say, because I like most of them, right? Like they're fine. But I don't respect the behavior where you will say one thing when the person's not around, and then suddenly when they're around, they're like, oh, now we're gonna be, before you were there, they're like, we're gonna grill her, we're gonna take her to task. We're going to get on her. Oh, she's so retarded. She's so stupid, blah, blah, blah. And then when you get there, they're like, oh, we're not asking you to regret things. And we're going a little hard on you. But the energy shift, right? The difference bothers me. It screams inauthenticity to me. I don't know. What do you think?
I hear you. I didn't perceive it that way, honestly. Like, I perceived it more as just like the human tendency to be less extreme when you're actually talking to someone face to face, and also the fact that we were just, again, like talking at length, and it makes it harder to like make a devil out of the other person.
Maybe. Pops. I don't think it was that, though. I don't. Right? Because if it was that, I think it would have started much more harsh and it would have leveled out as we talked. And I think that's a natural thing. I just don't like the manufacturedness of it.
So what do you think they were holding back?
I think that they were trying to give you, there's several factors at play, right? So first of all, you don't want to be seen as going too hard on the paint right out the gate, right? So you'll moderate yourself because of that. That will happen. But I think that what they wanted to do is they wanted to find a spot where they could look like they're being nice to you, right? Where they can look like, and they can play it back and they say, look, we treated her so well. Look at, we were so kind. And I just don't think I think they were doing it to get that.
I don't think they get points for being kind.
I think they yes and no. I think they will get some ribbing from their chat and things like that in their communities. But this is something that they'll point to and say, oh, but look, we were so kind, when they go hard later on.
Will
right?
they though? Because I feel like,
think
again, I feel like it actually doesn't benefit them. Like, with the exception of Hutch, who has explicated this already. I feel like the rest of them, like the chat wanted them to go really hard. I guess it's not clear to me what they gain by being nice to me. Again, one of the reasons that like I said to Hutch is like, I feel like it actually is bad for his image to be nice to me, even though I like Hutch.
That's
and
his
would
brand
like to...
at this point, right? I think that's his brand. And I think that all these people, and I have a brand. We all have a brand. We're online personalities to an extent, right? And we, the brand that I think that they were trying to reinforce is that they're reasonable liberals that can be reasonable with Trump voters and things like that. But when you look at what they say in other venues, it does not match that energy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Lactoid just said in the chat, this is interesting, and this makes sense to me. They were absolutely pulling their punches because they said because they sensed that they could get you, Tali. They thought they could bring you into their fold. Fair. Which is a good strategy.
Here's a problem.
Frankly. Like, that was part of the appeal
It'll
to people
get them,
like me about the right, that you could come in and talk and things weren't off limits. And
if
again,
that,
it's like people are nice and
sure.
Yeah.
If that extended beyond that moment in time, I would grant you that. That's based. It's just, it won't. They were, what it was going for, right, is they wanted that moment in time to say, look, we reached her, right? Look, we won her over. Look at how powerful and persuasive my point was. And you agreed with it in the moment in several cases. But what I always ask myself in these situations is like, okay, but what happens after the show? Like, what happens when you go back out into the world, right? Into the internet, into the sphere, into the real life? Like, will those points stick with you? Will those points be dunks in the moment? Or will this be something you actually consider and internalize and think about? And I don't know if the points they made are. I'm not you, though, right? Maybe they did. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. But what I saw, right, is them going for those moments. But I don't know. It just felt so false to me, and I don't know. That's the vibe I get, and I'm being vibes based here, but that's the vibe I get. It rang false. It was like hitting a bell, expecting a pure clear note, and it just got a bunk.
In all of their, I agree with you. They were trying to like put out all these points, right? And some of them I feel like they didn't all resonate, but there were like 2 that were sort of interrelated things that did resonate, and that is meaningful to me. And it's hard because so many of these conversations, people get frustrated. I wonder if your audience gets frustrated that I'm like a slow.
I don't know if I don't know if
Right.
they were frustrated or not, but I think that like I was very hopeful going into this, right? Like I was like, okay, we're gonna get somewhere. I don't think we got anywhere, frankly.
Okay, let's go through a few things. So first, what did you? Let's just bring the fight back. In what ways did you think that I was being inauthentic?
Sure. So I think that you were trying so hard to kind of be reasonable, and we talked about this before, right? That you wanted to be seen as
Always
reasonable.
do.
You wanted to be seen as
Yeah.
reasonable, and I think that you're. Well, can I mention the experience you mentioned earlier in the DMs? Is that okay? I don't know. Like it adds context.
Yeah, yes, but I'm gonna have to reiterate that it was like literally not a big deal at all. Like nothing happened. It was just, but yeah, you can mention it. And we'll talk through
Sure.
it.
Yeah, I understand it wasn't a specific instance, but these things are like cultural and they're currents and things like that. Like like you went in and you were feeling very unheard in other people's chats, right? You would go in other experiences, you were feeling very unheard, you were feeling very unlistened to, that you were being painted as something that wasn't persuasive, wasn't reaching out, wasn't reacting how you wanted it to react. And I think that that colored the way that you approached tonight, in that you were trying extra hard to be reasonable. When I've heard you say, right, the reasons, and I've heard you say other things that you just did not say tonight. And I was like, why not hit them with the actual things, right? Why go about this in a circuitous way?
Like what?
I'm trying to think of a specific example. That was like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, right? So, and mostly this happened at the beginning, and it kind of like shocked me. I was like, okay, where are we going with this? Because this isn't where I thought it was going to go, and this isn't where I thought you were going to start. Because I'm not sure if that was because of the questions they were asking or because of what you were doing, but you have told me in the past, right, that what pushed you was the anti-racism stuff of being racist, the trans issues, right, and these things. I mean, you mentioned Jesse Singal and things like that, but maybe it was just you were
and I
being
said
too
like I said
circuitous about
gender
it.
stuff. Yeah, well, and I
It might
was
be that. It might be that
tiptoeing,
you were just
frankly.
being too circuitous about it. That you were being too, like, windy circular. I don't know.
I was, and I know that I didn't. I know that I don't feel like this was my best effort at communicating necessarily. I am just like always like just kind of thinking out loud, which is not always like great for an audience or whatever. I definitely was. I was trying to step away from landmines that were just gonna like, especially I think because those things are so easy to misinterpret and automatically straw man or like automatically demonize.
That's fear.
So
That's fear. You shouldn't have done that.
yes,
That's
it
a
is
criticism
fear.
I have
It
for
is
you
fear.
tonight. You should have just been like this, and let them They were strawmanning you anyway in chat, right? I don't know if you didn't read it, but
Well, yeah,
that was
I read
triggering me
some
the
of it.
fuck
What
out of me
what I
too.
could keep up with.
That was triggering the fuck out of me too. Those little sly, little sinister, little lizard people. Okay, those fuckers. I frankly hate them. I'm going to be real with you. I frankly hate them. And if every single one of them just left the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party disavowed every single one of those little chatter fucks, I think we would win in a landslide. 400 electoral votes, perfect victory. The culture would be fixed immediately. Okay, and that's a problem for me. Let me read some super chats so I can make some money. Okay, thank you for the super chats, gang. Keep giving them to me. $5 from Zephyr Hash to say, remember when Elon said he will distribute savings from Doge to the American people? Where are my $8, Wick? I need that $8 credit. Thank you for that. $10 from Carlea Fontes to say, Tali is awesome. I love her so much. Thank you for having her on again, Wick. Oh, well, you're welcome. I like Tali too.
That is so nice.
Yes.
Bless you. Who was that?
Carlea Fontes. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. $10 from Alexander Wynn to say, I support you, Tali. I struggled through some of that same nonsense and didn't have people I considered my peers crucifying me over a plainly understandable difference of opinion on Israel-Palestine. $10 from Feder Methodist to say refuse to vote in 2024. Republican friend said that's like a vote for Ho Chi Harris. Dem friend says like a vote for Rump. Got charged with election fraud for voting twice by refusing to vote. Thank you for that. $5 from Alexander Rin to say Israel lives rent-free in Doobie's head. True. $5 or 5 gifted WhickTV memberships from Lucy Lemonbug. $10 from Alexander Rin to say let's remember most of these culture war beliefs weren't thought through in the first place. We're exposed to the light of day and abandoned by your fellows. What else would one think? $5 from the Scorned One to say go back to the David Hogg thing. Hey, I'm annoyed that they skipped over that because I think that was a very enlightening point that we could have gotten to an actual issue that we just skipped over. But anyway, says them just dismissing her as a major issue? Yes. $10 from Alexander Rin to say if guilt was useful, she wouldn't have turned against the left in the first place. These idiots are still trying to pin the blame on the protest voter. How should we punish a party that acts badly? $5 from Alexander Rin.
Well, that was part of. Sorry,
Go ahead,
can I just
please.
enter that really quickly? Because I don't want to lose it. But yeah, that was part of the frustration that I was trying to, and even like when Wick was giving the pushback of like voting for Trump pushes the more extreme on the left, and like that was like, damn, that's a good point. And I don't really know how I knew that consciously because I talk about the way that these things feed each other, but putting it so explicitly like that was a hit because in my mind I was voting against the left because I felt they were on a path down further radicalization. Right?
Yes.
I wanted to cut that. So I do feel like what the hell do I do? If voting for the other side is just going to radicalize the left, but voting for the left keeps them on the path that I'm not happy with. So I do.
I don't
feel
think
like
it would have. That's where we disagree.
For someone with my beliefs.
Sure, that's where we disagree, Tali. I think that, but Trump, if they were able to beat Trump, right? If we were able to beat Trump in 2024, I think that would have toned down the moderate, like it wouldn't have erased it overnight, right? But it would have toned down the radicalization on the left. It would have taken away their reason for being, right? The reason that we even listened to them in the first place, right? And it would have taken away a lot of their power. And I think that was a miscalculation on your part. And that's my criticism of you, right? Well, not the only one, but the one in regards to that. So yeah.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Keep going, yeah.
Sure. $5 from Alexander Rin to say WhickTV in a heavy blue state. The chances that enough other people will switch with you as well is overwhelmingly smaller. Okay, yeah, that's another stupid ass point. I was in Florida during the 2000 election, and anyone saying that your vote doesn't really matter or have influence in the election, the Florida 2000 vote gives the lie to that, right? It gives the lie. It was decided by less than 1,000 votes. I want to say 500 something votes, right? And the amount of people who voted third party, who swore never to vote third party again because they voted for fucking Ralph Nader, right? And they're like, I regret my vote. I regret my vote. I shouldn't have done it. I didn't think my vote mattered. I didn't think it was going to have an impact on the election, but I was absolutely wrong. And then to have people be like, well, no, actually your vote really doesn't matter even in a swing state. It's like, what? What are you talking about? And that triggered me, okay? That made me very angry.
Does my vote matter? Does my vote matter so much that I like need to be held accountable for it, even though I voted in a state that didn't go red? Or
what
does it
held
not
accountable even mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, right? Well, held accountable how is the question.
Right.
And I don't know. $10 from Audacity to say individuality scares and infuriates the F out of these dudes. $10 from Alexander Rin to say great effing points, Wick. At least one person believes in me. That's nice. Thank you. $10 from Alexander Rin to say how many people in their chat called her a genocide supporter during this call. They called her a lot of things. I don't know about that. I didn't count, right? $10 from Alexander Rin to say, WhickTV, they were treating her like a child they needed to correct. I'm not sure they listened to a word she actually said, so much as thought considered how to respond and push her in their direction. That's another problem, right? But I mean, persuasion, it would be too much to expect they didn't try to persuade, because obviously we want to try to persuade you. I want to try to persuade you, right? So I'm not so much critical for that. It's the not listening part that's a problem for me. And I just don't understand why they don't think it's important to really hear you when you were speaking. Now, you didn't do yourself any favors here. You spoke very circular, and I was getting frustrated at you at several points, but that's neither here nor there. It was very frustrating conversation. $2 from Metalworks to say, could I come on and give a few critiques? We can have, once we're done talking, I'll open it up to callers, okay? We'll do that for a little bit.
I would love that.
I can't stay as late as I did yesterday, but I'm absolutely opening to do that. Okay. That's my super chats. So you can go on and give me your perspectives and things.
I do wonder, like, if they listen to me, and I think it's a fair point. Like, again, I don't know how clear I was. These things are hard because I'm not voting on specific policies, and they don't like that, right? But that's just the truth. I think I feel like for at least some of them, there's not there's like the is and ought distinction that's missing, right? And it's like, well, no, people should not vote on vibes. I can't even understand vibes. I don't get the culture wars. I don't like it, but people do. And I feel like you kept trying to reiterate that, and that's something that I've heard Hutch say too. I want to say I've heard Pisco say it also. Like, people just do vote that way, whether they like it or not. And it's almost, there's almost something disingenuous about it. Like, I think they're being sincere, but like, most voters are super low information.
Yep.
This is very well known, right? And so like, so maybe there's a frustration that I'm not as low information as most voters, and yet I still made the quote unquote bad decision, right? The bad choice, the wrong choice. That was another frustration that I had with Econoboy.
It seems like, hold on, we talked about who the best was. Who's your worst? I bet it's Econoboy, right? Am I wrong? Yeah.
Yeah, I felt the contempt is the wrong word, but like, yeah, the vibes from him. Well, and even when he was like setting it up, when they were talking about it,
the disrespect, I think, is a better word.
Yeah. Well, to a certain extent, actually, you're right. And I wasn't thinking about this when you were saying the criticisms you were making. Like, I think it was fair for them to push back, because what you said at the end sounded contradictory on its face. I understand what you were saying. There was an inauthenticity. The sort of moralizing you didn't like. You took issue with the sort of like moralizing, oh, you feel so bad for this personally and whatever, but you felt they were kind of holding back in other places. And again, while on the one hand I am happy that it was more cordial and civil, because that's just preferable. I like to get along with people, right? I'm a woman and I'm a human, right? So all of those things playing there. But you're right, because Econoboy, like in the lead up and on last episode and stuff, was just literally just calling me dumb, just straight up stupid. And like kind of keep that same energy. And I think he kind of was just calling me dumb with his face. And that's fine, but that's something that I've...
He was calling you dumb with his face.
He was. And that's something that I've come to resent, but also accept that I guess it's sort of human nature. And both sides certainly do this. But again, I come from the left. And there is this strong belief on the left that like, we have the right answers and the morally good answers. Anyone who doesn't agree with us is either a bigot or they just haven't learned yet. They need more education. They need to come around to my position. And like, I guess to a certain extent, everyone feels that way. Anyone who feels confident about their position feels that they've landed at the right one, that other people need to, get over to their position, ideally or theoretically. But there a lot of just feels so strong on the left.
Yeah, I think that it exists on the
left.
right too. I think you'll find that out, unfortunately, on the right. That you
will
find that out. But
well,
no,
and both sides do this, where the other side is evil and they want to destroy this country, right? Both sides do this.
It is a problem. It is a problem, and I think that we need to fix that problem. And one of the best ways to fix that problem is just being honest about how we feel, right? And because people will, if I say I hate you to your face, people respect that more than if I say, you're so great to your face, and then I hate you behind the scenes. And this is what the Democrats and the left do too much, right? The right does it all the time too, okay, keep in mind. But the right will just say it to their face, right? The right doesn't couch it. The right doesn't hide it. The right doesn't try to put a mask on it. They just know, we fucking hate you and we want you to die. And we think that you are a terrible person and blah, 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 right? So there is this level of, unfortunately, respect that people give that more than the people on the Democratic side who are like, well, no, actually, we want to reach out to everyone. We want to coalition build, but in the privacy of their group chats and the privacy of their one-on-one interactions, they're like, no, they're fucking retarded and they're fucking stupid and we hate every single one of them. And they're gutless bastards, right? And I'm tired and I'm exhausted of trying to get people to recognize that when you are inauthentic like that, it doesn't matter if you are right. It doesn't matter if your policies are the correct policies. It doesn't matter. They're not going to want to vote for you. They're not going to want to coalition with you because they don't like you, because they don't like your smarmy little fucking behavior. And that behavior is what we need to change. Not our policies so much. There's a couple we could adjust, right? But if we changed our behavior, we would be better off than we are today. And $5 from TL1524 to say, though painful to watch, mostly because instead of trying to convince her to come back to their side, they just wanted to ring the GOT bell at her in shame. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that too. Like, I'm not crazy, am I, chat? Am I crazy here? Was I the only one who saw it?
You think all of them were doing that? Like, I guess I'm kind of curious if you want to break it down.
It's a spectrum. There are different degrees, and I like Josiah. I like Hutch. I like Econoboy. Pisco's, he's fine. I don't hate him, right? But I'm not a fan of his style and his behavior. I think it's harmful. I think it's. I'm not lying when I say I think he's one of Trump's strongest soldiers, unironically, right? And I'd say that to his face if we were here, right? And he can call in if he likes. But, like, I just worry. I worry. I do. And I don't know if my worries were assuaged in this conversation.
That's fair. That's fair. And I think there's also, like, it's easy when you have one person that you're focusing in on to forget that, 70 million people voted for Trump?
Yeah. Josh Water says, you're not reading this, but I didn't see what you saw, Wick. It's true. True! I'm not reading. You're calling it you're batting 1,000 tonight, right, Josh Water? Right? You were just as correct in that statement as you are in what you saw, frankly. But go ahead. Go on. Be wrong again. And this is, okay, I know this isn't you, and I'm ranting at this point.
I'm going to
run.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to run to pee, but I'm listening. My headphones are in my ear. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, just make sure you turn the sound off. We don't want to hear that. Okay, great. While I rant. Okay. I can we just stop listening to people who are always wrong? Can we stop? Can we just stop doing it? I don't know what else to say, right? Just if people are wrong over and over and over again, why are we still listening to them? I don't know. Iron Zodiac, she is agreeing with me on some of these things. She's disagreeing with them on others, and that's fine. We can see different things. $2 from AKA Batozai to say, bless you, Wick. Well, thank you. All I want to do is to make sure that we preserve our institutions, we preserve the Constitution, we preserve the United States of America as I see it, right? And as I think it, the America I grew up in, frankly, where we believe in freedom of speech, right? Where we fight for freedom of speech, where we fight for treating people like Americans. And I think Trump, and I know some of you will disagree with me in this in chat, but I think Trump is one of the greatest threats to that. But that doesn't mean he's the only threat, right? That doesn't mean he's the only threat. And one of the things that, the concepts that I honed in on the conversation, I wish I got more time to explain, was that of reciprocal radicalization and how the left and the right, the extremes, are feeding on each other, empowering each other, giving each other a permission structure to behave badly, right? We have to do this because if we don't do this, they'll do it first, right? And we got to get to it. But, yeah, I don't know.
Hashtag Ellie in the chat said, stop trying to convince people by saying this politician is better. When people say vibes, they're talking about the party writ large. Talking about a single politician won't counter that. I agree. I know that's a frustrating answer for people, but that was why, like, yes, Kamala at least publicly moderated her views in 2024, and I'm even open to saying that she didn't really believe necessarily, like, that she actually sincerely moderated. Maybe she looks back and cringe at the things that she was running on in 2020, but that wasn't enough, obviously, for me. Like, that obviously wasn't enough for me to vote for the Democrats. And it's like the distinction that they're trying to make, right? Like, focus on the politicians and the people with power, and that's all true and good. But like, speaking of their chat, like, your chat is Democrat voters, and these are people
Not
who, like,
all
if
of
all
them.
of these guys are relatively reasonable, true.
Yeah,
If
not
all these
all
guys
of
are
them.
relatively reasonable, which I think they are, these are the people who make up your community. Like, this is like, the left is very toxic and still very
Yep.
caught up in all of this stuff, and yeah.
Okay. Let me bring on some callers. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just letting the dogs out.
Yeah,
I'm here, guys. I can hear everything. I'm here.
Okay, you're live.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, don't be sorry. What's up, brother?
Oh, you hear me? Okay, cool. I had your stream
Yes.
on for.
Econoboy, you should call in too. But anyway, go ahead.
So one of the things I wanted to run by. Oh, she left for a second.
No, she can still hear you.
Okay. So I feel I jumped in like last minute. I think I got to the part where they were talking about why she did a protest vote, and I feel like a better argument against Tali for doing that is, well, the first thing I want to ask is when did she come to the conclusion that she didn't want to vote for the Democrats? Was it
You
near
missed the first half of the conversation? We went over it, right? Like, so you're coming in like they were. That's I think one of the first questions they started with, actually, if I'm recalling correctly, is when did you decide not to vote Democrat anymore? And we went on a history lesson, unfortunately. I don't think the question was
my
answered,
short
but,
for the my short answer is if she did it like on short notice, I understand that's fine to do the protest vote at that point. But I feel like if you come to the conclusion very early in the election, because I'm like her, I kind of did a protest vote in 2016. I didn't like what was going on with the party with Hillary and stuff, and I just voted for Jill Stein.
Sure.
But I've come to a kind of conclusion. The problem with the protest vote, it's not your vote has power behind it, but that power only goes so far, and we need to start coming up with better effective strategies, putting that vote behind something that has more teeth behind it, because your vote has more power. Because the problem with, like, let's say, okay, I don't like what the Democratic Party is doing, so I'm going to vote for Trump. Well, the problem with voting for Trump is all you're doing is you are taking a vote away from the Democrats, but you're not telling Trump what you want from him. He thinks you're voting for him for the stuff he wants. And my problem with kind of not putting behind a kind of constituents or voting block that sends like a clear message like, hey, we're going to vote for you, but we want you to do this specific thing, or we're not going to vote for you. We need to start, people like us, people who want to change our parties more, we need to start getting our shit together and start building kind of like neutral kind of coalitions that focus on maybe like one issue that tries to get as many people to vote for a candidate that will that would want our votes, instead of just
mostly at this point, man. Mostly at this point, I'm voting against Trump. Right? Trump is it's such an existential threat that I like. I don't want the Democrats to go weird, right? But
I understand
I just think anything is better than Trump.
But I think we can get more out of our vote if we had a type of voting block that it's built up, that is consistent, and that will get a candidate that tries to get this voting block to vote for him. It will get them elected, or else help them get elected. Like, I think one of the more neutral topics that we in a country could probably focus on to get this kind of coalition built is healthcare. Everyone in this fucking country hates our healthcare system. It's fucking shit. But there's a reason why the whole Luigi Mangione thing, as much as I do not like what he did, there's a reason why people were so, like, gleefully, like, happy that situation happened. And that tells you how much
Hold on,
That's
no,
it.
Metalworks. No, most
No,
people
there-
weren't. Most people thought it was
True, but
Also-
there were more. It was
There were
shocking
some.
how many people.
Yes,
In
that's
fact,
a
like
problem.
I was shocked. I was shocked. I expect to see that type of response from the Hassan Pikers of the world. I was
Yeah.
shocked to see normal people that I know in real life,
That
normies who
really
don't live
happened.
online and all of this
It's
stuff,
really fucking
being
weird.
like, yeah.
But the
And
point
so,
of that,
so with that said, yeah. Go ahead.
sorry, but the point of that, that's a constituency. That's a strong constituency that is a very open tent, very wide, that we can all, someone can tap into effectively. A voting block can tap into that. If we can build a voting block that says, like, we want healthcare reform now, and we will give you our vote if you do this for us. And I don't care if Trump does it or the Democrats does it. It would be very effective to have something like that in the fray.
What is
because if
healthcare
Trump
reform
doesn't, because
look
if
like?
Trump doesn't do it, the Democrats can hold his feet to the
Just
fire for
before
not
you go,
doing
Tali.
it.
Before you go, Tali, I just want to nix it in the bud. We don't have time, unfortunately, for a full debate for every single chatter. But give us your main takeaway from the panel, and then we do have to cycle through callers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just saying that we need to start focusing on strategies that get the most out of our votes. I think a secondary coalition that we need to start building up is one that, for the Democratic wing, for us, for people like us who want the left to win, but we don't want to be associated with the more like radical side. We need to start, building up a stoic attitude, I think. No more victimization, no more, just complaining about what Republicans do. We need to start getting people have confidence in wanting to vote for us. And we need to start selling ourselves to us and focusing on policy, what we're going to do. Just focus on, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And that's what we should be focusing on. No more of this America bad shit. We need to start, taking back the idea of liking being an American. We need to be firm but fair. I mean, fair but firm. Still self-critical of ourselves. But we need to start, adopting these more self-critical, I think, principles. That will probably make our party more appealing to people again, and probably energize our voting base again, and can push away those more radical sides out.
We'll see.
We need to start acting like, instead of like, okay, we need to help like the Black community with this problem. No, we need to help Americans. We should be focusing.
I
we
agree
shouldn't
with you.
look at
Take away the
African Americans
identity
as
we don't need to help
we
black
shouldn't
people. We don't need to help white people. We need to help people.
everyone.
I agree.
We shouldn't call them African Americans. We should call them Americans, because that's what they are. They're our fellow Americans. They need help, and we need to make policy that helps not just them, but it needs to be framed in a way that this helps everyone.
I agree.
And that's how we need to be framing how we to go forward. This is the change the party needs, and this is the type of voting block we need to start developing in the party. Because the problem with those guys that have been that were shitting on Tali, they don't want that. They want her to capitulate. They want you and me to feel guilty, capitulate, and not want Trump to win. It's like, no, if I'm going to do this, this is what I want out of the party, and this is what I want the party to focus on. No more identity politics. Maybe in it should be rare. It should happen when it actually needs to be something important needs to be addressed.
Brother, I hate to
it
cut
needs
you
to be
off.
really need to pick and choose our battles.
Gotcha.
Can't just keep complaining on Trump. People get fatigued from topic fatigue. We should be picking our battles very closely when getting mad at Trump. And as much as he's doing a lot of stuff that we really should be critical on, but it doesn't matter, because people will still get bored.
I get you. I'll talk to you later. Metalworks. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, I hated to do that, but yes, I get the point. I understand the point. We got it. Let's go. Right? Love you, Metalworks. No shade. Okay.
I have thoughts. I'm gonna respond really quickly.
Yeah, please.
I like a lot of the things that you were saying. Like, yes, focus on us all being American. Stop the American hatred. Stop the hatred of the West. Stop the guilt of the West. I agree with all of that. And when you pick something like healthcare, or focus on one issue, not to go back to the vibes thing, but I'm not confident that any party or person really has the answer to the healthcare system in America. Sure, everyone hates it. I don't even know how true that is. I think people talk a lot about hating it. And also, we're a giant country and healthcare is expensive and things need to be paid for. I really appreciated Destiny's response to the whole Luigi Mangione thing and talking about no, healthcare providers have to make decisions. Everyone can't just get what they want, or even the most cutting edge thing. It's a limited pot of resources. Is another thing that I think the left fails to comprehend or to discuss is that we don't have an unlimited pot of resources, that the resources are finite, and we can't do everything, even if we would like to. But it sounds like you're talking about some type of like third party. And while I'm sort of sympathetic to that because I don't have any love really for the left or the right, that's not smart for Democrats to do, right? Because it would be cutting into their coalition. But I'm not a Democrat, so I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like that's the Breonna Joy Gray thing. Is like the way to we need to force them. We don't owe them our votes, right? Like we need to make our demands heard and vote third party when we need to shore up more resources for a real alternate. And yeah, I don't know how feasible that is. I don't really know what that coalition looks like, but a lot of the points that you were talking about are big things that weigh heavily on me. Is not hating America, not hating the
Got you.
West. all
Yeah,
these
no, I
things.
agree. Let's bring on the next caller, see what they have to say. Okay. The Lion of Zion, David. Okay, what do you got?
Hello.
Hi, how's it going again, Tali?
It's going. How you
Okay.
doing?
What do you got for
So-
us? Be brief, because we got some other people, right?
Gotcha. Don't worry. So, in terms of at the end, you said you're open to obviously voting for moderate Democrats. Was that something you committed to, or no?
I didn't commit to it. It's like, yeah, I would be open. I'm
Okay.
open.
What is open? Are
Yeah.
we? Was this like what Wick was trying to claim was disingenuous, or were you like genuinely open to it?
I don't think that's what he meant by disingenuous, but he might have thought that. I'm genuinely open insofar as like a big part of my ideological turn. What I used to have in my Instagram bio was "Don't be so sure," right? Like one thing that I realized when I started challenging so many of my closely held beliefs is like you don't need to be so sure about everything. I'm not so sure. I don't know. Like it would depend on the candidate, frankly.
Do you say what state you're in? I forget.
I'm in Hawaii.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about the politics there. That's interesting. But I was gonna hope you were in like somewhere like Pennsylvania or something like that. I could point to people like or New York and point to like Josh Shapiro, Richie Torres.
Of course, I
Better-
like Richie Torres a lot, but even like some of the stuff, like I'm not a progressive, right? So some of those things don't really line up with me. But I like Richie Torres a lot, and we can talk about Richie Torres. But I know Wick will get mad at me. But everyone's mad at Richie Torres right now for like not coming out and endorsing Mamdani, and I think
I'm so
people
proud of
see
him.
what he's
I'm so
doing
proud of
as
him.
like.
Why
Me
would I
too,
get mad
and
at
people
you
see
for
it as
that?
political maneuvering. But I think Richie just actually cares a lot about Jews and Jews in New York. Like he has actual
believe
meaningful,
he cares
close
about all his
relationships with
constituents.
Jews. He
I believe
does,
it-
of course.
yeah.
And I don't mean to downplay that, but I'm saying like he's taking this stance. I don't think it's political posturing. Like I think it comes from even like the Kirsten Gillibrand thing that everyone was so upset and she calls him a jihadi. I don't think she called him a jihadi. She
No,
was
she didn't say that.
what I appreciated from that phone call, even though it worked against her, she was exasperated. I heard someone who was sincerely concerned about anti-Semitism. I heard someone who knows and cares about her Jewish constituents. And yes, she cares about all her constituents. But I think that's the problem too, that I tried to bring up delicately, but I didn't spend too much time on because I know the audience doesn't want to hear it. And frankly, it's a hostile audience to a certain extent.
What
but
I mean by the disingenuous thing, you were avoiding the
You're right.
cores.
You're right. But Wick, I actually don't want to open myself up to anti-Semitic abuse. Like there
Okay,
are.
that's a good
like,
reason
Jews
why.
feel,
No, that's a good
Jews
reason
feel
why.
really precarious.
Sure, that is a.
Even left-wing Jews,
I
right?
understand.
And David
I'm with
beaten
you.
up in
I'm with
Cusco
you.
and Hutch's chats.
I'm with you.
yesterday.
Look, Tali, I'm with you. I understand why, right? And that's a good reason. But it's just, yeah, I'm correct. And you were dodging things and you were avoiding things.
You're right. I mean,
and
I
you
did
weren't
say
being
those things, and I made it
you were-
explicit.
Yeah.
that I'm concerned about anti-Semitism, and I'm concerned about America
Well.
becoming inhospitable to Jews. And I know
It's another
I realize there are some Jews
W
who will
in the
disagree
Wick
with that,
column,
and there
but yeah.
Yeah.
there's
so-
lots of
so-
non-Jews who find that ridiculous. But that's how I honestly feel.
There was a second part to that question that I didn't get to yet. But what I was going to ask is, surely, if you're voting between Donald Trump and Richie Torres, is that 50-50? Are you for Torres in such a scenario? Like,
Yeah. Donald Trump versus Richie Torres. Yeah, I would vote for Richie Torres. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is what I mean by she's open, right? She just doesn't believe.
Okay, but open. Wait. No. Now she committed that she would pick Richie Torres. This is
here's
a
a problem. Here's a problem. I'll do some Tali translating. She can tell me if I'm wrong or I'm mistranslating, right? What she's saying is that she does not believe that the Democrats will moderate. She doesn't believe they'll elect a moderate. So when she says she's open, that's skepticism in her voice, right? That she's like,
yeah, but she didn't say open. Here she said she would. She said I would pick Richie Torres over Trump. She just said, right?
I agree. But
okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
My bad. I didn't realize.
Okay, great. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, Tali doesn't believe, right, that the Dems will moderate.
Yeah, she doesn't believe that the type of
people
like Richie Torres are gonna be there.
If I'm incorrect, tell me I'm incorrect. I'll take it on my face.
You're definitely correct.
Yeah,
you're definitely correct.
Yeah.
Or they're not going to moderate to the way. And this is what the point also that I kept trying to make is like, I come from the left, but like it's not fair to call me like a moderate Democrat because I'm not, right? So even like moderating, that's not going to like reach me. And this is where I kept coming back to like, so I don't know that the Democratic Party should be trying to earn my vote, right? Like I'm going to vote in one direction, and obviously the people on the left hope that it'll be on the left, right? But like, yes, I would be more likely to get behind a moderate Democrat. I don't really know. Like, I don't know exactly what that looks like, moderate, and all the planes that I want them to be moderate. And it's not just moderate, right? Like, I made a tweet about this. Not that I have many followers, but like, I want someone who rejects all of the cultural bullshit that I was talking about and affirmatively says so out loud, not just stop saying the woke things, right? I want a leader who's going to say like, and I know people don't like this, but like I want a leader who's going to say America is good, actually, right? The West has actually done tremendous good across the globe, right? That yes, we are a country that had slavery, but we were also, us in the UK, we're at the forefront of abolishing slavery when the rest of the world still has slavery going on. Like there's just this brain rot of America bad, the West bad. I hate that, and I would be very excited to get behind someone on the left who was saying something like that proudly.
Okay.
I think I'm satisfied. By the way,
Right.
the Econo Boy is now in the.
I know we're gonna get to him, but we got.
Right,
You know
throw me
what?
out.
We'll just open it up. Probably. I'll talk to you later, Zion.
Okay.
Okay. We're just gonna bring them all on, cause fuck it. Because we have limited time. You all get to be in this and have your say. Okay. Because unfortunately, I gotta go to bed at some point. I can't stay up as late as I did last time. So.
Weak sauce.
You go to bed at 2 a.m. It's fine.
No, you guys don't give me enough money. Okay.
Yeah,
This is where
guys,
she
give
give
Wick
you
more
more
money so we
money.
can stay on longer.
Well, I
please,
probably won't.
please.
Even if you, I might, depending on how much money you give me.
He's
I'm viable.
lying.
Okay. But yeah, what did you guys think? I want to go to Scorned One first, then Ash, then Econo Boy.
Okay, so you read my one comment out about the David Hogg saying. And I think that was like the most important part of the entire conversation. Honestly, I think the entire conversation was pointless outside of that one instance because it's a perfect example of exactly what's wrong. The whole point of that conversation was to get Tali closer to voting Democrats, right? We're trying to get her back. We're trying to get people like her
Well, that's
back.
not the only point, right? That was
That's
one of the points, but we also want to understand why she went in the first place, what people like her would like to see to get back. But like, there's multiple vectors.
But
here.
all of that is
I agree with you
towards
that
the goal.
persuasion is important. So yeah.
So she brought up a valid point that, you know, a lot of people saw, it was in the news, it's floating on social media, people were using it as a talking point. David Hogg lost his seat because he has a dick. That was pretty much the consensus on the internet. And that's what she heard. That was what was fed to her. And she brought it up and it was hand waved away and moved on to a different subject. Like that wasn't something that she had any right to be concerned about or like anything even worth discussing. And the average voter isn't informed. They're not educated. They get snippets. Until recently, like I work a white collar job now. That's why I'm on these Discords. Before 2020, I was working as a mechanic in an auto shop. I didn't listen to streams. I didn't listen to these. I listened to occasional podcasts on my
first of all,
short work.
Right? Stream listeners, weird, but go ahead.
Yeah, like that's all. This is all like in the last 5 years for me. Before that, I was not apolitical, but I was a mixed ticket voter, so I could vote Dem, Republican, depending on the specific position or the issue. You know, sometimes red governors, blah blah blah. Try not to harp too much, but like I wasn't political, so or I wasn't like as educated as I am now or involved. I don't see this shit. I was getting snippets here or there. That's what people live off of. The average voter, the majority of the voters who win elections aren't on these streams. They're not listening to these debates. They're not. So we have to try and like figure out how to fix that, not get them to listen to us, but like how to get to them.
Yeah, I understand.
And the complete dismissal of her and that whole, and not even having a conversation about the David Hogg thing isn't going to help us at all.
I understand.
There were eye rolls too when I brought it up, and maybe I should have pushed harder. But again, I wasn't in debate bro mode, and like I didn't have it up in front of me. I'm not good at having these conversations and like pulling up sources. I like to just have a free flow conversation, and so I don't remember the exact context of what happened to him, but I do recall, if I have my information correct, right, that he was essentially booted from his seat because they had implemented new gender ratios, basically, that they have to fulfill. And I watched the DNC when they were like the whole thing was recorded, right, at the convention when they were having their elections, basically, for all these different positions. And yeah, it was all the cringe things that I'm talking about. And so it's like so that's where I also feel like there's a disconnect. It's like, oh no, the actual Democrats, the elected officials, they're not crazy like this. It's just some of the extremists and some of the voters and whatever, and some of all the people in the chat. But the DNC, the core structure of the party was doing all of the gender and race and privilege apologizing and all of that at the DNC to fill their positions. So yeah, I don't feel like that was addressed at all. And it seemed like they had contempt for that comment. And so did I get something wrong there?
Well, yeah, if you're asking me, I guess. Well, I didn't really come on to talk about that. I guess I can talk about it directly. So I guess I can respond in a number of ways. Number one, I don't think it's bad for a party to say that we want to have gender parity. This has been a part of the Democrats for a while. Like, for instance, in
struggle session part 2. And sorry, not to you, Accountable Voice. Just everyone from the Live and Learn is coming back.
Let women just win, though. Let women just win.
Well, Tali, obviously, if you're deeply offended by the idea that we, like, for instance, I was just going to use an example. In Texas, my state, the Democratic Party of Texas has an executive committee, which is essentially in charge of essentially doing the platform of the Democratic Party. But there's a ton of people who do it. There's like 50 people or something that are on this committee. And the committee is 25 men, or I don't know if it's 25 and 25, but it's like half men and half women, right? And so women compete against themselves, obviously in those like primaries or whatever, to win. For instance, what you said was, oh, well, I don't have a problem if like the policy is we're going to want to pick a black woman for this position. I just, I think that there's a lot of...
I do have a problem with that being the policy.
Well, no, Tali, you explicitly
hush. What's with your mic?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Kind of hot.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You explicitly said that you liked the idea of picking a black woman for the seat, but you didn't like saying that you were going to do that.
Hold on.
Right.
So then maybe I
maybe
I didn't make myself clear enough. I like black women having power. I like Mexican non-binaries having power. I like,
first of all,
I like
most of us understood what she was saying.
Slayer, she literally okay.
What she's saying now is what she said there.
No, Slayer.
I don't want it to be prescriptive.
That's not at all.
When I say he shouldn't have said it out loud, yes, that's a bit tongue in cheek.
Okay,
no,
Tali. Thank you, Tali, for agreeing that is what you said, dumbass Slayer. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm so frustrated.
She said exactly what I said. No, what she said was she agrees that black women should be in the position. Yeah, she doesn't like it being the explicit policy, but she does like having black women in that position. You're trying to make it sound like she was supporting the policy, but then saying she wasn't.
Okay, well, if we have a radically different interpretation of that, then that's fine. That's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is, the one way to respond to that is that I don't actually think that that's a big deal. Now, if you think that that is a big deal, well, fine. Then you just have to weigh that against like what the other party does and how to think about, relative, I guess, like opinions on equity and how much of a magnitude that is. Because what I said over and over again in that conversation, at the very, very least, was that, look, insofar as you care about having these kind of like gender blind, color blind policies, it is very clearly the case that the Democrats, you might say are misplaced with some of the policies that they have, but the Republicans are clearly worse in that regard because they are explicitly racist and transphobic and sexist in like so many different domains and implicitly in
not all
closed
of
doors.
them.
I didn't say
I
all of
don't
them,
think that's
Tali.
accurate.
Obviously,
Well, sure, you said
I didn't say all of
Republicans.
them. Well, no.
I
Can I
don't
just
think
give
that the
Econoboy
majority
a
of
compliment here?
Republicans are racist and sexist.
Yeah, I want to give Econoboy a
I didn't
compliment
say
here.
that.
Okay, Econoboy, this is the authentic energy that I'm talking about. This is it. Okay, so if
Well,
you
no.
want
I'm getting
yeah,
no. I got
like
triggered.
it.
I didn't get triggered by Tali. I
like
get triggered by Slayer because I think he's being incredulous. That's one of the things that triggers the shit out of me. Okay, now forget about that for a second. Like, obviously when I say Republicans, I'm not saying all Republicans. For goodness sake, I don't think every single Republican is a racist, sexist, transphobe, or whatever. But I think that you can compare the positions broadly of both parties or broadly of what they'll tolerate. And I think that a party that says, hey, the way that we believe in gender ideology and gender equity is that we want to have like 50-50 between men and women, I don't find that to be as offensive as the nominee for president saying, I think Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs, and the deputy chief of staff saying, I think there's a problem with immigrants raping white women, and that's why I want to denationalize all of them. Like, I think that's a way bigger problem in terms of like issue prioritization. And I feel like I communicated that pretty clearly in the podcast. I just like this inauthenticity thing just seems ridiculous to me. Like, I was pretty clear with all of my positions and like what I think. I mean, I don't understand, but
I understand.
anyway.
$10 from Lawson Harrison, and then I'll let the rest of you guys go because I want to hear everyone else's points. Saying being inclusive on purpose is like master bathing to people you know. It's fine, but you should not mention. It should not be mentioned. It's fine to do it, but you shouldn't tell the person you're doing it. And I agree.
I think I understand your point, and I think it's a good point that like you need to weigh your problem with that. I need to weigh, or anyone who has these issues with the left needs to weigh that against the discrimination that they see, the explicit identity-based discrimination that they see happening on the right. I think that's fair. Obviously, our big difference is I think that happening on the left is a big problem. I think it directly feeds into the reactionary, racist, identitarian, white nationalist movement that we are seeing grow on the right. I think it is bad, explicitly bad, to choose people for positions on the basis of their skin color, their sexual orientation, their sex, any of these things. I think it's bad for social cohesion. I think it's bad for the individual. We see, and I've heard Black people say this who have contemplated things such as affirmative action and things like this, who say not only does it feed the people who are going to it gives everyone a question in their mind. Did this person earn it or not? Even if that's completely unjustified, even if that Black person is the smartest person in the entire room, there are going to be people wondering, if they know that there is an explicit affirmative action policy, they're going to be wondering, did that person actually earn it? And that Black person themselves is going to have to wonder that too. Is going to have to wonder, how much did my skin color play into this? And that is bad for the individual, and I think it's bad at the societal level. And again, I think it directly feeds the issues that you have with the right. So I take great issue with this on the left, even if I would agree with you that trying to deport naturalized citizens, that's horrific. I think that's horrific. If they haven't committed some grievous crime, they're not treasonous in some major way, I think that is horrific. I think that is, again, directly fed from this on the left. And it's actually a great example of how it stretched from the extremes and the far left academic circles into the main base of the DNC.
Well, when we're talking about government, diverse representation isn't bad. It's good. We should strive for it. Econoboy is right. We should
Oh,
if
you're
all
wrong.
of our politicians are.
Ali explicitly said she doesn't like the idea of explicitly striving for, and that's fine.
Well,
but like,
I
don't.
can
The
understand
idea
when it comes to like flight attendants or pilots. Maybe there can be a conversation about that. But in government, we do need a diverse representation because there is a diverse American Republic. We can't have all white male politicians, right?
But do you think how do you think that should be enforced?
So
I don't think it should be enforced, and I don't think that America is only going to vote for white male politicians. I think
that's the
we have
issue,
a lot of
right?
evidence against that.
If your argument is they need to be diverse to represent the people, then the only diversity you would need is the diversity that the people vote in, because they are telling you that this person represents them, at least ideologically, which is all that matters.
Yeah, I'm more concerned that the voters feel that they are represented in what the policy decisions that the person representing them will make than whether or not they look like them. But that's easy to say as a white bearded glasses guy, which this is like type 1 male, right? Look.
My God,
right?
you cannibals have just such fantastic table manners. I've never seen it before.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I want to hear
As
from,
you're like eating each other alive.
yeah.
It's been so nice to watch, and I think it goes to that inauthenticity you were complaining about earlier. But really, you don't want to spook the food. Especially if you're deciding if the food is deciding with the eaters, the people at the table, well, are you going to join the table or are you going to be on the table? I think it's good to have a little bit of tact there.
Yeah, I want to hear from Hutch, and I want to hear from Jeb10. What you hear?
In
from
that
Hutch?
order?
I'm just listening for now.
Oh, okay, fair enough. If you don't got,
I had a point on David. I had a point on David Hogg, but I was wrong. So yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, we didn't actually get to that point.
Yeah. I think my thing, and the one conservative in the room, so take this as you may. But I've had this conversation, I think, with Econoboy before, and I think I've quote tweeted some of his tweets around the election time when there were some pretty audacious election predictions happening. That I thought that what I pick up from Tali is something I pick up from a lot of my liberal friends because I'm in Southern California, so I don't really have many conservative friends. It's not necessarily what's being said or what's being done, it's how things are being said and the general attitude that I think a lot of them just felt taken for granted. Like they felt like the Democrats really thought they had them in their pocket and that the Democrats could not support outright, but they could tolerate a lot of really wild shit on their side as part of their sort of coalition without risking putting off any moderates because they were like, well, no, the moderates will behave. Like they'll do what needs to be done when the time comes. But that attitude started to extend to their entire voting base, even their really progressive people who they were never really throwing any bones to. And a lot of people either voted for Trump or didn't vote, not because they were like, I think Trump's a better option or Trump's going to create outcomes. It's because the vote for Trump wasn't a vote for Trump. It was like a kid who has really shitty parents going out and like crashing their parents' car. It's sort of like it's not that I wanted to go crash the car. It's that I needed you to fucking look in your backyard for a minute and see how you're treating the people in your party. Not necessarily that I crashed the car because I thought that would be cool. It's because I need the attention. I need you to fucking see that you're overlooking so many people and not hearing so many people. And the way you're talking to your constituency is so condescending. And we just don't think you'll fucking stop until you lose.
There's a lot of truth in there, right?
Wait, I want to jump in at this point. You said that the moderate wing of the party. I'm cleaning, so I'm a little out of breath. But you said that like the moderates haven't really thrown a lot of bones at progressives. Is that what I just heard?
I mean, like when you look at progressives, like in this Mamdani conversation, right? A lot of the conversation about why does blue, but I think I saw you put tweets on this, and you're kind of on the right side of this, in my opinion, even as a conservative, where they were like, if blue no matter who doesn't count when it's our guy, then what the fuck did you guys mean when you asked us to vote blue no matter who for your moderates? In that regard, I think generally progressives have felt we are usually the ones being asked to vote for your guy. It is almost never the case that the moderates are being asked to vote for the really progressive guy.
Here's my problem with that. Oh, go ahead, Hutch, and then
I mean, isn't that just a math issue? I think the reason why progressives are expected or asked to support moderates is because moderates just generally do better. So if progressives persuaded voters to vote for them in larger numbers than moderates, then the dynamic would be reversed. But I just wanted to be like push back a little bit. This idea that I know you mentioned in a specific context, but it's something that I hear a lot kind of broadly, this idea that moderates don't do enough to, like, as you said, throw bones at progressives. In the case of like Joe Biden, that could not be further from the truth. Like he literally invited Elizabeth Warren and Bernie's team into the room when they were crafting the ARP.
Yeah.
And so I just didn't, even though he did that, a lot of progressives felt like it wasn't enough, but it's not like they didn't make the effort.
I think they feel a little bit the way, and the reason I think I'm more sympathetic to it is because I'm kind of in this same inflection point with the Republican Party, right? Where I'm like, The MAGA fatigue is going how I thought it would, and I'm happy. And when we're looking at who's next up, and guys who I've liked for a decade, like Thomas Massey, are finally getting some play. And I feel like the progressives want a moment like that. I think they feel like it's a lot of theater. It's a lot of, people being invited into the room, but I don't think they're seeing a lot of results. And then when the Mamdani issues come up and you have a bunch of Democrats like kind of denouncing and saying they're not going to back him and that people shouldn't back him, I agree with those Democrats. I think Mamdani's a fucking psycho and a joke. But the Democrat Party has to do something to then be like, listen, this guy is a problem, but we're not going to talk to you condescendingly and say you're a fucking psycho for wanting a guy like this in charge, and just point blank, we're not going to support him.
So
let's find some policy compromises to make in exchange for fucking this guy.
Well, I think you are. I think you are going to see the Democratic broadly get behind him as a candidate. You're going to see a handful of moderates like Richie Torres say that they can't endorse him. But I think for the most part, you're going to see institutional support from the DNC to help him win that race. And I think that'll cut against the narrative that the DNC is going to like actively work to make sure that progressives don't win elections. I think they're going to get behind him, and people are going to see that. And
I mean, it's not about cutting against the narrative.
Real quick, because I want to add on to that, or kind of like this idea, right, that progressives are always being the ones asked to vote for moderate. Like, as a moderate Democrat, other than Biden and Josh Shapiro in my area, right, like, on the more cultural level, I don't feel represented by the Democratic Party. It's way better than Trump, and I will vote for them because it's way better than Trump. But like, if there was a moderate, sane Republican, I actually might vote for that, right? I actually might vote for that at this point, because I feel like I don't have a spot in the Democratic Party anymore as a moderate. I just don't.
But
I don't feel like I have a seat at the table.
You're almost centrist, I think. When I say moderate Democrats, I'm not talking about
voted blue
centrist.
my entire life. I don't know what else. Like,
well, when you say
moderate Democrat is going to be more like the old time blue dog Democrat. Like, I would seriously consider voting for just blue down the line here in Texas if it was mostly focused on things like healthcare reform. By the way, Wick, sorry I'm not going to be on the panel tomorrow because I have to spend tomorrow going.
And I need to find a replacement.
I am terrible. I have to go nuclear on these people and maybe do some other things, but. Because they canceled my colonoscopy, and it's very upsetting. But no, if there were people who were focused on healthcare, I think I said it the night of the election, hey, Dems, perfect opportunity to totally give up the anti-white, anti-male rhetoric and focus on problems that are genuinely affecting everybody. In some cases, explicitly minorities, some cases, explicitly majority groups. Focus on those, and you can easily sweep the midterms. Unfortunately, they doubled down on anti-white rhetoric instead. So,
oh my god, dude!
I don't know if I agree with that even.
Yeah, but no, obviously, because that's ridiculous. Okay, we just saw the most high-profile fucking Democratic primary that's going to happen probably in the next year and a half is the New York Democratic primary. We just saw a Democratic Socialist win. How did he win? Not by saying doubling down on "fuck the white people" rhetoric. It was a clear, focused campaign on affordability and economic issues. It is.
Hold on. Explicitly part of his. No. I'm sorry. I'm just going to quote Mamdani as having said, "Hey, we're going to pass off a bunch of property taxes to white people."
Hold on.
That was a huge part of his campaign.
No.
What are you talking about?
Creativity. If you have followed the New York DNC race or Democratic primary race, and you think that a primary part of his campaign wasn't affordability issues in the city, and you think it was DEI against white people, you have failed to cover that election to any degree of
completely enmeshed with one another. Hey, we're going to
Tali. It's Tali's night.
Just respond briefly.
Okay, it's Tali's night. We're going to give it to Tali before it goes off the rails. Okay, Tali, you had something to say. Go ahead.
So, Mamdani definitely moderated his message. Back to whether these people mean it when they're moderating or not. I don't know that he means it. I think this might be sort of like hiding his power level type of thing, but he certainly moderated his message. So I agree with you guys. He did have that as as a part of his updated moderated campaign, right? Was going into these wealthy white neighborhoods when you could have just taken out the word white, right? It's just not necessary. But I
In large
completely
swaths of
agree
the
that
country, that's
hold
very
on,
upsetting to
Hold on,
people.
two more things.
Okay.
His success in large part is due to him running against Andrew Cuomo, who was a uniquely hated figure. And there are people who especially, and this was also the first time doing ranked choice voting, right? So there are people who made like very confusing calculations of how they ranked people, right? Because they couldn't hold their nose and vote for, they really didn't want Mamdani, but they couldn't vote for Cuomo and things like, so they ended up going for
That was the
Lander,
second
and
time
that
they
ends
did
up,
ranked
essentially
choice
being a
voting.
Mamdani vote. That's some, but also I completely agree that Mamdani focused his campaign on economic issues, on reducing costs, whether that's costs of living or housing or all the rest of these things. However, he was the least successful with the demographic in the lowest income level. So he's actually reaching the champagne socialists, right? And the white liberals who want to be told that whiteness is a problem, that rich white people are part of the problem, and who sort of fetishize having like the brown Muslim queer friendly mayor and stuff like that. Because yes, his entire message, I agree, was basically an economic message, and that was the voting demographic that he scored the lowest with.
No,
Yeah,
but that's not
actual
true
poor
though,
people
Tali.
in
That's
New
an
York.
incomplete understanding of who voted for who in this election. Okay, when you look at the breakdown by income, what you see is that
why
he
we all
does
care about this
terribly.
election so much.
No, no,
Frankly, I just don't know why we care about
No,
a mayoral
Wick,
race in New
no,
York.
no.
City. I
Thanks
just-
for interrupting when I do a fucking fact check, Wick. Okay, no, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous because we're making descriptive claims about the future of the party, but the claims are built on a faulty foundation. That's why these fact checks are important. Okay, thank you, Talia, obviously, for recognizing the fact that no, in fact, fucking Mamdani did not quote unquote double down on, anti-white rhetoric or whatever the fuck. That's
He
good,
merely
but
just
I
said
think-
it in the process of his
but he
campaign
didn't double
message
down on it.
and
That's the
enmeshed
whole
it
point,
with his
creativity.
economic
So,
argument.
yeah,
If you
but he didn't
enmesh
double down on it.
anti-whiteness with your
Well, if I could
economic
just- I
argument,
actually didn't
then
finish
those
my
are the same
fundamental point.
platform at the same
So-
time. Yes,
so
they
my
are. To wide
fundamental
swaths of
point-
the country,
Yeah.
everybody outside of the Democratic
creativity.
Party
If you let me
regards
finish,
that as
you'd see how
evil.
you're wrong on this.
No, you
So,
cut in
as I-
earlier to
Yeah,
do so.
yeah, as I was
Everybody
finishing,
who is normal
if
within the
this
country reacts
creativity-
very,
Okay,
very
okay,
poorly
okay, stop.
when you say
I was
something
finishing a
bigoted
point. You
about a
interrupted
group
me.
Stop,
of people.
Ash,
So-
stop for a minute. Let
Yeah,
Econo Boy
yeah,
finish,
stop
and then we will
screeching,
all take
dumbass.
turns.
I did
Okay.
not
Now-
get a chance to respond earlier.
No,
We'll
you
finish.
weren't
When you
responding
cut me
because
off.
I didn't finish, dumbass. Okay, now, as I was saying, the reason why it's important to understand that is because number one, oh my goodness, the fact that he said he wanted to tax white neighborhoods is so offensive. He won white people. That was the demographic that overwhelmingly voted for him to win this election.
yes,
creativity.
because
Now,
that
Tali,
Within-
to your
within
point
the
on
Democratic
income,
Party,
to
yes.
your point on to your point. Well, we'll see how white people vote in the general election. Then I
How
guess that's
mad
a good
can we
point.
make
But
Econo Boy
now.
tonight? Let's find out.
No, because this is you guys are spreading misinformation. Like again, on the income point, he loses the lowest no-income people in New York to Cuomo. That is true, but who does he win? He wins the actually working class people of the city, people between essentially $50,000 and $100,000. He does exceedingly well. Those were the people that actually put him as the Democratic nominee. The reason that's important to point out is because I don't think it's fair to say, oh, this is just a bunch of like rich people and people who like the aesthetic. No, he did actually have a working class coalition. It just wasn't literally the poorest people. Cuomo's coalition was literally the richest people and the very, very, very poorest people, whereas Mamdani had an actually working class, like $50,000 to $100,000 base. It's important to inject that nuance because, I don't think it's true to say, oh, he had this like champagne socialist base that just wants the aesthetic. No, like it was actually a working class base as well. It's the only reason I interjected that. And also white people voted for him despite his apparent anti-white racism.
Well, that's kind
Just
of
the
goes to
white
what
people
she
who
said.
like
I mean, we're
that
putting
stuff,
white in
and who are
quotes, but
swimming
again,
in that
within the
stuff.
Democratic Party.
So here's my
White
thing,
in
and this
quotes.
is what I keep trying to say, and I think you understand, but also glaze over a lot of Econo Boy. It is that it's not always what's being said, but it's how it's being said. So like Candace Owens just did a debate on feminism, and a lot of her points she did a really good job of like doeifying herself and making herself look kind of like a victim because all these girls were very aggressive with her, despite most of the stances she took in that debate being sort of milquetoast for her side. But what the issue was everybody in that fucking room knew that the couple or few things she has said outside of that were coloring her views, that were the real core points of those views, despite the fact she didn't say them there. When Mamdani has a history of even saying only a few times that his general goal is to shift more of the financial burden on rich white people over poor people of color, and then his entire platform is economically focused, make things more affordable, they're hearing that in every time he talks about making things more affordable. They're like, well, I know you said you wanted to make it more affordable for those groups of people, but that if I start making too much money as a white person, you're not going to give a fuck about me anymore. Like, they're still going to hear it in everything he says.
Jeb, I totally agree. I think on the margin with what you're saying, the only thing that I was strongly disagreeing with was this idea that directionally, this was the point that Ash of Creativity made. I don't think directionally there's much evidence to point to the fact that even through Kamala's campaign, that Democrats are quote unquote doubling down on the anti-white rhetoric. Like, that is a ridiculous, like, ahistorical way to frame the movement of the Democratic Party ever since Biden.
Overall, I think you're right. Overall, I think
my own lion eyes.
Because I've seen, well, no, because
overall,
you could dismiss it all you want and say, "Hey,
I am dismissing it," and I also provided a lot of evidence.
Well, we're going to source everything. How are we going to pay for all this? Well, we're going to tax rich white people. Well, now, whenever I think of something that we have to pay for, I am thinking back to that statement. I'm not sure that we can really people aren't really good at compartmentalizing these things.
What I don't understand is why
trying to run cover for their own side.
Yeah, well, what I don't understand is why double down matters. Like, the fact that they're not double. Well, hold on, because the fact that they said it and didn't.
An uphill battle. All right.
Well, I'm kind of like piggybacking off what he said a little bit, because you keep saying they didn't double down. They didn't double down. No one gives a fuck if they double down. The fact that they said it and then didn't retract it is what matters. If the New York Times runs a story calling me a pedophile and then they comes out they were lying and they never retract it, that's still bad. They don't run a double down. So, hey, I should be happy for that, right? That's what you're saying.
To answer, no, that's not what I'm saying. To answer your question or your criticism, well, okay, well, that's a different thing than that's what I'm saying, I guess. I'm just saying that's not what I'm saying. Now, to answer your point directly, I think that, again, I've already answered that as head on as I possibly can. I don't think that racial equity and like racial equity rhetoric, for me personally, is that big of a deal. Now, if we're making a purely political strategic argument, I've already agreed that, like on the margin, I can see how that's probably not optimal political messaging, but that's a strategic argument, not this sort of like, I feel like Tali was having a very principled disagreement with that kind of rhetoric, not like a political strategic argument. But I've already agreed on the margin, that's probably not optimal messaging. I just think that to Creativity's point, I think that
it's not just a messaging problem, though. It's bad as a policy.
Yeah, it's not marginal.
Okay, no.
New Jersey almost flipped red. For the first time in my life, New Jersey almost flipped red in the 2024 election. It was incredible.
That's strategy. I don't think we're talking about in principle. It's probably wrong
to
just have a vendetta against white people.
I don't think you guys understand what I mean by when I say on the margin. When I say it's marginal, what I mean is that I don't think that a really large, significant number of people are changing their voting behavior based on this type of thing. My evidence for that is probably the best evidence you could possibly.
What you meant, actually.
I understand. Hold on.
My evidence for that is probably
please.
the best evidence you could possibly have, which is that white people overwhelmingly voted for Mamdani in this primary. Sorry.
I don't care.
Left-wing
Hold on.
white
Stop,
people
please. I need to get this out. I need to get this out uninterrupted. I need to get this out before I forget it uninterrupted. Please. I don't care if one person doesn't flip their vote because of it. That's not my issue with the policy. Isn't, in this case specifically, isn't whether or not it's going to flip votes one way or get us less votes. My issue with this policy in particular is even if it was a winning policy, I would still think it's a bad, negative policy. It's a poison policy that's going to make us worse as a nation. It's going to make us worse as a people. So when you are saying we need to tax white, rich people more because they're white and rich, it doesn't, like, to Scorn1's point, I don't care if you don't double down. I don't care if you don't make it a focus. The fact that it's there at all is an issue for me. Does that make sense?
But no, it does, Wick. But that's why I said, again, that if we're having a practical, like, political strategic discussion, that's different. And I don't know if necessarily that's what Creativity and these guys were saying, but it sounded like we kind of drifted into that. If we're having a principal disagreement, I've already said multiple times that me personally, I don't think that that's that big of a deal. again, the Democratic Party is and always will be, similar with the Republican Party, a coalition of people from the far left to essentially the dead center. And the Republican Party is a coalition of people from, you could say there's centrist left in the Republican Party. I don't think there's many that are kind of outwardly centrist at the very least, but in theory, from the center all the way to the far right. And that's just the nature of our politics, right? And I get that. Like, I think at one point, like Slayer said, oh, just fuck the progressives, just fuck them. And I think that's exactly the wrong approach, because you have to recognize that we are a coalition. Like this, at the end of the day, progressives just are voters in the Democratic Party, and you have to be at least willing to have that debate, not just say, "Oh, well, fuck them. We can just only govern with moderate support." That's impossible.
Well, the
progressives
question-
just
Yeah, but you
are.
don't-
a
you
part of
don't
the
Okay,
need-
yeah, I was
just
a little.
just real quick. The question
ahead.
is,
That's a heckler's veto.
do
argument.
Democrats get more votes or less votes? Right now, we're in a strategic discussion. Right, this is what you want.
That's where
right?
I always exist.
Are we going to
but-
be? Are we going
I
to
don't
get
think
more
they're separate
votes,
at
or are we
all.
going to get less votes if we go against the progressives and appeal to the moderates, or are we going to get more votes than if we appeal to the progressives? My fear and what I see happening, at least in my own circles, is a lot of the more moderate voters are turned off and less likely to vote the more you appeal to the progressives. And I think that the progressive base is smaller than the moderate base, frankly. And so if I'm going to make a choice here, if we could get both, great. But I don't know if we can.
I don't think we can, but also I think it's that, but there's also a second part. So appealing to the progressive, but also like not denouncing the progressives for the more radical stuff either doesn't happen. So they fail to appeal to the moderates or the progressives. So I think that was like Kamala's big thing is she didn't go out of her way to appeal to the progressives, but the moderates didn't see her like moving away from them at all. So she kind of chose like the worst route. And the problem you have is the progressives don't just scare the left-leaning moderates from voting. They scare the right-wing moderates into voting, because the average voter, I think the voters that win elections, and this is where my mind is, the voters that win elections are your average people who they're not listening to me and you talk right now. They're not paying attention to politics. They're barely even watching the news, right? They see what they see on their lunch breaks or their smoke breaks while they're scrolling their phones. They're not, so you got to get that section to either vote for you or not vote for the opposition. And I think embracing the progressives on the left is going to turn off our left moderates and turn on the right moderates to vote for them. And that's the worst case scenario.
But it
Yeah,
seems
I
I
like
would
the
hope that you
evidence
guys
that we
would
have-
embrace certain progressives to, like, again, for noble causes. I think
Yeah.
this idea of compartmentalized. Then let me finish this fast. I think this idea of compartmentalizing everything is kind of a moral hazard that's really obvious to everybody else and makes them nervous. However, if you say first, if your strategy indicates some kind of consistent moral character, then it relaxes other people as to whether or not you're going to, I don't know, eventually shove them into train cars. If you say, okay, we're going to put the race stuff to the side for this election and focus on healthcare, that's huge. It's like, okay, if the future of the party is not going to be governed by vengeance politics, then I can safely walk back into the fold. And I'm not that concerned about losing firearms at the moment. I'm much more concerned about like losing my health care. So I will be able to go back into the fold, even though it's a very progressive talking point. It's sometimes in a fashion that scares other people away. It scares people less than race vengeance.
Well, I think
So
when we talk
I'm
about
okay with it.
Okay, remember,
talk about
brevity is the
issues-
soul of wit. We have a very brief
100%,
time.
yeah. I think one of the things Econoboy laying down a little bit was that these are marginal issues, but I think one of the issues is the voters for the voters that you need, right? Voting is a marginal activity. You need the voters who aren't generally voting or are going to vote based on something that isn't on the ballot every year. So like bread and butter, economy, immigration, all that shit, that's on the ballot every time. They obviously haven't cared enough to vote before on those things. They probably won't now. But I can tell you, I almost fucking forgot I was a significant portion Jewish until the last 3 years, because all of a sudden, all of my Jewish family members who never talked about politics, never talked about being Jewish, all of a sudden, all they post about now is politics and Judaism and feeling unsafe and feeling attacked. Same thing with white people in 2016. you all of a sudden had all this MAGA coalition get sprung up because they just hit a breaking point where the marginal issue of anti-whiteness in the Democrat Party became a thing that got marginal voters to start voting.
Yeah, sure. I guess my only last thoughts are that the only reason I came in here was because I feel like I was accused of being inauthentic and disrespectful, but I
Well, I don't know
really
about
disagree with that.
disrespectful, but inauthentic, yeah.
I think he's very authentically a reptilian
Oh
creature
no,
who's here
Tali
to
said you were
consume other
disrespectful. That's
people.
true. That's true.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but
Oh, you're muted.
yeah. I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
I'm muted.
No, Tali was.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
we can, yeah.
Did we
Yeah,
get
Yeah,
it
I
and
wrong,
didn't
Tali? I
think
thought
you were
you
being
did. I thought you did call
disrespectful. I
him.
said, if anything, I felt like you maybe held the most contempt for me of
Oh,
everyone.
contempt. Sorry, not
But I
disrespect.
think you were respectful.
Not disrespect,
yeah,
just hate Wick.
Just contempt. Sorry, my
yeah,
bad. Wrong
that's
word.
great.
Well, even I asked if contempt was too strong a word because I think it is too strong a word.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just gonna say that I don't think that it's what do you call it? I don't think it's disingenuous the way that I acted. Obviously, I do think that it's dumb to vote based on vibes. But Tali clarified her position that I guess it wasn't totally based on vibes. It was based on like genuinely changed political opinions, and we kind of interrogated that during the course of the podcast. I do think to the extent that anyone votes based on vibes purely, like that's obviously a dumb way to vote. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. That's like obviously an insane way to vote. Most people do vote that way. That doesn't mean that it's not a terrible way to vote. People should think harder about how they vote. And yeah, I don't know. I just think and obviously your rant at the end of the podcast, Wick, I think was just, I mean, I don't know. I thought it was kind of wild. Obviously, I think that Josiah and Pisco and them were being very, very calm, but I mean, I guess I talked to them a lot. Like, I don't think that they would act any differently outside of the context. Similarly to what Josiah said, is like literally the first time they talked to Talia. So I don't know why they would just, like, I don't know how you interact with people, but I tend to, like, when you first talk to somebody, you're probably like just a little bit more subdued in general, but that doesn't mean that you're being disingenuous.
Depends.
I don't know. I've seen the Lib Laugh Love boys go at people for the first time a lot, and but I credited them for it more than disliked. I thought Pisco and Hutch and Josiah, I was like kind of applauding them. I was like, hey, you know what? They're being as aesthetically understanding as I think they can be, and I thought it was a good thing. But I don't agree that they were acting how they would in most.
Well, I just don't. Yeah. But just because every change of behavior doesn't mean you're being disingenuous or you're like hiding your power level, right? Like that's the only thing. Like that's like a prescription of like bad faith or like I guess disingenuousness is a word that stands on its own. But like I don't think that that's a very sensible way to evaluate that conversation at all.
To be clear, right?
It's tough when it's tough when the contrast is so stark as it is with like Pisco, bro. Because Pisco will, and I love him, and I've probably interacted positively with Pisco more than anybody else on your guys' show, but also negatively because he will go at random Twitter accounts like they are part of the ancient Christian Crusades. Like he's trying to end a movement when he's talking to those people. And so when the contrast is that stark, I could see being frustrated by like, it feels like you guys are just trying to win her back, even though this entire conversation she's been saying not to do that.
I think Pisco specifically, it's about like how overtly partisan you are. Like he does go hard against like partisan people. Obviously, Talia isn't like that. I mean, Pisco's disagreed with me before where I said that I think half of Trump supporters are garbage people because of the polls that I've seen about the things that they believe. But Pisco wouldn't even go that far. Like he's disagreed with me and said like, no, I wouldn't say that. I don't like the idea of like labeling abroad, this and that. Like, but I don't think I would label Talia as like one of those garbage people. But I mean, yeah, like to the extent that if you're like part of the 60% of Trump voters that believes immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country, it's like, I don't know, if you don't call those people garbage, like what do you call them? Just like people you have very strong moral disagreements with. But Pisco doesn't even go that hard. Like I think he's generally pretty consistent about how he talks to how he talks to her about.
I think you were very consistent. I think you just have what I would consider a struggle with overconfidence in the data sets you're used to handling. I think when you look into like medical data and scientists and things like that, they're very cautious with the presumptions they'll make based on much stronger and more objectively repeatable data than the data you handle as someone who focuses on like economy and polls, but you will make much stronger and more definitive claims based on that data than like a scientist would about science or a doctor would about medical data, you know?
So,
I
Wick, I
disagree
know
with
we're
that,
running
but
out of
we don't have
time.
time to
We
get
are
into
running out
it.
of time, so I do want to
So,
get
but
to a
I
couple
wanted to
more.
do
Buzz,
like
Lauren, then Hutch.
since Hutch, Andy, Conoboy are on here. I asked it in the chat a few times, and I think I even asked it in Hutch's chat. So I don't know if you saw that, but I understood, and I talked about this. The point was like to try and learn or figure out how we can win people like Tali back, or if we even can, and understanding her a little bit more. So Hutch, Conoboy, do you think you learned like how to win people like her back, or how to get more moderates or people who either didn't vote or maybe voted red for the first time, like how to win them back? Did you gain any insight on that in this conversation?
I mean, I don't think that Talia's experience is necessarily generalizable. I mean, I think that Talia is a unique person. I would say that my understanding of just generally speaking, like how to talk to people who voted for Trump, is that there's kind of two groups of Trump supporters. There's like the group that is just like so partisanly, just their brain is melted and there's no way they're ever going to vote for anybody besides Trump. And I would consider going after those people to be a kind of a highly unproductive exercise. But then you have the other half of Trump supporters who, they kind of voted for Trump based on like, oh, immigration was a big deal, or like, oh, I think that whatever, inflation was a big problem, or like, I don't know, Kamala just I didn't like her or whatever. And I think that the best way to win those people back is evident, I guess, just from generally speaking, election results from other Democrats, where it seems like people who vote based on that, they tend to respond very strongly to like strong, simple messaging, probably more like core issue messaging, like on like the issues of the time or like economic issues like that. And obviously the way that you would speak to those people would be kind of like a lot more acquiescent and not necessarily super in their face. But I mean, to the extent that somebody, like if I'm talking to like a Trump supporter that like calls me a pedophile because I voted for Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, like my reaction's always going to be like, go fuck yourself, you voted for a rapist, because they're giving me the exact same energy back, right? So I don't think I learned anything differently from that.
I think I would piggyback off of what Econoboy said. Like, I think like the first Trump term, I was just much more broad in my assessment of people. And so it was just a lot of anger, a lot of moralizing. And I mean, it makes sense for the time, but like after the second time, I'm just a little bit more focused on like exactly what Econoboy said. Like sometimes you have a conversation with people and it's just really obvious that they're fully brain broken. You can tell, you can probably guess what their media consumption diet is. And there's just no getting through to those people. This time around, I was angry after he won the second time, but I just choose not to dwell on that. And I am interested in having these kinds of conversations to the extent that like, did I learn anything about potentially finding a way to convince someone like Tali? Well, the feedback that she gave me was that there were a couple points specifically that I made that got her attention. And so that's maybe something I think about going into the next conversation.
Cool. And that's part of my frustration, right? Is I don't think we did. If I had to rate this conversation, and this is partially my fault too, right? I think it was a failure. I think that I think the after panel was better. Actually, we got more of an idea, I think, of what her actual pain points are when it comes to voting Democrat than we did during the actual panel. And I'm not sure if that was simply due to it was smaller at first when we were talking, so it was like less people there. Or
Well, can I make an observation?
Yeah, please do.
If Tali, it felt like you were a little bit reserved, if I'm being honest. Like the first like 30 minutes to 60 minutes, it felt like you loosened up a little bit at the end. But the first hour, it really felt like you were holding back a little bit. Not in a sense that, you were hiding your power level, but it seemed like you were a little uncomfortable in the beginning.
You're muted. If you're talking.
Just hear me.
Uh-oh. You're
Wait,
muted.
Nope.
See what's happening. I think there's an indicator light that she can't see in the sun.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
Where
no.
the fuck is she? Oh, she's in Hawaii. That's right. I was like, where is she at? That there's sun.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
we still
she's
can't hear
fixing
you.
that, and I can't answer for her, unfortunately. This is a mystery. We were about to unpack the whole panel. Okay, we're unpack the mystery. Oh, go ahead. Say something, Tali? No.
Nope.
To be continued, I guess.
Okay.
Next time on DBZ, right?
Oh, that's got to be frustrating for her.
Yeah, it is. Nope, can't hear
Still
you.
can't.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
I mean, would you agree, Wick, just from your observation?
No, we talked about it on, I don't know, when she got
Maybe
on
see
here.
if
I
Discord
didn't see any
changed
of that.
your See if Discord changed your listening device on the
Yeah, it
voice and
could
video
be,
settings.
or your talking device. So
input
what we
device.
talked about while she's trying to fix that, right? What we talked about afterwards directly is I don't think that she was authentic either on there, right? I think that she was scared to kind of, because earlier in the day, and she said I could say this, and we said it earlier on the stream, she had a bad, a negative experience in other people's chats where she didn't felt heard. She felt like she was dismissed. She felt she wasn't respected. She felt she wasn't looked at and things. So I think coming into this, she really wanted to be that. So I think that she held back and was very, very nervous about really saying what she felt, right? And because she didn't want to be just dismissed out of hand. She didn't want a confrontation. She wanted to kind of just have a conversation. And I just disagree, right? I think that like confrontation is where we find the truth in a lot of cases. And her, if she had come in and given her, I think the straight dope, like, I think the equity stuff is bullshit, and I think this is bullshit, and I think this is bullshit, right? About the things which hopefully she can say for herself when she soon, right? I'm not trying to talk for her, but she literally can't talk right now. But yeah,
It's
I
like
think
the
it would've been
episode
a
of The
better
Office when
conversation.
there's an episode of The Office where Michael is like fixated on, there's like a team building exercise, but he thought that conflict was the right way to go about it. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't watch Office, but that's
Now
Well,
that
I
Tali
think-
can't
this is
talk, I
good.
think
Fight,
Tali
fight.
was being so fake on that whole conversation.
Fake is the wrong word. It's
I think defensive,
yeah,
maybe,
I'm
or maybe
joking,
like
I'm joking.
hesitant to be, because like I've been there. You know, we've
inauthentic
all had
is
those
the
kind
right
of
word here.
conversations where you're
Inauthentic
like,
because you're scared. And she said why. She said why she was being inauthentic. She was being
Yeah.
inauthentic because she was scared that your chat would eat her alive and go down.
which it fucking did
would
anyways.
I think the words she used in the, again, it was on stream, so it's not like a secret, right? The word she used was she didn't want to be exposed to virulent anti-Semitism from your guys' chat on Lib and Learn.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I just don't think she was. I mean, the chat was
No, she
obviously
wasn't.
extremely toxic.
She
You-
but, like,
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, God, I don't have to talk over you or talk
Oh,
for you.
man,
Right
now the
whenever
men
you
don't get
just
to
did
speak
on
for
a
the women
sticky note.
anymore.
Okay, my lighting is really bad right now. I can try to open the blinds, but so yes, I didn't want to be eaten alive by the chat. I want to also, like, I think just in a very human way, I like you guys and I wanted to get along. And I heard the way that you guys were prefacing this conversation, like Boy, you basically calling me stupid, which is fine. You're entitled to feel that way. And even like Hutch, my main man, Hutch, the man who's going to bring me back to the Democrats. At the end of his stream today, he was like, "Oh yeah, I heard we're roasting a Trump supporter," and so I had like stress going into the conversation. But yeah, I mean,
sorry. I'm sorry for that.
it's fine. It's fine.
yeah.
I'm a big girl. I had stress going into the conversation. I don't want to be misunderstood, and I didn't want to like step on huge landmines that are gonna make me automatically misunderstood, is sort of how I felt. So I think I guess sort of tiptoed around things. I think also I have a tendency to over explain myself. This is a personal issue, right? One of my like biggest things throughout my entire life is like I hate to be misunderstood. And so perhaps I did some explaining that wasn't necessary and didn't explain other things as much as I should have. But I agree with your assessment, Touch, because this was the first question that I lost my mic on. I think I was reticent, shy, whatever. Shy is never really a good word for me, but something in the beginning.
I wouldn't say inauthentic. I feel like that's like far too negative. I would just say guarded. But it wasn't like it was annoying. It was just like it was sometimes difficult to like ground the conversation. It was sometimes difficult to like establish what we were talking about. But by the end of it, you loosened up a bit. I do apologize for the roasting comment. I meant playfully. Like I in my mind, I wasn't thinking like we're just gonna fucking shit on this person. It was meant to be like like friendly characterization.
Yeah, it's live, laugh, love. Now we can't hear you again.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know what's happening.
going on. I'm glad this didn't happen during the discussion. But I
Wick,
do look.
Wick,
Here,
I gotta
go
say,
ahead.
hold on.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
disagree with you a little bit about.
Please.
You
Look,
can hear
I'm
me now.
somewhere in between you and Boy, because like Boy's like, we don't need to worry about young men. It's all bullshit. And you're like, oh my god,
Wait,
if we don't
what?
fucking Well, I mean, maybe I'm doing hyperbole, but like
God
you were
damn
kind of
it.
when we were having a conversation about like how to win back young men, you were kind of like pushing back against this idea that we need to spend a great deal of time on it. When we had the conversation with Erudite, and when I hear Wick, it's like life and death. Like we got to do this now, otherwise we're gonna get fucked up.
I am
I
scared.
feel like you're. I feel like you're.
Midterms, frankly.
Say that again.
I'm scared about the midterms. I'm scared.
I understand that. Certainly understand that. But like, I feel
Not
like
after
you're.
this dog shit bill passes. I think you guys will be fine.
Well, that's
So do I. But I feel like you're extrapolating from an election where voters had just suffered an economic downturn. And this is just such an utterly predictable phenomenon. And I think all of these Trump people thinking that they've just completely redrawn these maps and have shifted politics forever, I think they're in for a very rude awakening in 2026. This is a fragile coalition that he put together. And a lot of voters didn't like that gas was so high and groceries cost so much, and they blamed Biden. And that's just kind of as simple as that for a lot of people.
I understand, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but there are two things that are in my mind, like two paths, if you will, that I see before us. One where you're exactly correct, and I hope that that's the case, that I do think that Trump has proven he's incapable of governing. Like he's incapable of actually solving the issues in a proper way. And I think that the voters are going to recognize that. Look, we had the jobs report today that came out as we lost 30,000. We were expected to gain 100,000, and we lost 30,000. And we're going to keep getting those. The economy's going to keep shrinking, unfortunately, for a little bit.
And those are private sector jobs.
Yeah,
those are not government layoffs.
And so I think that you're right in a way. If that keeps up, it doesn't matter what anyone does. The Republicans are just going to lose, right? Because no one wants that shit, right? No, everyone wants to fix things. And if they don't get fixed, the Republicans are just going to lose. But the danger in that is Democrats, unfortunately, in that situation, are going to win by default, and then they won't learn the lessons they're going to need to learn in order to win on a consistent basis in the future. And that's also kind of a worry of mine. But look, I'll take the win if that happens. I'll just take it. But what I ideally want to see is there are a lot of friends and family I have that have voted blue for their entire lives, but in the last 5 to 10 years have abandoned the Democratic Party because they feel that they aren't part of the team anymore. They feel like they're not wanted anymore. They get called conservatives all the time until the point where they're like, okay, guess I'm a conservative now. And I think that we have a real big problem on the left of wanting to make the tent as small as possible for a lot of reasons. There's two different competing incentive structures going on. One of the incentive structures is for individuals. So people like me, people like you, people like Pisco, people like individual streamers, Kyle Kolinsky, Destiny, whoever, right? If we go extreme, we're going to get a really solid audience, and it's going to grow our base. We're going to preach to the choir, but I think that will help us to lose the general election. And if we go for more moderate stuff, we're going to lose people. Right?
Yeah, but look at hippie-ass California. We're like the bastion of like leftism. We're like the birthplace of the anti-war movement. They just passed the most YIMBY bill in the last decade.
Abundance
by
is a great
overwhelming margins in the state legislature.
California is also in, like, when you look at prop voting, especially the past couple elections, our voter base really votes a lot more sort of like left libertarian than they do like blue dog, like bought in the wool, like establishment Democrat. I think that's been the case for a while. Like we voted against rent control, for legalizing weed, we voted to bring back cash bail. Like we've been voting a lot more like left libertarian than we have like establishment Democrat over the past few elections.
I can't speak to California's politics. I'm not a Californian, but I can say that I hope that the future of the Democratic Party is East Coast rather than West Coast. I think that if we look at Pennsylvania as a good metric, we can see a bipartisan coalition forming that I think has national legs. Maybe I'm wrong on this, right? I'm not a prognosticator. I don't have a crystal ball, right, or anything like that. But
listen, bro, I'd suck the dick off of Josh Shapiro if he ran in California.
Look,
anything better than what we got.
I just think if we have got someone like Newsom, I don't want Newsom. I think Newsom's going to be terrible.
He's not going to win. He cannot win a national
primary. I mean, I think we're all at least strategic, like maybe except for Talia, obviously. And it sounds like Talia was leaning towards voting for Democrats. But like, it sounds like we're all on board that whoever the Democratic, maybe except for Jeb, but we're all on board generally that the Democratic nominee is who we're going to vote for pretty much no matter
but
what.
I want someone I actually want, right? I don't want to just vote against Trump. I want a positive vote. And unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to get that. Like I said,
I mean, same here, but it's in coalition politics. You have to, you only get to nominate a single person.
You're correct.
And so if you nominate Josh Shapiro, it's going to make progressives like me a little upset. If you nominate AOC, it's going to make the centrists upset. So there's no real winning.
And AOC,
right?
You don't like Josh Shapiro?
AOC has.
I said it's going to upset me a little bit. I'm not going to be like devastated. If I mean,
AOC,
he's not my favorite.
As a moderate, AOC has grown on me.
I can't think. I can't think of a
she's shut up
mainstream
lately.
Democrat that I wouldn't vote for, but I'm sure if you gave me like time, I might be able to. But I can't think of one off the top of my head. But does that make sense, Hutch, to kind of where I'm coming from? Do you understand a little bit more?
Yeah, it's just like you and Econoboy have like fundamentally different solutions. Like he thinks the populist message is the way to go, and you think time will tell who's right. But like, I'm leaning towards the party probably picking a more moderate candidate that seems more likely, but Trump might fuck shit up so much that he pulls the pendulum farther to the left.
And that's,
which is
that's
like, I think like you can draw a straight line from Trump winning to Mamdani winning as well. Like maybe Mamdani would have won regardless, but I think Trump helped.
You also got to be careful saying Mamdani winning because he hasn't won yet. Like it would be absolutely devastating if New York gets a Republican mayor in this.
No, I mean, I'm at the primary.
If he wins against,
I don't think
doesn't he have to win against Eric Adams still?
Adams.
I mean, the polls suggest right now that he's
I don't know.
pretty comfortably ahead as far as I understand, but we'll see.
I would, much like you would caution against reading the tea leaves to the 2024 election where we had a whole host of issues that were abnormal, if you will. I would caution using a mayoral candidate to read any kind of tea leaves on a more national basis. I just don't think it's.
No, I think that's silly, but I think you can.
extrapolate.
I think you can probably expect that more DSA types are going to run in big cities, and probably a few of them are going to find success. But I don't think, to your point, like I don't think it indicates strongly that the entire party is moving in that direction.
I just don't. Wick made a really good point about if we win the midterms by default, that might actually be harmful for us, and that might actually cost us 2028 election, depending on how everything unfolds. It's obviously way too early to call that, but like here where I live in Virginia. We had a Democratic governor. Virginia is really stupid. We have to elect our governor every term. They can't run consecutive terms. So they have a 2-term limit and they have to separate them. So we lost but the Republican candidate, Youngkin, won almost solely because no one was happy with the Democratic Party. Like, I know that sounds like hyperbolic, but like in reality it was very early on and people just weren't happy with Biden in Virginia. They felt like nothing was getting done in the executive or in Congress when we had a decent majority, because I'm pretty sure when Biden first won we weren't like lacking, right? I don't think we had a super majority or anything, but we had like the House or something in the Senate. Yeah, but we still had like a slight majority. And we weren't able to really pass anything. And a lot of
really hard to pass those bills with dementia, man. You got to ease up on them.
But I hate to cut you off, man. And you guys can keep talking. You guys can keep talking without me. That's fine, right? I'm not like, you guys can stay in here as long as you want. But I was up till like 2 a.m. yesterday with all the call-ins, and you guys wouldn't let me sleep. So I'm gonna go sleep now. Thanks for being here, gang. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, we got Loner Box, we got Soy Pill, we got Timothy Imholt, and maybe one more other guy, right? We're going to look at, it's not Ash, unfortunately. He ditched me. But we're going to talk about U.S. intervention.
Right after volunteering.
Right.
Waiter, my ass camera is cold. Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Okay. I love
you
guys.
What are you going to talk about?
And I would love to talk to Hutch. I want you on the Me and Tali show just to talk to you specifically, because I want to
let's do
really dig down into the future of politics. But anyway, for now,